Section 1 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft by Lindsay Anderson. Section 1, Chapters 1 through 3. Chapter 1. First Voyage in the Eamont. In a former work entitled A Cruise in an Opium Clipper, I promised the readers thereof that I would fill up the blank of several months that intervened between the time of my engagement as third officer on board the Eamont and our arrival at Hong Kong to refit, previous to sailing on our expedition to Formosa. Those who have read the first cruise must hark back with me to Shanghai, and take up the threads of this narrative from the time of my first appearance on duty as an officer on board the Eamont. We were lying in the river, moored with 2 anchors, almost abreast of the English consulate, and close to 2 of Her Majesty's corvettes that were stationed here at that time for the protection of British interests. Before I relate to the reader the admirable manner by which the captain brought our rather peculiar crew into disciplinary order, I may as well state that the reason the Eamont was in need of a hardy crew at that time was this: she was going on a hazardous expedition, and it was the middle of winter. She had come up the coast from Hong Kong to Shanghai with a mixed crew of Malays and Manilamen, and half her crew had caved in and died of the cold. The remainder were put on board the receiving ship till a passage down the coast could be found for them. Therefore a crew of pale-faces had to be found, or the expedition abandoned. Money being very abundant, men were found, such as they were, and on the whole we were lucky in picking up a very good crew. As soon as 4 bells had struck in the forenoon watch of this my first day on board the Eamont, all hands were called aft round the mainmast, and the captain delivered a short and very impressive address to the men who had been brought on board from Bob Allen's. "Now, my lads," says Captain Gulliver, "while you sail with me you will be well fed and well paid. What I require in return is obedience to all commands, whether from me or my officers. If any of you wish to back out now you are on board an armed ship that fights her way, go at once, for there will be no shilly-shallying afterwards." No one replying, the captain says, "You are all agreed to go?" "Yes, sir," came from the lips of all. "Very good, my lads," says the captain. Then turning to Mr. Jule, he adds, "Give them a glass of grog all round, and turn to and unmoor the ship." "Very good, sir," replies Mr. Jule, who gives the necessary order to the steward, and the mainbrace is spliced for the first time by this motley crowd of ours. As soon as the grogging is finished, I go forward with the boatswain, and we start the hands on to the capstan to heave the anchor up. When the captain takes his departure for the shore, Mr. Jule, of course, comes forward, and takes principal charge of the work of unmooring. At 8 bells, midday, we have got 1 anchor up, and the other hove in to a short stay peak. Then the crew are sent to dinner, while we of the afterguard sit down to a well spread luncheon. When the bell strikes 2, all hands are again on the move. Boarding nettings are lowered down and stopped along the hammock rail. The swinging booms are brought in alongside, and all the boats hoisted up in the davits. At 2 p.m. Captain Gulliver comes on board, accompanied by several Chinese gentlemen of note, who are seemingly going as passengers with us, having brought a goodly supply of luggage along with them. The captain, having seen his passengers to the saloon, returns on deck, and immediately the work of getting the Eamont under way is proceeded with. By the time the anchor is tripped, the topsail and topgallant sail are set, and the yards braced by to cant her round, then, ere the anchor has reached the hawse-pipe, the Eamont has slewed round with her head down the river, All sail is set upon her, and the ensign is dipped to the 2 men of war as a token of farewell, as well as good-bye to all friends on shore. Wind and tide being alike in our favour, we made good progress down the river, and in less than half an hour we are well away out of sight of H.B.M. Consulate, or either of the corvettes. As soon as the captain is satisfied of the foregoing fact, he gives Mr. Nealance a peculiar nod of intelligence. Mr. Nealance thereupon calls upon the boatswain to have some of the hatches taken off. He then proceeds down into the hold, and soon returns on deck followed by a dozen or more of Her Majesty's bluejackets, who have retired from her service, and are now entered on board the Eamont for any service that may turn up as the days go by. The bluejackets find their way forward, and are soon as much at home with their new shipmates as if they had sailed with them all their lives. The Eamont makes rapid headway down the river, and by 8 p.m. we are safely anchored off the receiving ship at Woosung. The boarding nettings are triced up all around, an armed watch is set under one officer, then all hands not on watch turn in for the night. Chapter 2. Drilling the Crew. We do not keep watch and watch, as they do in the Navy, but make as near an approximation to it as can be done with the number of hands we carry, and having regard to the work that has to be done. An armed watch, consisting of an officer and 4 men, is an indispensable necessity throughout the night, for we are in the midst of robbers and pirates of a singularly clever and desperate kind, who know that the opium clipper is always a rich prize, for if she don't happen to have her cargo of opium on board, she is almost sure to have the value of it, and more, in good Mexican dollars. However, I have seldom found them brave enough to attempt a capture within gunshot of any receiving ship. These receiving ships, belonging to the different opium companies, are all heavily armed and fully manned to meet almost any emergency, being simply a kind of floating citadel for the protection of the merchants' interests, and a convenient and safe place from which to trade with the surrounding inhabitants. 2 bells in the morning watch, and the boatswain's pipe is heard from stem to stern. 3 bells, all hands are on deck, and the work of cleaning ship is proceeded with. Holystones are manned by some, swabs and scrubbers by others, while the guns are given over to the bluejackets to be put in working order under the orders of the gunner and his mate. By the time 8 bells are struck, the Eamont presents a clean and smart appearance. The flags are set, and all hands, save the regular armed watch, are piped to breakfast. Breakfast over, and 2 bells gone, the captain comes on deck and desires Mr. Jule to send all hands aft. As soon as all hands are mustered round the mainmast, Captain Gullivar addresses to them a short category of their duties on board as fighting men. "My lads," says the captain, "as it is possible we may some day be called upon to fight our way, it is actually necessary that you must all learn how to handle a rifle, and how to shoot with it. To-day we will all go on shore, targets will be erected, each man will get a rifle and ammunition, and $1 will be the prize for every bull's-eye. The best shots will also be made captains of the big guns, which will be worth $5 more a month, in addition to their pay as able seamen." Turning aside with Mr. Jule, he completed the general details of how he was to train his marksmen. Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I then distributed arms and ammunition, with the accompanying requisite harness for each member of the crew. As soon as we were all thoroughly equipped, 2 cutters were put in the water, into which we embarked to the number of 40, Captain Gullivar following in his gig, in command of the whole party himself. Mr. Nealance takes charge of 1 cutter, the other cutter falling to me, as Mr. Jule has to remain on board in charge of the Eamont with the remainder of the crew. Starting away from the Eamont, we pull right across the river to the north shore, where the ground is somewhat level, and what is more to our purpose, there are no visible signs of any inhabitants. A small narrow creek is found in the bank of the river, up which we pull some 100 yards, then, after securing the boats, we land and proceed through the brushwood till a convenient place is found for our practice. The carpenter and his mate put together our targets, which are erected at distances of 500, 700, and 900 yards. 3 of the bluejackets, who are in no need of training, take their stations as near the targets as prudent, in order to signal the result of the firing. 3 small flags are given to each signaller, 1 red, 1 white, and 1 blue. Red denotes that the marksman has hit the centre and made a bull's eye; white, that he has hit between 6 inches and a foot of the centre; and the blue flag tells him that he is very wide of the mark. All 3 flags held up together means that the target has never been touched. Beginning at the 500 yards target, each man is given 2 shots in succession, the first being simply an experimental shot, so that we may see whether they go any way near the line of the target; the signallers being warned to keep well to the right and left when the novices are thus given their first shot. The second shot goes towards the marking, and very few of them actually miss the target, while 4 or 5 of them cause the red flag to be displayed, and so earn $1 each. 20 of the best shots are taken to the 700-yard target by the captain, where, under his own supervision, they are given 3 shots apiece, and instructed how to sight the rifle for distance, depression of atmosphere, and windage. Those who made the worst show at the 500 yards remained firing at that distance under the tuition of Mr. Nealance, till such time as they could raise the white flag in detailed repetition, then they were taken to the greater ranges and put through another course of instruction. Firing was carried on at these 2 targets till 1 p.m., when arms were piled and half an hour's rest given for light refreshment, and, of course, the ever essential inhalation of the fragrant narcotic weed that Jack has been so fond of from time immemorial. The half hour soon passes away, then we all take up our positions at the 900 yards target. The wind has freshened a little in the interval, and is blowing across the line of fire. 1 shot apiece is all that is given here for the first round, and no bull's eye is made. The captain looks rather disappointed, and says, "My lads, this will never do. I would much rather you win my dollars and let me know that you can draw a bee line on to the eye of the target. You must allow for the freshening wind, and a little for the heavier atmosphere. See how the clouds are gathering above you, and allow a couple of hairbreadths more elevation on your sight line." Taking a rifle from one of the men, the captain carefully loads it, and marks the sight line for the necessary distance, then raises the gun to his shoulder, lets fly at the target, and up goes the red. "There, my lads," says the captain, "you see it is easily done, if you will only have a little judgment, and take heed of the wind and weather. Mr. Nealance, Mr. Anderson," says the captain, "just you 2 have a shot, and let them see what steady hands and strong nerves are capable of." Very willingly we comply, for I think we have been itching to have a shot, at any rate I have; for, having been with the captain all the forenoon as a kind of aide de camp, I have not had a chance of a shot. Nealance may have had several at the short range, whilst instructing the backward riflemen, and possibly has his hand in; but as for me, I had not had a rifle in my hands for several months. I allow Mr. Nealance the precedence of the first shot, although he kindly offers me that position. He fires, and up goes the red and white, intimating that he was just on the edge of the ring of the bull's eye. I then raise my rifle to my shoulder and take a deliberate aim at a point halfway between the upper right corner and the centre of the bull's eye. The wind is blowing across the line of fire from right to left, and small rain is falling. I pull the trigger, and up goes the red, which is waved 3 times in succession, intimating a dead centre. The captain and Nealance both compliment me for my excellent shot, the captain remarking that he would not like to stand before me at 30 paces before breakfast of a morning. 2 hours steady firing at the longer range, which gradually grows in excellence, is succeeded by 2 shots apiece at the shorter ranges, then we retire to the boats and proceed on board. The captain gave the result of the day's firing to Mr. Jule, when we got on board, as very good indeed, and added, if it had not been for the wind freshening, I would have lost a good few more dollars. "Some of them ought to be good shots," says Mr. Jule, "for they look to me as if they were well acquainted with shooting irons, and although perhaps they have never served in any regular service, it is possible they may have seen some work with Ward or Burgevine." "Rough customers," says the captain, "are what we require here. They only want keeping well in hand." "Hoist the boats up, and send all hands but the watch below for the day. To-morrow we will have some cutlass and revolver drill. Then, when we get outside, some big gun drill, and then we will be a match for anything twice our size." So says the captain to Mr. Jule as he retires to his cabin. Chapter 3. We sail from Woosung and have some big gun drill outside. The usual routine of scrubbing and polishing is proceeded with till 8 bells the next morning. Then, at 2 bells in the forenoon watch, all hands are mustered on the deck at general quarters, and placed in divisions of 6s. Single sticks with basket hilts are issued to each member of the crew, then they are generally instructed in the tactics of attack and defence, which in those consisted of 7 cuts and 7 guards. The bluejackets, who had already been trained in the use of the cutlass, were placed in couples at the head of each division to begin the practice, and so initiate the others into the best modes of attack and defence. The officer in charge of a division would also enter the fray, and give and take some of the sharp knocks that are the invariable result of such exercise. The whole forenoon is employed at single stick exercise. Then, after dinner, 2 targets are fitted up on the taffrail, and revolver firing is carried on, with very varied success, $10 being the whole amount of the winnings, at $1 for every bull's eye. However, on the whole, there were scarcely any shots went farther from the centre than the breadth of a human body, so that it might be fairly supposed that every shot would tell somewhere in an actual fight. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon the small arms are placed in the armoury, and the ammunition boxes in the magazine. The private signal is made to the receiving ship, and in a short time a large launch leaves that vessel for the Eamont, with a goodly number of chests of opium. The opium is quickly taken on board and stowed in the hold. Then the hatches are carefully secured and locked. The usual armed watch is set for the night, and the crew dismissed to their quarters. Dinner is served in the saloon, and afterwards we retire to our various cabins to court old Morpheus, or otherwise prepare for the doings of the morrow, for it is to be our sailing day. We are bound to a port in the Gulf of Petchelee, and we have to run the gauntlet of the many piratical craft that haunt the China Sea between here and our destined port. At daybreak the following morning we unmoor ship and proceed on our voyage to the northward, a portion of the China Sea then but little known to the European navigators. We cross the bar in safety, feeling the way by the lead, Nealance and I performing the duty of leadsmen till we are out in deep water. The Eamont is then run out in the direction of the Saddle Islands till the village of Woosung is out of sight astern, and the islands but dimly visible to the north-eastward. The wind is light, and the sea is as smooth as a mill pond. The Eamont is brought to an anchor, and her sails furled. Then 2 cutters are put in the water and manned. 2 large empty barrels are soon modelled into targets, and placed one in each boat. The boats pull away from the ship in opposite directions, one proceeding right off to port, and the other to starboard. As soon as they have got away from the Eamont, a distance of half a mile, by the judgment of the captain, A signal is made, the barrel targets are put in the water and anchored by means of a heavy piece of stone. The boats return to the ship and are passed astern, out of the line of fire. All hands are piped to quarters, and crews are selected for each of the broadside guns and the long 18-pivot gun on the forecastle. No regular crew is told off for the big 68-pivot gun amidships, for when it is necessary to use this Big Ben, the crews of the broadside guns that do not bear on the enemy attacked are drawn off to work it, so Big Ben is left alone till the practice with the broadside guns is concluded. We have 8 broadside guns, 4 on each side, and 5 men are told off to each gun. Mr. Jule takes charge of one side and Mr. Nealance the other, the captain, of course, commanding the whole. The pivot gun on the forecastle is my especial charge, and as it is rather lengthy and takes some working, mostly with handspikes, I am given 6 men as my gun's crew. The guns are cast loose and run in, then they are carefully sponged out. A blank cartridge is rammed home in each of the guns, now to be used and fired off to see that all are in fair working order. As soon as the guns are again sponged out, Captain Gulliver gives the order to load with shot, and standing in a prominent position on the centre of the deck himself, so that he can take note of all that is going on, he says, "Now, my lads, the first that hits the target gets $5, and $2 for every time you hit the target afterwards. Also, the crew that works their gun the smartest gets $10, and the second best $5. Those of the crew who had won the prizes at rifle shooting were given the first shot at the target in order to test them, so that if they were successful in their practice with the big guns, they would remain in charge as captains of their respective guns. The guns, after being loaded, were each sighted to 800 yards, then in breathless silence each captain of a gun kneels behind the breech and instructs the wedge and handspikemen how to train the gun. Then, as soon as he has got a fair bee-line on the target, the trigger is pulled, the gun captain springs clear of the recoil and gazes towards the target to see the result of his shot. One by one in succession the guns are thus fired, the captain, watch in hand and glass under arm, watching the effects of his gunnery lessons. Some very fair shooting is the result of the first round, as far as straightness, but most of the shots hit the water at the other side of the targets. "Very good for a beginning," says the captain when the first round is concluded, "but none of you have made $1 yet." "Mr. Jule, and you also, Mr. Nealance," says the captain, "have your guns sighted to 700 yards. Mr. Anderson," he calls out to me, "your gun is higher than the rest. Try a shot at 600 yards, and fire it yourself this time." "Aye, aye, sir," I reply eagerly, for I have been itching to have a shot, and only that I knew the captain was desirous of testing and training his men, I would have fired the first shot. "Mr. Jule and Nealance," I hear the captain say, "try your hands at a shot with No. 2 gun, but mind, there are no prizes for your shooting, as I expect my officers to hit the target every time." This last is added with a broad smile. "Are you ready, Anderson?" says the captain. "Yes, sir," I reply. "Fire away then," says the captain, "and make a bull's eye if you can." I take another squint along my gun, and after getting it fair upon the target, I raise my hand, the trigger is pulled, and I jump up from my knees in time to see my ball take the water about 5 yards this side of the target. Then it ricochets straight over the target, the next splash showing that the target was right on the line between the 2 splashes. "A capital shot," says the captain. "Now you have got the range, or nearly so. Sight your gun for 650, and let your gunner have a shot as soon as we have had another round from the main deck." Mr. Jule and Mr. Nealance, like myself, both fail in hitting the targets, although, as the captain said, they had fired straight enough, the shot from their guns just hitting the water the first time as far beyond the target as mine was inside of it. The guns are again loaded and sighted to 675 yards, then the captains of the guns are given a chance to earn the prizes. Numbers 1 and 3 on the port side, under the charge of Mr. Jewell, win $5 each, and numbers 1, 2, and 4 on Mr. Nealon's side win the like amount, while my gun wins a first and second prize at the target. 4 rounds have been fired with shot, and the captain evidently deems that a sufficient quantity to be expended at present, for he gives the order to cease firing and secure guns. These guns being secured, the men who work the port broadside are then brought by Mr. Jewell to get the large midship gun to position, and pointed towards the remains of the target, out on the port side. A blank cartridge is fired out of Big Ben, then it is well sponged and carefully loaded. Mr. Jewell then arranges the sight for a distance of 670 yards, and as soon as he has trained the gun on to the remains of the target, the hammer line is pulled, and we see the shot make an enormous splash right in amongst the debris of the target. The starboard broadside men, under Mr. Nealance, immediately seize the gun and swing it round on its pivots, the carriage being provided with rollers, running on a broad brass rim in the deck, towards the starboard side. Sponging and loading are the work of a moment now, the men have got into the way of it. Then Mr. Nealance trains the gun on to the remains of his target, and like as Mr. Jewell did, he lands his shot right on to what remains of the target, and thus completes its demolishment. The gun is rounded to amidships and again secured. The captain expresses himself highly pleased with our gunnery practice, as he presents the prizes to each gun's crew who have won, and as a solace to the non-winners, all hands are piped to grog, and then dismissed to their quarters. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2, Chapters 4 through 6. Chapter 4. The Passage through the Saddle Islands. A little before sunset, all hands are called on deck to get the Eamont under way again. While we were at dinner, Captain Gulliver explained to Mr. Jewell, Nealance, and I, his intention of running through a passage in the Saddle Islands that night, and so cutting off a goodly portion of our distance to Nichuang, as well as, perhaps, evading the piratical junks that might be lying in wait for us if we took the usual route. "There is sure to be some of them on the look out for us," says the captain, "for although the mandarins at Shanghai keep on beheading them as fast as they can catch them, it seems to have no effect. 28 were beheaded that morning we left Shanghai, and their heads stuck up on the walls at the main entrance gate, close to English Town, yet for all that I have no doubt that some of their emissaries in the city have given them information of our intended route, as well as full knowledge of all the cargo and specie we have on board." "I wonder," says Mr. Jewell, "they don't get some better gunboats than them two old Yankee craft, and make a clean sweep of them." "That is exactly what is wanted," says the captain; "but then, don't you see, to day the Imperialists are in possession at Shanghai. In a month or two hence the Taipings may have it. Then these fellows who are the pirates to day, by siding with the rebels, will get the protection of the mandarins then in power." "How do they get their information?" asks Mr. Nealance. "From the Chinese clerks in the various offices," replies the captain, "who are open to do anything that will bring them dollars, although they would sell their piratical friends at any time for an extra $1. And I dare say the reason the mandarins are so fond of beheading their prisoners without much trial is for the purpose of stopping their mouths, for fear they should get implicated themselves. Dead men tell no tales, and the mandarins stick to all the loot they find when a capture is made." "Where were you living, Anderson, when you were in Shanghai?" asked the captain. "Very near the centre of the city, with an old Chinaman named Ah Cheong, whom I had formerly met at Ningpo, and done him a little service there when the rebels attacked that city," I replied. "Did you explore much of the city?" asked the captain. "No, sir, not much," I reply. "I was present at one of their beheading scenes, and as some of the parties there looked rather askance at me, I thought it safest to keep as near home as possible, for though Ah Cheng had a good deal of influence in a certain quarter, he did not know himself how long that influence would exist. I have also a suspicion that he used me as a link between the authorities in the European quarter to make his fellow citizens believe that he was in some wise connected with the different consuls, and that if he was spirited away there would be trouble." "I see," says the captain. "The soldiers at the gate, seeing you go towards the consulate, had an idea you were doing business for Ah Cheng." "By the by," adds the captain, "when we get back to Shanghai, just remind me, Anderson, about this same Ah Cheng, and you will perhaps be able to introduce me to him, that is, if I have not already met him. It strikes me that I have heard the name mixed up with the Japanese treaty we are going about when we come back." The conversation came to a close as we finished our dinner. Then, when the stewards had cleared away the table, the chart of the locality was placed upon it, and the captain described to us the different points and bearings we would have to pass during the night, before we could reach the open sea. "Now, gentlemen," says the captain, "that's the track I am going to take this time. The wind ought to lead us right through, and when we are through we know what to do with the Eamont and the northeast monsoon. If we meet any craft to dispute our right of way, we are a match for any half dozen of them, or more, if there is plenty of wind. Mr. Jule, you will go and get the Eamont under way," says the captain, "and Mr. Nealance, you and Mr. Anderson will take a gun's crew each and go and load the guns, Big Ben and all. Then cover them carefully up after you have secured them. After you have finished with the gun loading, place a fair amount of shot in the sacks, especially grape, then have all your small arms ready in the chest, and secure it somewhere close to the mainmast." As I have already related at the opening of this chapter, it was close on sunset when the captain gave the order to get under way, so that by the time the Eamont was under all plain sail, and speeding away for the channel we were to pass through, it was nearly dark, as it was the captain's intention to slip through under cover of the darkness if possible. He therefore, as soon as all our carronades were loaded and the small arms ready, and in a handy position, gave orders to put out all lights, and one watch to go below to their quarters. The breeze is moderately fresh, the water is smooth, and the Eamont rushes along 9 or 10 knots an hour, making as little noise as if she were sailing on a sea of oil. The captain and Mr. Nealance take the watch from 8 to 12, both having been through this channel at various periods in the course of their career. I had come through it once, but in the opposite direction, and it seems to me a very plucky resolve on our captain to tackle this passage by night. When I came through, it was in a vessel 12 times the weight of the Eamont, and I imagine it was our great size that kept the many very suspicious looking craft we met from attacking us. Having every confidence in Captain Gullivar that he would bring us meritoriously out of any danger by which we might be assailed, I made no mention of having witnessed anything at all suspicious when coming through the channel, nor had I any wish to throw any suggestion in the way that would tend to retard what might possibly turn out a very excitable adventure should any of these pielongs dare to attack us. I was young, and anything in the shape of adventurous excitement was like the breath of life to me, and during my eventful career I had often observed that the person who was in the habit of throwing cold water on any enterprise by gloomy forebodings of what might happen was generally disliked and very much avoided by the honourable, chivalrous, and daring of his messmates. Besides, the commander of the Eamont, Mr. Jule and Mr. Nealance, had inspired me with the highest confidence in their intrepidity, daring, and skilfulness. Therefore, when the bell struck 8, I retired below to the cabin, and turned in to court old Morpheus, as I have often done before, with the calm sereneness of a mind at perfect peace. Chapter 5. Attacked by Pirates afloat and ashore. Crash! 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 I am suddenly aroused out of my calm repose by the noise of artillery firing and the crash of woodwork on the deck of the Eamont. To rush on deck, harnessed for whatever fray might occur, is only the work of a moment, and as I reach the deck I hear the captain's stentorian voice calling out various orders in rapid succession. "Put your helm up, quartermaster, and keep her right off before the wind," is the first order I hear. Then, as he spies Mr. Jule and me coming out of the companion, he says, "Now then, Mr. Jule, look alive and get all hands to quarters. Mr. Anderson, look sharp with that long gun of yours on the forecastle, and as soon as you make out where they are firing from, pitch into them." "Steady your helm, my man," says the captain. "Now steady so." All hands are soon on deck, the guns are cast loose, and we await with breathless impatience our enemy's next fire, to reveal his whereabouts. We are not left long in suspense. 3 or 4 bright flashes appear simultaneously from a ridge half way up on the face of this portion of the island, and almost right astern of us, as we are now heading. Our guns are useless at present, and, lucky for us, the shot from our concealed antagonist this time falls short and drops into the water a few yards astern of the Eamont. "Hand the mainsail and gaff topsail, Mr. Nealance," says the captain. "Mr. Jule, get ready the big gun, and we will give them a taste of it outside their range." As soon as the mainsail is down and secured, the Eamont is wore round and headed back in the direction she has come, with just the slightest inclination to draw in towards the land, from whence the firing has proceeded. While these necessary evolutions are being executed, the captain, Mr. Jule, and I have been carefully endeavouring to determine the exact position of this battery as well as its surroundings. The enemy keeps blazing away at the rate of 1 discharge for every 10 minutes, and as he lights up the scene with his now harmless flashes, we are able to make out more the environments of our opponents. There are 3 or 4 junks lying under this fort, evidently waiting for the Eamont's disablement by the loss of her spars, before they come to effect her capture. "Steady she goes now, quartermaster," says the captain, when he has made up his mind what he intends doing, "for it won't do to run away without showing them the weight of our metal." "Clew up the topsail and topgallantsail, and haul the fore bowlines to forward," says the captain, "and we will keep right here till we silence that mud fort, and give those junks a peppering. Now, Mr. Jule, you keep your glass steady on the shore, and watch every movement of these junks, while I go with Nealance and Anderson, and direct the firing from our 2 pivot guns." After thus instructing Mr. Jule, the captain proceeds forward with Nealance and I to begin operations. Big Ben is trained right on to the battery on the hill, the aim of the captain, who trains the gun himself, being greatly assisted by a kind of martello tower right in the rear of the fort. The water is smooth as a mill pond, so that when Captain Gulliver gives the word "fire," a shot is landed in the fort, or close to, for we are replied to by an irregular discharge from the battery, seemingly fired under circumstances of great excitement. "Now, Mr. Nealance," says the captain, "I think we have got a very good range, so keep them awake by a shot every quarter of an hour till the moon gets up, which will be in an hour, then we will see better what to do." Having thus arranged for the practice of our largest piece of ordnance, the captain comes forward to my gun on the forecastle. After looking intently towards the shore with his night glasses, he takes up his position in rear of the gun and trains it, with the help of his glasses, right on to the junks lying close in shore under the battery. As soon as he has got it right on, he gives the word "fire," and away speeds an 18-pounder to waken up those who are on board the junks, and who are, as we suppose, waiting to pounce upon us as soon as the battery has disabled us. No response comes from the junks in reply to our shot, so I am instructed by the captain to favour the junks with a shot about every quarter of an hour. For the space of an hour we continue this somewhat desultory style of warfare, but when the moon makes its appearance over the island, and we are better able to make out what we have to deal with, the captain changes his tactics, and adopts a stronger line of argument, in order to give these marauders a taste of our power. " Cease firing," says the captain. " Put her under all sail again, Mr. Jule." " Ay, ay, sir," replies Mr. Jule, and in less time almost than I write it, the Eamont is gliding along under all sail, on a course that will take her almost within pistol shot of the junks. " Man your port broadside guns, Mr. Jule. Withdraw your shot and load with grape, and pitch right into those junks when I call out fire. Nealance," keeps on the captain as he rapidly issues his orders, " you load also with grape and canister, and pass the word along for Anderson to do the same forward. We will all fire at the one signal right into the junks, then we will go about and do the same on the other tack." Everyone works with a will, and we are ready in a twinkling. The battery keeps on firing, but as we are slipping through the water at a goodly rate, they cannot get a range for us, and we see their shot splashing in the water astern. Our captain, standing close to the man at the wheel, cons the Eamont till he brings us within 200 yards, then I hear him calling out, " Ready there, all ?"" Ready," each of us reply, as we keep our guns trained on the junks. " Fire !" and as the word leaves the captain's mouth, our guns belch forth their arguments, and we are greeted from the junks with yells and roars, accompanied by a futile discharge of their guns, that is a sufficient answer to us that our shot has landed in the right place. " Hard a lee," shouts the captain, so that I can hear him forward, " and slack up the head sheets." " Topsail haul," is the next order, and the Eamont is now round with her starboard broadside ready for the junks. " Stand by your guns again," shouts Captain Gullivar, " and let them have all you have got." " Ready all ?" again calls out the captain. " Ready, sir," comes from each gun ; and as we again glide by the junks, when the captain gives the word " fire," we pour in another broadside of grape and canister, which is returned in a very lame and ineffective manner by those on board the junks. " Helm up again, quartermaster," says the captain. " Ease off the main sheet a bit, and let her run off clear of their shot from the battery. Steady so now, my man. There, that'll do. Let her go like that till I have another look at them." Then, as he finishes his orders to the man at the wheel, he brings his glass to bear upon the enemy. The junks make no attempt to get under way and come after us, but the battery on the hill keeps on firing, although their shot fall very short of the Eamont. " Mr. Jule," calls out the captain, " lay the topsail to the mast and bring her to for a bit, then pipe the hands to grog and come down below, and bring Nealance and Anderson with you." CHAPTER VI. WE DESTROY THE PIRATE JUNKS. Walking aft with Nealance, when informed by Mr. Jule of the captain's invitation, I asked him how they had got into the engagement. " Very simply," says Mr. Nealance. " The captain and I were walking the weather side of the quarter deck. The captain's cigar went out, and he called for a light instead of a match. One of the men, misunderstanding him, brought one of these big lanterns aft, which no doubt let those fellows on shore know that we were coming, for in less than 10 minutes, bang went their guns, smashing in a lot of the starboard bulwarks, and that was our first intimation, for it was pretty dark then. The rest you know yourself, that is, up till now, for I don't think Captain Gullivar will leave them yet." Entering the cabin, the captain says to us, "Now then, gentlemen, help yourselves, and while we are refreshing, I will tell you what I mean to do. There are 3 junks there, and I think we can silence them effectively," begins the captain. "Then, as soon as we have hunted the fellows out of them, we will board them, rummage them, and then set fire to them. They began the fight, and so must take the consequences. At any rate, it will be a bit of a lesson to them to take care whom they attack in the future. And besides, had it been an unarmed merchantman coming along, as soon as they had made sure of that, these junks would have been off, thrown their stinkpots on board, and by this time the crew would have been murdered and the vessel pillaged. You are all agreed with me, of course?" continues the captain. "Yes, sir," we reply immediately. "Very good," says the captain. "Now I will tell you how we will do it. We will wear round again, and sail towards them with our port broadside as before; but instead of tacking, we will heave to, and keep on peppering at them till they are silenced, then we will board them and set fire to them. I don't think them old carronades on the hill fort can touch us, for the shot went far astern of us when we fired our first broadside into the junks." Immediately the captain had finished his explanation, we all proceeded on deck and took up our separate stations in readiness. "Put your helm up," says the captain to the quartermaster. "Stand by your main sheet here, Mr. Nealance," calls out the captain, as the Eamont pays off before the wind and brings the wind round on the other quarter. "Brace round the headyards, Mr. Jule," is the next order. Then comes the final order in this evolution: "Haul aft your head sheets, Mr. Anderson." "Now then, my lads," shouts the captain, "be handy with your guns. We are going to take these junks, and what you find on board of them will be divided amongst all." Of course, as we were not the aggressors, and having the power to punish these highway robbers upon the sea, I myself saw no harm or illegality in our taking summary vengeance on these miscreants. It was well known in those days that many of the missing craft in these seas were done to death by these marauders when they could get the chance, and it was also known that there was no real government along the coast who could bring these pirates to justice or give any redress to the sufferers that escaped to tell the tale, who were few and far between, those piratical scourges believing firmly in the maxim that dead men tell no tales. As we again approach the whereabouts of the junks, the captain sings out, "Ready all there, fore and aft?" "Aye, aye, sir," is the enthusiastic reply from every gun. Then, just as we get abreast of the junks, the captain calls out, "Fire!" Off goes the guns, carrying enough grape and canister as would sweep the decks of a line of battleship. There is no response from the junks this time, not the faintest murmur, but the guns on the shore endeavour to get at us by bringing them more round the hill towards us. "Hard a lee," shouts the captain, and the Eamont is again brought round on the starboard tack, but this time her topsail is left aback and her fore bowline to windward. 2 boats are instantly put in the water and manned, Nealance taking charge of one boat and I of the other. We pull rapidly away in the direction of the junks, and are soon on board of them. We find them entirely deserted. Therefore, after taking out of them everything of value, including their golden josses and sanctuary, as well as arms and ammunition, we set them on fire in various places to ensure their total destruction. Then we return on board the Eamont, the boats are hoisted in, the topsail is filled open, and we stand away again on our original course after a parting shot at the fort, the destruction of which, although very desirable, the captain does not consider within the range of his duties. The engagement has lasted about 5 hours, and we have no casualties. So after the guns are again secured and the decks are cleared, the hands are piped to grog and the regular watch is set. Before daylight we are away out on the open ocean, with the Saddle Islands nearly out of sight astern. The Eamont is surging along like a mad thing, close hauled on a bowline, with every rag spread upon her, going along 11 and 12 knots across the north east monsoon. The guns are all well covered up, as they had need to be, for the Eamont leaves no dry spot about her when she is thus driven through the water. We have a dead beat before us, and it is only by carrying on that we can make decent headway towards our destination. Like the ranter pikes that used to ply between Liverpool and Glasgow, before the days of steamers, there was no taking in sail here so long as she would stand up to it. You might be seen at sea with a broken spar, but you would not need to be seen at any time under shortened sail. With us, then, it was simply a question, that is, as far as comfort was concerned, of going under water when we left the Saddle Islands, and of emerging therefrom when we got into the northern part of the Gulf of Petchelee. 14 days are thus expended in battling against the northeast monsoon, when we arrive at the port of Nichuang, and are again able to live somewhat like a human being and less like a fish. We have no receiving ship here, so have to be one's own protector. As soon as we have run in and anchored, the guns are carefully sponged and reloaded, while the small arms are placed in readiness for any attack or any emergency that may arise. The boarding nettings are triced up, the regular armed watch is set, and no person is allowed on board who cannot satisfy the schroff of his honourable intentions. This port has scarcely come within the halo of Western civilization yet, and the junks belonging to the merchants here are quite capable of doing a little pirating on their own account, and possibly, if need be, on that of their owners as well. One vessel we find in the harbour pleases us very much, for she will tend to keep things quiet as long as she is stationed there. This vessel is the English gun brig Acorn, a style of vessel long out of date, and I believe she was of that class that Captain Marryat styles in one of his most interesting books as bathing machines. We gracefully dip our ensign as we pass under the stern of the Acorn to take up our anchorage, which is about half a mile inside of the brig and nearer the town. It is near sunset when we anchor, and too late for visitors, so we spend a very pleasant and enjoyable evening amongst ourselves, after we have got the salt water partially rubbed and washed off. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3, Chapters 7 through 9. Chapter 7, Nichuang and its Opium Restaurants. By 8 o'clock the next morning, the Eamont is once more in her usual harbour rig. The yards are squared by the lifts and braces to a hair's breadth. The booms are swung out so that any boats that call may lay off clear of our newly painted sides, for she has been painted round outside this morning, and looks altogether like a vessel just come out of the builder's hands, instead of having been ploughing her way up the coast, the most of the time well under water. After breakfast we receive a visit from the commander of the Acorn, who sends his gig back to his brig, and then accompanies our captain on shore in one of our boats. The Chinese schroffs likewise accompany the captain on shore to transact the necessary business attached to the selling of the opium, as well as to examine any bills or quantities of specie that may be offered in exchange for this valuable commodity. These schroffs, of whom we carry 4, are considered specialists in this kind of business, and know all the chops of the established traders. They know what paper is of real value, and detect a spurious Mexican dollar at its first sound. Our forenoon on board is given up to overhauling the rigging aloft, and repairing any small damage that may have been caused on our passage up. The afternoon is spent in single stick and cutlass drill till 4 o'clock, when all hands are dismissed to their quarters. Captain Gullivar returns on board about 5 o'clock, bringing with him the commander, first lieutenant, and doctor of the Acorn, who were extremely well pleased with the neatness and order of the Eamont, and probably still better pleased with the sumptuous dinner we all shortly sat down to and partook of. While we laid in Nichuang, our dinner table was well attended, either by some of the few gentlemen that dared to live in the city, or else some of the officers of the Acorn, and sometimes both parties combined, which would necessitate the taking down of the bulkhead that divided the forward cabin from the captain's more private after cabin. There was plenty of the good things of this life on board the Eamont, and it was dispensed by no niggardly hand, which is a matter of great importance where sociable conviviality is desired. Nealance and I dined twice on board the Acorn as a return compliment, and we fared very well considering, for she had been in commission for over 3 years. Captain Gulliver and Mr. Jule were likewise entertained on board the brig, when her commander gave one of his special spreads to inculcate feelings of good fellowship with the authorities of the place. We were, of course, invited on shore to visit the establishments of some of our city visitors. Mr. Jule not being much of a shore visiting man, but rather inclined to always stay on board, it fell to the lot of Mr. Nealance and I to pay the complimentary return visit to the shore. We have been in harbour 8 or 9 days, our cargo is all delivered, and we only await its return value in specie, and whatever dispatches will be ready against our departure. Having received permission from Captain Gulliver to pay a visit to the shore, Nealance and I, in company of 2 officers from the Acorn gun brig, accordingly take our departure immediately after breakfast, and we are safely landed on the beach by one of our own boats, which returns to the ship. We are met on landing by our comprador, who acts the part of pilot for us in our march through the city. We are, of course, taken to the comprador's house first, where we are refreshed with liquor and cigars. Then, after a short stay there, we proceed to the establishment of one of our friends, and partake of a rather elaborate breakfast, to which have been invited several of our acquaintances to meet us. We spend a pleasant hour here, then as business calls our host and his fellow residents away for an hour or 2, we, in company of the comprador, proceed on a voyage of exploration throughout the city. First, we visit one of their gambling establishments, and come away thoroughly disgusted with the awfully hideous avariciousness that is displayed on the countenances of this villainous assembly. We visit a Chinese theatre, and are much amused at the very grave grotesqueness of the acting, as well as at the decorous seriousness of the audience. We then visit what he called a higher class opium den, where the gambling was not seen in such vulgar forms as was seen in the place we visited earlier in the day. Opium smoking was carried on in it, although we had not noticed it, as all the villainous looking assembly looked, at the time we were there, so deeply intent on robbing their neighbours, that it would not have been possible for them to have partaken of their favourite solace at that time. Our comprador has the open sesame into this other more palatial opium club. We follow our conductor through a courtyard, then up a few steps, and then enter a rather spacious hall. Round the sides of this hall are ranged many divan couches made of strong wicker work. At the head of each couch is a Chinese pillow, and in close proximity thereto is the inevitable spirit lamp. The lamps are nearly all alight as we enter, and the couches occupied by persons either in the act of inhaling this most alluring narcotic, or having inhaled it to the full, are now lying senseless, enjoying those Elysian dreams so very much raved of, as being engendered on the mind and brain of the opium smoker. Some of the loungers are young and still ruddy with the hue of lusty health, But the elder ones, what a spectacle of poor humanity they represent, their whole bodies shriveled up like boiled parchment after it has dried. A more miserable and degraded looking spectacle could scarcely be imagined, and yet those poor miserable wretches deem their horrible infatuation the very acme of enjoyment. We do not stay long in this Elysium, but soon return to the street, glad indeed to get out and breathe the purer air of the city, which, though not of the purest and cleanest, for the city is rather neglected in its sanitary arrangements, still it is better than the fumes that regaled our senses while within the walls of the opium smokers' hostelry. We call on a few more of our acquaintances, then, after another visit to our worthy comprador's place of business, we return to the beach, where a boat is in waiting to take us on board, and I think we are all rather glad to be back on board the Eamont again. The officers of the Acorn, who have been on shore with us, are invited by Captain Gulliver to stay to dinner, an invitation they are very pleased to accept. We spend a pleasant hour or two, then Nealance and I see our visitors on board their ship, and after returning, the boat is hoisted up, the booms swung in, the boarding nettings secured all round, the armed sentries posted round the decks. Then, after our captain has said good night, we also dive below to dream of opium smokers and Chinese theatricals. Chapter 8. We leave Nichuang and are attacked by pirates outside. All our opium having by this time been landed and successfully disposed of, we are only waiting for its value in specie to come on board before we again weigh anchor and return down the coast. We are likewise to have the honour of conveying 2 Japanese of exalted rank as far as Shanghai, who have been to Pekin on diplomatic business, no doubt in connection with the opening up of their country to the benign influences of open trading with the outside world. While we lay waiting for our passengers and specie, we do not pass the time uselessly away, for each day, as soon as the regular clearings is got through, all hands are exercised at big guns and small arms, and before we sailed from this port, our practice was not far short of that on board a regular man of war. During the forenoon of the 3rd day subsequent to our visiting the shore, our specie and passengers arrive alongside. The ambassadors are received with all due solemnity, and conducted by Captain Gulliver to the state room set apart for their accommodation. The specie, which consists of numerous cases containing Mexican dollars and bars of silver, is carefully taken on board and stowed away in the treasure room, which is carefully barred and locked, the keys being delivered, one to the captain, one to the chief officer, and one to the principal schroff or comprador serving on board. The value of the specie we have taken on board is somewhere about $1 million, so that the Eamont would now be a very good prize to any of the buccaneering lorchas. As soon as the specie is thus safely disposed of, the Blue Peter is hoisted at the fore, and in reply to that well-known signal, the mails and dispatches are promptly brought on board. The captain, not considering it safe to lie here any longer with such an amount of valuables on board, gives the order to Mr. Jule to heave short as soon as the last packet of letters is received on board. While Mr. Jule and I attend to the heaving up of the anchor, Mr. Nealance is busy with another portion of the crew, setting all necessary sail, and by the time the anchor is at the hawse-pipe, the Eamont is gliding away out of the harbour in her usual stately ship-shape style. Passing close to H.M. brig Acorn, we gracefully salute the flag, and with many a wave of our caps we bid good-bye to our pleasant acquaintances, who cordially return our greetings. The wind is from the north-eastward and moderately fresh, so the town and the brig are soon out of sight astern. We have the wind a couple of points on the port quarter, steering out somewhat to the eastward to keep clear of the south shore of the Gulf, as well as to be out of the way of any piratical lorchas, who rarely come out into the open. It is getting towards sunset when we lose sight of the Acorn and the other vessels in the harbour. I have been busy securing the anchors and stowing the cables, and have not had much time to look around me since we passed the Acorn, so that I am rather surprised when I hear the captain shouting in no uncertain sound, "Stations there, fore and aft." "Haul in your starboard braces, Mr. Jule, and let your yards go forward to sharp up," calls out the captain. "Haul in your main sheet, Nealance, and flatten in your head sheets, Anderson," says the captain, all in the same breath. These orders are executed in as little time as I take to record them. The Eamont is brought to the wind on the port tack, and soon flying through the water like a wild stag before the hounds. As soon as I have trimmed the head sheets, I take the opportunity of glancing around the watery domain. Just about 2 miles dead to leeward of us are 3 heavy-looking lorchas, and all 3 are heading in the same direction as ourselves. "Uncover the guns and cast off all the extra sea lashings," is the next order I hear from the quarter-deck, and in a trice I have got the long 18 to bear on the headmost lorcha, when I hear my name called out, with the intimation to proceed aft. When I arrive at the quarter-deck, I find the captain, Mr. Jule, and Nealance in consultation on the present state of affairs. The captain, although rather annoyed at being thus stopped when he expected to make a fast run down, is not at all dismayed, but calmly discusses the position with us, and explains by what means he intends to circumvent the lorchas, and so get out of their clutches. "The guns are all ready for instant use?" suggests the captain. "Yes, sir," replies Mr. Jule, "the broadside guns with grape, and the pivot guns with round shot." "Very good," says Captain Gullivar. "Now, as we must do at once what we are to do, just pipe the hands to grog, for they will get no supper till we are out of this, and then prepare for action." As soon as all hands have been refreshed, they are armed for the coming fray, and stationed at their positions for either fighting or working ship, as the case might be. "Hard a lee," shouts the captain, and in a moment the Eamont is all in the wind. "Topsail haul," again shouts the captain, and ere the sound of his voice has died away, the Eamont is racing away in the opposite direction, like some wild thing fleeing for very life. The 3 lorchas follow our example, and go about on the other tack also. They take a much longer time to execute this manoeuvre than we have done, therefore by the time they have got round we are nearly a mile ahead of the foremost one, as they now lie. "Keep her off 4 points, quartermaster," says Captain Gullivar, and faster away flies the Eamont. "Ready with your big gun, Mr. Jule, and try and knock a spar or 2 away," shouts the captain. "Now, Anderson," shouts the captain from the quarter-deck, "try that long gun of yours on that headmost lorcha, and bring down some of his top hampers." Both guns are fired as soon as we have got within a possible range, but although we have evidently caused some consternation on board, we have failed in touching his top hampers. The lorcha lets drive his whole broadside at us, but all his missiles, be they stones or shot, fail to reach within 100 yards of us. Very few of these craft have any very far-reaching ordnance. They depend most on getting to close quarters, and after suffocating you with their stink pots, dispatching you to worlds unknown, while you are insensible from the effects of that noxious compound, of which these engines of war are composed. "Are you ready with your guns?" asks the captain. "All is ready," is our reply. "Fire then, and bring something down," shouts the captain. Both guns are fired almost simultaneously this time, but with little more success, as far as we can make out, for it is just getting dark, and there is no moon. "Ready about," shouts the captain, when we have finished reloading the guns. "Hard a lee," comes the next order from the captain, and the Eamont is once more whirled round with her head in the opposite direction. The lorchas follow suit in putting their heads the other way, and go careering away to the eastward. "Luff all you can," says the captain to our helmsman, "and deaden her way a bit." The lorcha, which is now sternmost in their line, seems to us to be behaving in a somewhat erratic manner to that of her consorts, and as if there was something the matter with her steering gear. As soon as Captain Gulliver observes this lagging movement in the lorcha we had been firing at, he changes his tactics, and instead of endeavouring to outsail them on a long stretch to the eastward, as he had intended, now that the night was setting in, he gives the order, "Ready about." "Hard a lee," shouts the captain, and round comes the Eamont quickly, obedient to her helm. "Topsail haul," is the next order from the captain. Then, as soon as she has filled away upon the starboard tack, he orders her to be kept 4 points off the wind, and every rag to be made to draw its very best. Twice we have tacked the Eamont in the last quarter of an hour, and so we have not had much time to look round us to see what our antagonists are up to. When I do get a squint at them with my night glass, I can make out that the two farthest off are in stays, and coming round on the same tack as we are on, but they are a mile or two to the eastward. The lorcha we had been firing at is seemingly disabled, one of her sails being down, and she looks as if she were hove to. "Keep her off a couple of points more," I hear our captain say. Then he adds, "Ease off the main sheet a bit, and square in your headyards." As soon as these orders are executed, he shouts out in his loudest tone, "Ready with your port broadside and both pivot guns, and fire right into that lorcha as we pass her." "Steady your helm," says the captain to the man at the wheel, when he has got the disabled lorcha about 3 points on our port bow, and we are tearing up towards her at a tremendous pace. When we get to within 100 yards of our antagonist, and right abreast of him, we let drive the whole of our battery right into him, and as we speed away on our course into the darkness of the night, we hear the discharge of their guns, mingled with shouts of wildest rage, come floating on the wind to leeward, we having left to them our would-be captors, the weather gauge in the contest, should they care to try any further result with us. The two lorchas that were farthest off get no nearer the Eamont than half a mile, when we have them on our port quarter. As soon as it is well apparent that we can outsail them, the main boom is jibbed, and the Eamont set upon her course for the Saddle Islands. Guns are again carefully secured and covered up, the watch is set, and all hands go below to enjoy their well-earned dinner and supper. As soon as the engagement was over, our two Japanese, who had stayed on deck all the time, walked up to Captain Gulliver, and in their rather amusing way paid him their highest compliments for the successful manner in which he had carried the Eamont through the blockading lorchas. Chapter 9. Scudding across the front of a Typhoon. The principal topic at dinner that night was, of course, the exciting engagement we had come through, and the temerity of the lorchas in daring to attack us almost within gunshot sound of the harbour. How do they get to know that we are so much worth trying for, and so long before it is shipped, as they must have done? I asked the captain. Well, to us Europeans, all Chinamen are so very much alike, you never know much difference in them, and so the agents of these lorcha men get into offices and warehouses, as well as on board of ships, and find out all that is going on, replies the captain. I came across a vessel that was pirated between Hong Kong and Swatow, says the captain, and was just in time to save the crew, who had taken refuge up aloft. The pirates cleared out when we bore down upon them, or else they would have killed the whole crew, after they had taken out of the ship all that was of value. Now in this ship there happened to have been put on board at Hong Kong several cases of arms. These cases of arms were stowed away in a separate portion of the vessel's hold, and afterwards covered up with other cargo. When the pirate lorcha got alongside and chased the crew overboard and into the rigging, they, the pirate crew, took off the particular hatches that led towards these cases of arms, and then went to work and cleared out the cargo that lay between them and the cases of arms, as if they had been present at the stowing of them there in Hong Kong, which no doubt some of them were. Then there are the lightermen and sampan men, explains the captain, who bring the cargo off to the ship. They are always open to making $1 or $2 by giving information to the agents of these piratical chiefs, and if the truth were known, there is no doubt that many of our compradors are in league with these lorcha people. I suppose there will be some of them looking out for us as we get towards the islands again, says Mr. Nealance. You may be sure of that, says the captain, and they will be wanting their revenge for that mauling we gave them on the way up. By the by, adds the captain, I have just been thinking, when I shaped the course, whether or not to go back the same route, for it is possible they may look for us more to the eastward. What do you think, gentlemen? Asked the captain. It is the shortest out, says Mr. Jule, and as we are a good match for half a dozen of them, I don't see why we should take a long sweep round to get out of their way. I think that is our best plan too, replies Mr. Nealance, for the lorcha men are sure to look out for us almost anywhere else than where we have had trouble with them already. At any rate, I have never been attacked by them twice in the same place. They seem to be eternally moving their rendezvous, so that it would be rather difficult for any cruiser to find out their whereabouts. I expect they are welcome anywhere, says the captain, between Hainan and the Corea, and are well known to the inhabitants of every creek along the coast. The fact of the matter is, every junk or lorcha that is built is fitted out so that she can fight her way against the pirates. Then, when they meet with a junk or lorcha of inferior size and worth capturing, the trading junk does a little pirating on its own account. The weakest, as usual, goes to the wall, and the strongest and fittest survive to carry on the work. Very well then, gentlemen, says the captain as we rise from the table. If the weather holds steady, we will carry her through that same passage, but watch the weather, for the glass is on the droop. I proceeded on deck and took charge of the Eamont from the boatswain, the captain and my fellow officers retiring to their cabin. When I reached the deck, I find the wind has freshened somewhat, and the Eamont has nearly as much wind as she can carry her enormous fore and aft mainsail to. The wind is well aft, and her steering has to be carefully attended. For I have been informed that one of these vessels, when running down the coast in a strong gale, with the wind right aft, jibbed her main boom, the consequence of which was that she capsized and drowned all her crew, as well as taking with her to the bottom of the China Sea the very respectable sum of $1.5 million of Mexican dollars. As the night advances, the wind keeps on increasing, and it is only by the utmost care on the steersman's part that we are kept from jibbing, and so following the example of the ill-fated Mazeppa. At midnight, when I am relieved by Mr. Nealance, I call the captain and inform him of the state of the weather, as well as the falling of the barometer. He is not long before he is on deck, and before I can get to sleep, I have the satisfaction of hearing the watch lowering away and securing our enormous mainsail. The wind increased rapidly as the morning advanced, and ere the sun arose from out of his watery bed, we were scudding along under a close-reefed topsail and forestaysail at the rate of 16 to 18 knots per hour. The wind was coming in heavy gusts, and there was no doubt we were running on the inner or western side of a typhoon. The wind was varying between north by west and north by east, as far as we could make it out, and although the Eamont was making good weather of it as she flew along the foam-covered water rather than sailed through it, It was an amazing spectacle to behold the elements roused up in all their mighty rage when I came on deck that morning at 7 bells. Howling and shrieking as if all the wind channels of the heavens were opened and bent on our destruction, this devastating wind tore through the masts and cordage with a noise no pen can describe, that would at all bring to the mind of the reader the faintest idea of the noise that prevailed on and around the Eamont. We manage to get our breakfast after a fashion, then the captain and I take charge of the Eamont to guide her along in her race over the foam-crested waves. It is about 4 bells in the forenoon watch when we hear a yell from the man on the lookout, who is rushing aft to the quarter-deck the better to make us hear what he is yelling for. "Land ahead!" he roars into the captain's ear when he gets close up to where we are standing on the quarter-deck. "Land? Impossible," says the captain. "Bring her out southeast, Anderson, till we see what it is." "Aye, aye, sir," I reply, as I proceed to assist the man at the wheel. As the Eamont comes up to her new course, the noise increases to an appalling extent, so much so that all hands are soon on deck to see what means this altered state of affairs. As she comes up to southeast, the topsail gives one shake and flies away to parts unknown in the upper air, the captain having instructed me previously not to touch a brace. The topsail having taken itself entirely off by the close reef band, gives us no further trouble. The captain, Mr. Jule, and Nealance are gazing intently towards the object on the starboard bow, which called for the man on the lookout's exclamation, "Land ahead!" "That's no land," says the captain, "it is a dismantled ship. And look there, did you see that flash? They are firing for help. Put your helm up, Anderson, and keep her down towards her. There now, steady so," says the captain. "Let her go right close round her stern." "Now then, Mr. Jule, Nealance," rapidly shouted the captain, "get all your life buoys with lines and heave them over on the starboard side when we round to under her lee quarter. That is the only chance left them, for no boat could live a moment in this hurricane." His orders are quickly and willingly obeyed, and right along our starboard side 20 or more eager hands are standing ready to heave their life buoys out on the foaming deep, in the hope of rescuing some of these seafarers in their dire distress. We are flying through the water at a tremendous pace, and in less than a quarter of an hour from the time we first sighted the distressed vessel, we pass within 12 feet of her taffrail, and beckon and shout upon them to jump as loud as we can roar. Then each man throws his life buoy into the sea, and the Eamont is brought to under a couple of hammocks in the fore rigging, right under the lee of the dismasted and apparently waterlogged vessel. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft, by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4, Chapters 10 through 12. Chapter 10. We witness a grand and noble deed of heroism. We can make out but 4 people at the most on the quarter-deck of this disabled vessel, and they seem to be parleying about what they are to do. All at once, in a moment, through the blinding spray, we see one of the parties on the ill-fated ship take a leap into the foamy abyss and strike out in our direction. The Eamont drifts but slowly, having a very deep keel and a much deeper after keel, therefore the swimmer makes headway towards us surely but slowly. We are ready with our life buoys and lines, while I see Nealance and 2 or 3 of our hands securing lines around their waists should it be necessary to go over into the water to assist this courageous swimmer when he gets within reach of human help. I am stationed at the wheel, therefore I can only look on, however much I may wish to be with Nealance in the work of rescue. Will he be able to reach us, is the breathless question in many a heart. "He must be a powerful swimmer," says our captain, "to get along through that raging water. He's got something on his back," I hear the captain say as he walks along to where Nealance and Mr. Jule are standing. Nearer and nearer comes this daring swimmer, till he is within reach of one of our floating lifebuoys, which he clutches with a firm grasp, while at the same time he casts an appealing look towards the eager hands who are gently drawing in the line that brings him safely towards the Eamont. Before he touches the side, Nealance and one of our men are over the side with lines in their hands and round their waists. In a moment the brave fellow has a rope passed round him and is carefully hoisted to the deck by many willing hands. The carefully wrapped bundle upon his back is taken off, as he himself lies in a somewhat faint condition on the deck. The bundle being opened, what is our astonishment when we gaze upon the form and lineaments of a young and lively girl of some 2 or 3 years of age. Both are quickly carried below to the cabin, where means of resuscitation are quickly applied by our captain, which soon have the eagerly desired for result. As soon as the intense excitement of the last few moments is over, I return to my post at the wheel, and am awfully astonished when, as I cast my gaze to windward to see how it fared with the disabled ship, to find that no trace of her is to be seen. I immediately proceed below and acquaint the captain with the fact that the vessel has gone from our sight. Leaving his patients in the hands of Mr. Jule and Nealance, he follows me on to the deck, when, after an intense and earnest look in the direction the disabled vessel had been, he turns to me and says, "It is all up with her. Haul in all those lifebuoys and lines, and keep her off again, south 1/2 west. As soon as the rescued man comes to his senses, we will get to know all about it." The captain then proceeded below, leaving me to carry out his instructions. The forestaysail was hoisted up, and obedient to the pressure thus brought to bear on her forward, the Eamont fell off on her course, and was soon racing away like a wild stag before the pursuing hounds. Half an hour had scarcely gone by since we first sighted the disabled vessel, yet in that short space of time we had been witnesses of one of the most heroic deeds on record, a deed remembered by many who lived or sailed in these far-off eastern lands, and often spoken of by those who upheld the grand nobility of man, irrespective of creed, race, or colour. To watch that noble hero plunge from the derelict into the seething, foaming, and bottomless abyss was a sight to be remembered for ever. Some talented artist should have been there to place upon his canvas such a deed of heroic daring as we had just been witnesses of, that it might have been handed down to future generations, to immortalize the now possibly forgotten hero who swam through that seething mass of water to save his master's child in the midst of such a tempest. As we watched him make his way towards us, now on the top of the crested wave, then down in the hollow, and hidden for the moment from our gaze, it was a picture itself to watch the eager faces of our hardened crew, as in breathless silence they watched the swimmer, and no doubt for this once in their lives they offered up an inward prayer to the all-seeing One above, to help this brave man in his peril. When the rescued man had been safely landed on the deck, the intense strain of the past few moments fell off from our crew, who now relieved themselves by shaking one another by the hands, as if they had been personally engaged in that fight with the furious watery elements, and remarking to each other, "By George, he is a splendid fellow!" "Good luck to him for ever," says another one, while here and there some others who had felt so sympathetically intense in their wistfulness for the swimmer's safety had perforce to turn their heads while they gulped down the risen lump in their throats, so affected were they in this sudden transition from almost the extremity of despair to the exuberance of thankful joyfulness. The sun had crossed the meridian before there was any sensible lull in the howling of the tempest, or a break in the heavily laden canopy above. The wind had likewise backed somewhat to the westward, showing us we had succeeded in scudding across the front track of the Typhoon, a very hazardous proceeding, which can only be accomplished by the swiftest of vessels. When I am relieved by Mr. Nealance at noon, he gives me all the information about our rescued waifs he has been able to glean, which was as follows. The man himself was steward on board the United States ship Thalia of Baltimore, bound from Singapore to Nichuang, with a cargo of ironwood spars, which you know are mostly used for junks' masts. They encountered some hard weather beating up, and she sprung a leak somewhere about her stern post, where they could not get at it to stop it. There was nothing for it but pump, pump, pump. The crew got very disheartened, and 2 days before we came across them, the Dutch second mate and all hands deserted during the night in one of the boats, leaving the captain, chief mate, steward, and captain's wife and child on board to perish with the water-logged vessel. The Typhoon was beginning when the cowardly lot left in the boat, so that they have met their fate by this time. When we came up to them, the Thalia was nearly full of water, and had not much longer to live. They had no boat left, and in such weather a raft was of no use. Both the captain and his wife were very ill of fever when the trouble began, and had not recovered from its effects when the Typhoon came on. They were quite reconciled to their fate, as was also the chief officer, who refused to leave them, and they thanked and blessed me, says the Virginian, for endeavouring to save their only child. The man whom we had so providentially rescued was a Virginian man of colour, born in the United States, and though then a free man, had in his early days been a slave in the household of the captain's parents. He was a noble specimen of manhood, standing nearly 6 feet 2 inches in his stockings, and measuring 45 inches round the chest. From what I saw of him afterwards, he seemed to me a man of the most affectionate feelings towards his fellow men, either white or black, and always willing to use his great strength in helping his weaker brethren. That he had loved and respected his late captain and his wife was very evident, from the watchful care and tenderness he bestowed upon their orphan child. Daniel Jackson was the name of this courageous seaman, who had so successfully battled with the wild sea waves in the rescue of his master's child, and the child's name was Mary Seward, a bright, fair child, who has possibly grown up to womanhood, and may have the pleasure of reading in these pages a rather too meagre account of her gallant rescue. A few hours in time, a few miles in distance, and what a change comes over the scene. Could the ill-fated Thalia have been by any possibility detained at her loading port for a couple of days, such a scene as we had witnessed had never occurred. And yet it is possible that her commander, in his hurry to get along, was only too eager to hurry onward to his then unknown fate. So it is with all humankind. Rush on, is the ever-constant cry, while none of us know what the rushing on will entail upon us. Chapter 11. Attacked by Lorchas. When I turned in after luncheon, I left the Eamont still scudding madly on, through the drifts and the foam under her forestaysail, flying through, or rather over the water, like some hunted thing endowed with life-given motion. As I came on deck in the dog watch to relieve the chief officer to his dinner, what was my surprise to find the Eamont once more with her topsail set, and the crew busy preparing to set the double-reefed mainsail. What a change in the weather a run of 50 miles had made! The sky was again clear of the heavy mass of aqueous vapour in which we had been enveloped throughout the former portion of this ever-to-be-remembered day, and we were again sailing along over a bright blue sea in our usual serene and exhilarating manner. Before midnight all our reefs were out, and the wind had again veered back to its usual normal position at this time of year. Observations of the heavenly bodies were taken during the night to determine our position, and at 4 o'clock in the morning watch the course is set that will lead us through the channels we intend to take in passing through the Saddle Islands. At 10 o'clock, or 4 bells, in the forenoon watch, land is reported ahead, and I immediately report the same to the commander, who follows me up on to the deck. As soon as the captain has made the land properly out, the Eamont is headed straight for the channel, which is well known to our commander. When we get close to the entrance of the channel, all hands are piped to quarters. The guns are all uncovered and the shot taken out. The charges are also withdrawn, then the guns are carefully sponged out and reloaded. The small arms are likewise brought on deck and stacked around the mainmast. As soon as we are all in perfect readiness for repelling any obstruction we may meet, the men are dismissed to their quarters, and we wait in patience the further progress of events. The wind is blowing a fresh gale, and increases as we enter the channel, which is none of the widest, being only 2 to 3 miles in some places, and rather intricate should we have to haul our wind. We keep in mid-channel so that we may have room to manoeuvre. Either side we may be faced by any foe, suddenly popping down upon us from out of the many creeks around us. As we pass the fort where we had the action on our upward trip, we look for some signs of life, but are unable to make out anything with the slightest evidence that man is anywhere about, nor are there any junks in the small creek under the fort on the hill. Not till we are through the channel do we see any signs of life upon the ocean wave, or the land. Then, as we come out in the open, we are able to make out some few lorchas to the right and the left of us, carefully guarding the 2 channels we avoided coming through. The captain, looking at me and Mr. Nealance, who are standing by his side, says, "I think we have done them this time." "Yes, sir," said Nealance, "they'll have to be pretty smart to get alongside of us now, but I'm hanged if they are not going to try it." "So they are, by Jove," says the captain. "How they are clapping on their muslin! But I doubt if they will get within reach of our big guns, unless the wind falls a bit, which it may possibly do, now we are out of the narrow channel." "Call Mr. Jule on deck," says the captain to me, "and at the same time tell Jackson to stop down below and amuse the girl should he hear any firing, and on no account to come back on deck, for the little thing has not got over her awful fright and loss of her parents yet." I dive down below, and after calling Mr. Jule, explain to Jackson the state of affairs, at the same time bidding him to be under no apprehension, as we are more than a match for the lorchas, either fighting or sailing. Coming on deck after delivering my messages, I find the position slightly altered, for 2 of the lorchas on the starboard hand are making as if they would almost cross our bow, but they are the only ones that seem to have the slightest chance in point of sailing with us. Mr. Nealance has manned the big gun, and is training it on to the headmost lorcha when she shall get within range. "Mr. Anderson," says the captain, "get your forward gun ready, and try for the top hamper of that headmost lorcha. Mr. Jule," I hear the captain say as I go forward to my gun, "tell Nealance to put a length of chain shot into that big gun. It is a capital thing for breaking their rigging, if it doesn't bring the spars down." Before the lorcha is within range, we are ready with both guns, waiting for the order to fire. Nearer and nearer come the lorchas, evidently bent on their own discomfiture, for it is quite clear to us they have not the faintest shadow of a chance to cross our bows at the rate we are travelling. Our guns are trained nearly right on the starboard beam when we get the order to fire, and the lorchas are about 250 yards away. "Fire!" shouts the captain, and we let drive both guns right into the first lorcha. When the smoke has cleared away, we have the pleasure of seeing the Lorcha's mainmast and mainsail fall over her side, thus cutting short her career of obstruction for a time; while at the same time, to add to our special gratification, the second Lorcha, which was coming up close on to the heels of the first, not possibly expecting such a sudden termination of her consort's career, runs slap into the now dismasted Lorcha before she can get out of the way, and so brings down her own masts and yards with the suddenness of the crash that has also, favourably for us, put an end to the career of Lorcha the second. We fire no more, but proceed on our way, and soon the Lorchas are all out of sight astern. At 10 o'clock that same night we came to anchor at Woosung, close to our receiving ship. The watch is set after the Eamont has been securely moored and her sails furled, and we retire to sleep and possibly to dream of shipwreck, as well as of fighting Lorchas. Chapter 12. Shanghai again. Nealance and I visit Ah Cheong in the city. The following morning our treasure is transshipped to the receiving ship, there to await the arrival of the next schooner bound down to Hong Kong, which will be a nice plum should she fall into the hands of the pirates in the environs of that port, she having to call at all the downward ports, collect the treasure from the firm's receiving ships, and carry it on to the head office at that great emporium of the Chinese trade. Our treasure having thus been disposed of, we weigh our anchor and make the best of our way up the river to Shanghai, according to special instructions received from on board our receiving ship. With a flowing tide and a slashing breeze of a fair wind, we are not long in making our way up the river, and before the sun has set in the golden west, the Eamont is again moored with 2 anchors nearly abreast of H.B.M. Consulate at Shanghai. Half of our crew are allowed liberty to go on shore, amongst whom are the bluejackets, who emancipated themselves out of H.M.'s service, and who are now going over to Mr. Bob Allen's to stay till we are ready for sea again. They have been very useful to us in the training of our crew, but as they have not yet grown out of recognition by altering their whiskers or otherwise, they rather dread the ordeal of a visit from any of their former officers. Therefore Captain Gulliver has permitted them to retire for a time to Allen's safe retreat. The officers of Her Britannic Majesty's ships on the station were very often delighted to come on board these opium clippers and spend a pleasant evening, the more so that the table was much better than any of the hotels that were then in existence in that far-off eastern land. Our Japanese ambassadors take their departure for the shore in company with our commander, and in about an hour after the captain has left, the American consul arrives on board and carries away our rescued child and her saviour to more femininely hospitable quarters on shore. After dinner, Mr. Nealance and I, after providing ourselves with a loaded revolver and some ammunition, take our departure for the shore also, to knock up old acquaintances and have a look round at things in general. We have not been on shore 10 minutes when I am accosted by a boy whom I recollect to have seen about the house of Ah Cheong. In his pidgin English way of talking, he informed me that his master was very wishful to see me, and also that he had a pass that would pass me through the city gates. "What do you say, Nealance?" I asked my fellow officer. "Will you come and see my ancient friend?" "I don't mind if I do," replies Nealance, "but will his pass permit 2 of us?" "You can have the pass," I reply, "and I will get in without one. I have a password I got from Ward that will let me in anywhere almost, except where there are Tartars." "Come along then," says Nealance, "and let us have a look at this grave conspirator, Ah Cheong." Following our guide, we soon arrived at the gates of the city, where we had no trouble about being admitted. The difficulty might happen in getting out again, for they were rather curious people to deal with in those days, and had no great liking for us barbarians of the West, as we were styled by them in their chronicles of that date. Passing along through the narrow streets of the city in the wake of our guide, we safely arrived at the mansion in which my friend Ah Cheong resided for the present. It was not the same mansion in which I had the pleasure of residing with him on a former occasion, but one of much greater pretension, and seemingly by his surroundings he had made a big jump up in the social scale. Arrived at the entrance porch of this imposing mansion, our guide motions for us to stop while he goes and announces our presence there. We have not long to wait before we are admitted into the mansion and ushered into a room on the ground floor, where we are scarcely seated when Ah Cheong himself comes bustling into the room, robed and decked out in the very pink of Chinese fashion. "How you do, Missy Anderson?" says Ah Cheong, and before I can reply, I am taken aback by the rather lugubrious expression that radiates his countenance when he first claps eyes on Mr. Nealance. "Missy Nealance," says Ah Cheong, and in the same breath Nealance says, "Woo, Ah Cheong," and then both burst out into a simultaneous roar of laughter, which I am compelled to join before it is concluded. As soon as they can speak any way coherently, I find out that Nealance and Ah Cheong had known each other for several years. In fact, Woo Ah Cheong had once been in the service of the Opium Company as a comprador, but being of an ambitious turn of mind, had one day attempted to rise superior to his superiors, and for this unpardonable error he had to seek for pastures new whereon to feed his flock. "When did you leave Amoy, Ah Cheong?" asks Nealance. 1 year and a half ago," says Ah Cheong. "Made it too hot for you, I suppose?" says Nealance. "No," says Ah Cheong, "me only wantee takee some gun, some powderee, and shoot a leetie way up country. Tootai say no, and come wantee catchee me. I jumpee in lorcha, and comee up Ningpo. I go up river and sellee all my things, makee plenty dollars, and Missy Anderson helpee me to get away from Ningpo all right, then I come here." "What are you going to be up to next?" asks Nealance. "I thinkee go Japan, perhaps by Amby," replies Ah Cheong. "Have 'ee something to drink?" now asks Ah Cheong, to which we both reply in the affirmative, as we know that he generally has the best of liquor wherever he gets it from. A bottle of sparkling Moselle is produced, of which we are invited to partake, as he kindly informs us, in real Chinese style, that his house and all that it contains is entirely at our service. After we have pledged each other to our mutual satisfaction, Ah Cheong tells us that he has got another gentleman upstairs whom Mr. Nealance knows, and asks if we would care to go up and visit him. "Frank Careero here, in this house?" says Nealance. "Yes," says our host, "he muchee likee stop here better than English hotel." "All right," says Nealance, "we will go up and see him." Our host accordingly led the way upstairs to the room wherein his other guest was located. Following Ah Cheong, we enter the room and are introduced in proper form to Mr. Careero by our host. Mr. Careero receives us very graciously and asks us to be seated. He looks pretty hard at Nealance and then says, "I think you and I have met before." "Yes," replies Nealance, "we have met in Hong Kong at the Oriental several times." "Ah, yes, now I recollect," says Mr. Careero, and adds, as if he knew Nealance and his profession, "When did you arrive?" "A little before sundown," replies Nealance, "but we lay at Woosung all last night." "Did you tranship all the treasure?" asks Careero. "Yes, all of it," replies Nealance. "It don't seem as if they were going to send us down yet awhile." "No, I doubt if you will be in Hong Kong before June or July," Mr. Careero informs us. "Do you know where we are going next?" asks Mr. Nealance. "Well, yes," replies Careero, "but I would rather tell your captain first. However, you are going east, and I am going with you." "Are you expecting Captain Gulliver to night?" asks Mr. Nealance. "Yes, I have been expecting him for some time. In fact, when you came upstairs, I thought it was your captain and some Japanese friends of his," replies Mr. Careero. "Well, in that case," says Nealance, "as we two may be de trop, we will shift our camp. What say you, Anderson?" "I am quite agreeable anyway," I reply, "and as you say, we would be very much de trop, but it would have saved me another journey here if the captain had only arrived, and he had been satisfied that my Ah Cheong was the same Ah Cheong as his." "You may rest satisfied on that point," replies both Mr. Careero and Nealance. "He is the same party, and a very useful party when you can keep him running straight." Having drank a parting glass with Mr. Careero, we wished him good night, and took our way downstairs, where we found our friend Ah Cheong in the act of receiving our captain and another European, as well as the 2 Japanese who had come from Niewchwang with us. "Hello, Anderson," says the captain, "is this your Ah Cheong?" "Yes, sir," I replied. "Not a bad fellow, is he?" again says the captain, addressing me. "But you must watch him, Ah Cheong?" says the captain, now looking at our host and giving him a playful dig in the ribs. "Ah, yes, me plenty good," says Ah Cheong, "only come too muchee bad fellow no likee me, cause me makee some time litee muchee dollar." "All right, Ah Cheong," says the captain, "there are many worse men than you not caught yet." Then, as he turns to Nealance and I again, he says, "Sorry I can't invite you to the confab upstairs, but I dare say I will be telling you all about it to morrow at lunch, for I won't be off to breakfast. Mind you don't disturb any of the peaceable inhabitants of this respectable city as you find your way to the gate, for it is scarcely safe for only 2 of you." "We are all right," says Nealance, "and Anderson has a magic password, a real open sesame." "Well, good night, gentlemen," says the captain, "and be careful, for good men are scarce at present." Good night having been said to all, we took leave of our host Ah Cheong, and found our way out into the narrow lanes of the city. After some intricate and perplexing lane navigation, we finally found our way to the gate, which was quickly opened for our exit, when I had whispered a certain magical word into the ear of the official in charge of the guard. Having got safely outside of the city wall, I asked Mr. Nealance if he knew who this Frank Careero was. "Yes, I knew him a little," replies Nealance, "but I imagine our firm in Hong Kong have a good deal to do with whatever business he may now have in hand. He is a fellow that knows nearly every language under the sun, and I suppose he is useful to them in opening up new trade connections and such like enterprises." "What countryman is he?" I asked. "Portuguese, very likely native born, that is Macao born, you know, and if I mistake not, he was educated in some of their Jesuit colleges, very likely for the priesthood, but I would think he has found the world better to his liking than the church, for people say he lives at a fast rate, as if money were no object," replies Mr. Nealance. "What did he mean when he said we were going east?" I ask. "Japan, I suppose," replies Nealance. "There has been a lot of talk lately about getting the Japs to open their ports to the world at large, and that will make a big stir here, for it is said to be a very rich country. And our people, I suppose, want to be there to get some of the plums before the outside world get in and snap them up, and so," adds Mr. Nealance, "Careero will be going over to palaver the Japs into allowing us barbarians of the West to settle amongst them, and teach them all the benefits accruing from the civilization of the Western world." It is now nearly midnight, so we find a sampan and proceed on board the Eamont. Then, after a few minutes' talk and a smoke with Mr. Jule, we turn in to our cabins, and are soon far away in dreamland. The Eamont is safely watched over by armed sentries, and Bob Allen himself, unless he had the password, would meet with a warm reception should he attempt any of his man-stealing enterprises. Section 5. of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft, by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5, Chapters 13 through 15. Chapter 13. About Wu An-chung. By the time 8 bells are struck the following morning, the Eamont is once more looking her best. Her decks, as usual, are as white as driven snow, her guns are glistening in the rays of the sun. So brightly are they polished that one has no need of a looking-glass to reflect the image of his person when in their vicinity, and I have actually seen, not once, but several times, some of our men perform their tonsorial functions by their aid. Her outside has not been neglected, and it is also shining with the gloss of a new coating of black paint. After breakfast, a few hours are given up to gun and small arm drill, so that our men won't get out of practice. Then, when Captain Gulliver comes off to luncheon, Mr. Jewell having given a good report of his men, those who have not been on shore are supplied with dollars and allowed the usual 24 hours to get rid of it, a consummation in most cases easily and expeditiously attained. The portion of the crew who had been on shore the previous night take the places of those now going on leave, so that at no time is the Eamont left without a careful watch. As soon as we sit down to luncheon, the captain begins the conversation by asking Nealance how we came to be with Careero. "I did not know," replied Nealance. "He was in the city. Anderson and I simply went to call on Wu An-chung to see if there was anything stirring up country at all." "Did Careero tell you where we were bound to?" asked the captain. "Not exactly, sir," replies Nealance. "He said we were going east, but that might mean to California or anywhere." "You did not think so, I'll be bound," says the captain with a broad smile on his face. "No, sir," replies Nealance. "I had an idea it was not so far away, perhaps Japan." "It is Japan," says the captain, "and we leave the day after to-morrow at noon, so I hope you have your store lists ready for me this afternoon to take on shore with me. Make them out for 3 months and replenish the magazine." "Wu Ah-chung and you seem to be great chums, Anderson," says the captain to me. "Have you ever been up the river with him?" he also asks. "Not up this river, sir," I replied, "but I helped him up Ningpo river with one of his ventures, for which he seems to be very grateful." "I should think so," says the captain, "when he made 250,000 taels out of the transaction." "I had no idea he had made so much," I say, "for his lorcha did not seem so very large, although it was well loaded with arms and ammunition." "He just got up to Loo Chow in the nick of time," says the captain, "when the parties had plenty of silver and no ammunition, and they doubly paid him to get him to try and come back again, and I don't believe he will ever attempt it. Some of their spies or agents are after him now, and he is putting them off with promises till I suppose he will land on board here with Careero and go to Eastern lands with us to save his life. For if he don't fulfil some of his promises soon, some one will split on him, and we will have the pleasure of seeing Ah Chung's head sticking on the wall at the entrance gates, the rest of his body being absent." "I hope not," Nealance and I both remarked at the same time, "for he is not a bad fellow as Chinamen go," Nealance further remarks, a sentiment I assent to with a nod. "Oh, I don't want to see him done for," says the captain. "He is a useful being in many ways, but confound him, he don't know which side to stick to when there are dollars about and his life in no danger. I believe he must be one of the lost tribes of the Jews." "That is very possible," says Mr. Jewell, "for the Jews go back to Abraham, and Ishmael came after Abraham, so that he may be an Ishmaelite, and it is well known that the Ishmaelites travelled as far east as they could get." "You Scotchmen are death on pedigree tracing," says the captain. "What do you say to Mr. Jewell's theory, Anderson?" "Oh, I believe in it thoroughly," I reply, "for in all my dealings with humankind in Eastern lands, from the Red Sea to the Yellow, they all have a natural propensity to do the Gentiles out of all they can." "We'll see what you think of the Japs in a few days," says the captain to Mr. Jule, while he includes me in the observation by a smiling nod, "and perhaps we will be able to find a pedigree for them, as well as find out how they got over there." As the captain concludes this last remark, a note is placed in his hand by the steward, which he immediately opens and reads. When he has perused the note, he rises from the table and says, "Mr. Jule, man the gig immediately, I must away on shore." "Do you want to come on shore to night, Mr. Jule?" now asks the captain as he prepares to depart. "No, sir," replies Mr. Jule. "Very well, then," says the captain, "let Nealance and Anderson come on shore after an early dinner, and meet me at Ah Cheong's at 7 o'clock. Mr. Jule," adds the captain as he goes over the side into the gig, "you had better go to the ship chandler this afternoon about the stores, and order everything to be on board to morrow by 2 o'clock. Good bye," he says as the boat shoves off. "Tell any callers I am gone to the consulate. Don't forget your revolvers, Nealance, to night." Our gig is a crack specimen of a captain's turnout, pulled by 6 oars, and in a few minutes we see the captain land at the wharf and enter the gates of H.B.M.'s consulate. When the gig returns, Mr. Jule and I proceed for the shore to see what we can knock up in the shape of suitable stores. In those days it was always considered best for 2 or 3 to be together and armed if possible, so as I was the junior or odd officer, my trips to the shore were pretty frequent. We had a walk around the so-called English and French town outside the city walls in our hunt after requisite materials. There was only one English storekeeper about the place, and we had perforce to put up with the goods he had and be thankful. What we saw of the Chinese stores in and around English and French towns was not of an alluring kind, and as it was not safe to purchase anything in the city if you would keep clear of being poisoned, we were reduced to the condition of Hobson, therefore it was either the one English storekeeper or nothing. When we did find this one English store, we were agreeably surprised by finding in the person of the storekeeper one of our countrymen from the land of cakes, by the name of Mackenzie. His calf ground was scarcely 20 miles beyond either that of Mr. Jule or your servant, the writer of these pages. 2 hours of pleasant recallings were spent by us in Mackenzie's store, as we endeavoured to recall to each other the various well-known peculiarities that environed our calf ground in stern and wild Caledonia. Having finished our store business, we returned to the Eamont in time for an early dinner. Shortly after 6 p.m., Nealance and I took our departure for the shore in our own hired sampan, it not being very desirable to leave any ship's boats near the wharf after dark. When we landed, we arranged with our boatman a private signal to be used on our return, and engaged him for the night, or at any rate till we should again arrive at the wharf. It is quite dark when we leave the wharf and wend our way citywards. We find our way to the main gates, and have no difficulty in entering the city, the Chinese guards having a great deal of outward respect for us barbarians, however much they may hate us inwardly. Having so recently traversed the city on our former visit to the residence of Ah Cheong, we have very little trouble in finding its whereabouts. Knocking at the entrance gate of the mansion, we are beckoned into the interior by our guide of the previous night, who, as soon as he has admitted us, closes the door and securely bars it, so that no other person shall get ingress till such time as he is ready to admit them. As soon as our guide has secured the door to his satisfaction, he motions for us to follow him, and takes his way upstairs to the room above, where the night previous we had been introduced to Mr. Careero. As we follow our leader, Nealance says to me, "Something is wrong here, Anderson. I wonder if they have caught Ah Cheong." "I hope not, poor devil," I replied, "for if they have, we have seen the last of him." Our guide gives a peculiar knock at the door, which is immediately opened, and we are agreeably surprised to find that our forebodings have been misplaced, for there sits Ah Cheong at the head of a well-furnished dinner table, almost up to the best European style. On one side of the table sits our worthy captain and Mr. Careero, and on the other are seated our two Japs and a gorgeously attired Chinaman, having as much the resemblance of Ah Cheong as to make one believe him to be his twin brother. The dinner is apparently over, although the dishes have not been removed, and the gentlemen are deep in some grave discussion as we enter. They do not cease their discussion as we enter, for the very good reason, no doubt, that they are conversing in a language that is quite unknown to either Mr. Nealance or I. The captain is evidently as ignorant of the language as we are, for as soon as we had uncovered and made our salams all around, he rose from the table and came towards where we were standing, as if he had no interest in the subject matter under discussion. "Have a glass of wine, gentlemen," says the captain, "and as soon as they have done their confab, we will proceed to do our share in the business." "Anything gone wrong, sir?" asked Nealance, as we fill our glasses with Ah Cheong's Moselle. "Rather," says the captain, in reply to Nealance's query. "Some of Ah Cheong's friends have put the Tootai on to him, and we will have to smuggle him through the gates to-night, or to-morrow will be the end of him. I suppose you are both willing to lend us a hand to get the beggar off?" asks the captain. "Oh, yes, sir," we both reply. "We have got all his cash out of the city this afternoon," says the captain, "and I have thought of a plan by which we will get him out and on board the Eamont with very little trouble. I may as well tell you my plan at once," proceeds the captain. "He is just about the height of Careero, so I am going to clap a pair of whiskers and a moustache onto him, then put him into a suit of Careero's toggery and make a barbarian of him. That other Chinaman that looks so like him is one of our schroffs, who will come to the gate with us and personate Ah Cheong, as if he were seeing a Portuguese friend away, for I am afraid, disguise him as we will, we could never turn him into anything like an Englishman." "What do you think of my plan?" the captain asks when he had finished his relation of it. "It will do all right," replies Nealance, "if they don't look too closely at him at the city gate." "Well, if they look too closely," says the captain, "we must make a little diversion for them to take their attention away from him. And that is where you two will be useful. One of you will go ahead of us about 15 or 20 yards, and when they open the gate for you, you will linger curiously in the gateway, keeping it open till we come up, and it will be curious if we cannot shove him through a lot of sleepy guards without having recourse to our revolvers, which would be rather serious under the circumstances. Another thing I want to impress upon you," adds the captain, "is that we don't do any shooting, only for our own protection, for I don't think he is worth risking a good man's life for. Careero wants him, of course, in this new business, but not even for him are we going to kill any of the guards in order to get him away. You know what I mean. We will smuggle him through if we can, but there is to be no shooting inside the walls of the city. If he is caught on this side of the walls, Careero must buy the guards off if he can. If not, he must meet his fate, as many a better man has done before him." Chapter 14. We smuggle Ah Cheong out of the city. To the readers who have not had the pleasure of visiting the cities of the far-famed Celestial Empire, it is necessary that I should inform them that all the incorporated towns throughout this vast empire were surrounded by a strong and solidly built wall of stone and brick, somewhere about 40 feet in height, and nearly the same number of feet in breadth at the top, while the base possibly occupied the space of nearly 50 feet. The city of Shanghai, within the walls, was similar in appearance to other eastern cities, especially in the narrowness of its streets. But there was a marked difference in the style of architecture, for they had generally adopted the conical system of roofing so common in our western lands, instead of the flat roofs that obtained to so great an extent from Egypt to Bengal. At the time I am writing of, every vacant spot within the walls was fully occupied with the habitations of all sorts and conditions, and consequently there was an enormous number of the people who, not finding room to live in the city, were living in floating houses on the river, which flowed around nearly 1/3 of the city wall. The reader will now see by this short description of the city that it was not merely a gate through which we had to pass our worthy friend Ah Cheong, but that we had to get him through an entrance way which was nearly 60 feet in length by possibly 12 feet in width, with a guard house on either side of the inner end of this our only way of egress from the city. Shortly after the captain had ended his conversation with Nealance and I, the two Japs took their departure, being accompanied to the gate by the schroff who so much resembled our host in appearance. After the departure of the Japs, we joined the others at the table and discussed again the means we were to take to liberate Ah Cheong out of his difficulty. No better plan presenting itself than that which the captain had already promulgated to Nealance and I, it was decided to at once begin operations by metamorphosing our host from an enlightened Celestial to as good an approximation of a Western barbarian as we possibly could under the circumstances. Mr. Careero provided him with a suit of the latest fashion in tweeds, then, as soon as he had got himself inside of these, the captain proceeded to decorate his Mongolian visage with the newest style of the Dundreary whiskers. A heavy moustache was securely fastened upon his upper lip, but when the captain in a bit of humour attempted to cut off his tail, there was very near being an end to all the proceedings. "You will have to let me cut your tail off, Ah Cheong," says the captain. "Cut 'ee taillee off?" says Ah Cheong in great consternation. "Yes," says the captain, "it will have to come off, or you won't be half a white man." "I stop 'ee here, then," says Ah Cheong, sitting down in a helplessly stricken state. The loss of his head was seemingly a lesser evil than the loss of his tail. Mr. Careero now came to the rescue by suggesting that the tail could be conveniently coiled away inside one of his soft felt hats. A suggestion soon put in practice, which had the means of dispelling the mournful lugubriousness from the visage of Ah Cheong, and after a bottle or two of Moselle had been quaffed, he was as brave as any barbarian amongst us. When the schroff returns from seeing the Japs to their abode, he manages to get rid of Ah Cheong's domestics for the night by generously advancing them sufficient cash to permit them having the unutterable enjoyment of a night in an opium restaurant. We take our departure from the house about 11 o'clock, and take our way towards the gates, carefully piloted by our schroff, who is well acquainted with all the intricate lanes and streets of this peculiarly laid out city. We walk in threes and twos wherever the lanes will permit of so many walking together, till we come within sight of the gates. Then I walk sharply some 20 yards or so in advance, and on reaching the gate I knock, and having given my Wardian password, the gate is opened, and the one soldier who is awake conducts me to the outer gate, where I accidentally trip my foot and fall my full length right in the gateway, the guard having left the inner gate open while he conducted me through. By the time I have got to my feet, and given myself a pull together, the rest of the party are upon us, who, bidding good night to the schroff in a careless pidgin English manner, pass through the gate along with me, and are safely beyond the walls of the city. The guard might have been made of wood, instead of being a breathing, living mass of humanity, for all the notice he took of any of us; and if there were any other guards there of greater intelligence, they were possibly spending their time in a more agreeable employment to themselves than watching the city gates at such an hour of the night. "Well, I'm blowed," says the captain, after we got some little distance away from the gates, "this is about the tamest adventure I have had for some time. He might have walked through himself in his own original attire." Possibly he might, assents Careero to this ejaculation of the captain's, but if I am not mistaken, that schroff of yours has had something to do with the absence of the other fellows on guard. Most likely he treated them to a well-prepared smoke when he came to see the Japs through the gate. If so, it will save us any further annoyance, for the guards will have to hide the fact of us passing through to save their own heads, and no doubt they will find a method of silencing their comrade who so kindly permitted us to pass. "All's well that ends well," says the captain, and then turning to Nealance and I, he asks, "Have you got a boat handy?" "Yes, sir," replies Nealance, "there should be one waiting not far from the Consulate." When we have passed Mackenzie's store, Nealance blows a significant call with his whistle, which soon brings our sampan to the steps on the river bank, and in less than a quarter of an hour we are all safely on board the Eamont. The sampan is dismissed with an ample douceur which actually satisfies him, then after a short desultory conversation over the evening's proceedings, largely supplemented with much flowery rhetorical thanks from Ah Cheong, we retire to our cabins for the night. Chapter 15. We sail from Shanghai for Nagasaki. Early the following morning, Nealance and I proceed up the river in two of our boats, and having found the lorcha on board of which Ah Cheong's goods and chattels had been placed, we receive his possessions into our boats and convey them on board of the Eamont. Mr. Careero joined us in the saloon at breakfast. Not so Ah Cheong, for he had again transformed himself into a celestial, and preferred messing with his own countrymen, the schroffs. "Mr. Jule," says the captain, when we have finished our breakfast, "are all your men on board?" "All but those blue jackets at Allen's," replies Mr. Jule. "Ah, yes. By the by, we must not forget them," says the captain. "Well, you can send Nealance over for them about 1 o'clock in a sampan, for I don't want the ship's boats out to day at all. We will leave with the first of the ebb about 2 o'clock, so have her unmoored and ready, say about 1:30, for we will trip and leave as soon as I come on board, and don't allow any Chinese visitors on board, however high may be their rank." After he had finished his instructions to the chief officer, he turned to me, saying, "Anderson, I want you on shore with me, so get ready quick, and bring a satchel with you for the dispatches." I am soon ready for the shore, and am in the sampan before the captain or Careero have got there. A few strokes of his sculling oar, and the sampan man has landed us at the steps, close to H.B.M. Consulate. The captain and Careero enter the Consulate, while I, acting on the captain's instructions, make my way to Mackenzie's, and threaten him with all sorts of penalties if the Eamont's stores are not on board in half an hour. Mackenzie and his men, thus put on their mettle, proceed to dispatch our stores with the greatest alacrity, and in a little over half an hour I have the gratification of seeing the last of them deposited in the sampan that is to convey them off to the Eamont. Wishing my compatriot good-bye, I take my way to the Consulate, and am immediately dispatched by the captain to the city, in company with one of our schroffs, to hunt up our 2 Japanese and bring them to the Consulate. When we arrive at the gateway in the city wall, we are taken into the guard house, and the schroff who accompanies me is severely cross-questioned as to his knowledge of the previous night's proceedings. He knows nothing whatever about it, therefore he is very well able to prove an alibi, and as there is no one there who could have seen me, I allow him to plead an alibi for me as well. We are allowed to proceed on our errand, but are closely watched to see whether we go near Ah Cheong's late residence or not. Luckily for us, our way does not lay in that direction, or possibly we would have found ourselves in durance vile in less than no time, and may have been the recipients of some of their peculiarly swift and ending methods of justice, as exercised by the mandarins of that time. The schroff finds his way through this most intricate of cities to the shop of one of its principal merchants, where we find our 2 Japanese, who have been joined by several of their own countrymen. The schroff interprets my message to the Japs, who instantly make ready for departure. Many low bending genuflections are performed as our Japs take leave of their friends, and this rich and powerful chop, who, to prevent us meeting with any unpleasantness on our return, sends several of his own retainers with us, to see us safely without the walls of the city. Thus accompanied by the retainers of this all-powerful Chop, who wielded the influence of a Rothschild, we arrived safely at H.B.M. Consulate, where are found the captain and Mr. Careero, anxiously awaiting our arrival. A short consultation was now held between H.M. Consul, the Japs, and Careero, scarcely a word of which is understood by the captain or me. At the end of their conference they all seem mutually satisfied with each other, and after partaking of some light refreshments with H.B.M. Consul, a very pleasant though somewhat grotesque leave-taking ceremony is performed. Then we take our departure from the Consulate and make for the sampan. The sampan is lying at the steps in care of the Consulate police, for she is pretty well filled up with dispatches and various cases, in which I suppose there would be found the sinews of this commercial treaty warfare. When we have taken our places in the sampan in order to proceed on board the Eamont, the captain says to me, "Did you have any trouble in the city when you went for the Japs?" "Not much trouble, sir," I reply, "but they have evidently missed something from the city, for they had a good quarter of an hour's jaw tackling at the schroff." "Did they get anything out of him, do you think?" asks the captain. "No, sir," I reply, "for if he did know anything, he acted the part of the flabbergasted one to perfection, and they let us go, but took care to send 2 or 3 Celestials after us for our protection." "The mandarin has sent an official to the Consulate to make inquiries," says the captain, "and we advised him to go and examine the lorchas. By the time they have examined the lorchas we will be a good way from here, and when we come back the rebels may have Shanghai, and another kind of mandarin be in authority." We are now alongside the Eamont, and passengers, dispatches, and specie are soon taken on board, and the sampan dismissed for the shore. "All hands on board, Mr. Jule?" asks the captain, as he steps on deck, and is received at the gangway by the chief officer. "Yes, sir," replies Mr. Jule. "Very good," says the captain, "then we'll get under way at once. Heave her a short stay peak, and set your topsail and topgallantsail. By that time I will have got my sea rig on." Plenty of able and willing hands are soon making the capstan fly round at a pace that would astonish some of the old handspikesmen, while at the same time another portion of the crew under Nealance were sheeting home and setting the topsail and topgallantsail, as well as casting loose all the canvas that composed the plain sailing attire of the Eamont. The captain is soon on deck again, attired in his rough and ready, all round weather suit, and as he makes a signal by waving his hand to Mr. Jule, the anchor is weighed, the Eamont turns her head away down stream, and as soon as she is fairly round, all sail is clapped on her, and away she flies down the river on her errand of peaceful negotiation to a strange and hitherto unknown country. The wind is not actually fair and in our favour, still, with the help of a long leg and a short, as tacking is denominated by most seafaring men, we made splendid way down the river, and before 10 o'clock that night we were anchored within hailing distance of our receiving ship. Section 6 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft, by Lindsay Anderson. This recording is in the public domain. Section 6, Chapters 16 through 18. Chapter 16. Piratical Lorchas and their Tactics. The following morning various visits were made to and from the receiving ship, and many cases of value were brought from thence to the Eamont. We do not break ground that day, for the reason that Captain Gullivar was anxious to pass the Saddle Islands in daylight if possible, because he had good reason to suspect, from information received through various sources, that not a few of the pirate lorchas were on the look-out for us. The captain of the receiving ship had likewise informed our captain that some of these free traders had been observed cruising about outside, seemingly in wait for something more valuable than a trading junk. The principal topic of conversation at dinner to-day was of course the pirate lorchas and how to evade them. That we were more than a match for any two of them at a fair fight, even in a calm, goes without saying. It was when they got near enough to throw their abominable stink pots on board and suffocate you that there was the greatest danger, and so long as there was plenty of wind and sea room we could outmanoeuvre a dozen of them. "How did you get your information?" asks our captain, addressing the captain of the receiving ship while we were at dinner. "From some of the long-tailed celestials that come to purchase opium," replies the captain of the receiving ship, "and it is possible that some of these fellows you set fire to last trip are amongst them." "Likely enough," says our captain, "some of your purchasers are in league with the pirates." "I have not the least doubt about it," replies the captain of the receiving ship, "when you take into consideration that it was from some of them I got the information that you had been skirmishing with them over there. When they came on board to buy opium they have a long talkie with the schroffs, and they have so many different ways of imparting information to each other that it would puzzle old Harry himself to find them out. Then the schroffs, when they tell you anything, it is after the pelong has gone away. I have never seen them, or heard of them, telling any of these bits of information when the rascal was within reach." "What do you think would come of the schroff that split on any of them?" asks Mr. Careero. "I suppose," replies our captain, "a way would be found to settle his account by some of the pelong's friends." "Just so," says Careero, "there would be no safety for him in the Celestial Empire, and never will be till they have some different kind of government in their seaport towns. The schroff who gave any information would have to exile himself from the land of his birth for ever." "Why don't these two Chinese gunboats go outside a little oftener?" asks our captain of the captain of the receiving ship. "For a very good reason, at this time of the year at any rate," replies the captain of the receiving ship, "for although they are pretty well armed, their engines are not up to much, and the lorchas can easily get away from them. At the change of the monsoon, and often in the light winds of the southwest monsoon, they do good service, as can be seen up the river by the number of fresh heads stuck up on the city walls when they return from a cruise." "Have you ever been attacked on the receiving ship?" asks our captain. "Twice since I have been in command," replies the receiving ship captain, "and each time we beat them off with heavy loss. In fact, our guns carry so much farther than theirs that we were able to riddle them without their getting within range of us, and I doubt very much if they will ever try it on again." "There is no danger of them catching you by surprise at any time?" says our captain. "Not the slightest," replies the captain of the receiving ship. "We are always on the watch, and no armed men are allowed on board. One chief officer attends to the cargo business, and the other chief officer does nothing but attend to the fighting crew, who are always at stations, in various commanding positions all over the ship. There is no relaxation from this duty, night or day, and when opium or treasure is being handled, a strongly armed guard is placed round the hatchway, and from thence right to the gangway. We leave nothing to chance, and are therefore able to sleep at peace, although living in the midst of a Chinaman's greatest temptation, Mexican dollars and opium." "What time do we leave in the morning, Captain Gulliver?" asked Mr. Careero. 4 o'clock sharp," replies the captain. "Then we will have the whole day before us to circumvent these lorchas outside, if there are any of them there. I expect, from the look of the weather at present, that we will have plenty of wind to morrow, so you need not be anxious about what may happen when we get outside. I will guarantee to land you in Japan this side of 4 days." "Mr. Anderson, get the gig ready to take Captain Barrett on board the receiving ship," says the captain. "Ay, ay, sir," I reply as I depart from the table in order to fulfil the captain's behest. In a few minutes Captain Barrett comes on deck, and after he has bade his friends good-bye, he takes his place in the gig with me, and is soon landed on board the receiving ship. Before leaving the gig, Captain Barrett said, "I am sorry I can't ask you on board, Mr. Anderson, to see our fighting deck, but it would never do for me to break one of my own rules, which is that no one is allowed up the side of our ship but myself between sunset and sunrise. Any other time when you are here and the sun is shining, I will be very pleased to see you on board." "Thank you very much," I reply. "I will avail myself of your invitation the first time I have a chance." Having returned to the Eamont, I saw to the hoisting of the gig, and then rejoined my messmates, who are just having the parting glass preparatory to seeking some needed repose to fortify them for the coming day. Chapter 17. We outmanoeuvre the pirate lorchas. At 4 the next morning we weigh anchor and proceed under easy sail towards Woosung Bar. We have careful leadsmen in both chains, who call out the depth of water at every minute as we sail along through the intricate channels that lead towards the bar. Before the sun has made his appearance in the eastern sky, we are over the bar, and now, under a heavy press of sail, are making our way towards the Saddle Islands, which we have to pass through on our way to Nagasaki. When the surroundings are fully exposed to our gaze by the light of advancing day, we are enabled to make out several lorcha-looking craft, lazily tacking about over towards the rising sun, and right in the track of the course we are steering towards the open yellow sea. The wind is blowing pretty fresh from the northward, and as the Eamont tears through the water, she slings the water about everywhere, sometimes sending the spray as high as the topgallant yard, when a sea has kissed her cheek in the act of breaking. As we spin along the water, Captain Gullivar keeps intently watching the various manoeuvres of the suspicious-looking craft to the eastward of us, which we are fast approaching. "What do you think of them, Nealance?" I ask of my messmate, after we have had a good look at them. "I suppose they are the lorchas the captain of the receiving ship spoke about last night," he replies. "You can tell by their dodging about there in that style that they are up to no good. But what they expect to do with us in this breeze is a puzzle to me, for they have not the ghost of a chance." "I don't know about that," says Mr. Jule, who has been listening to Nealance and I. "If they get us jammed into some corner amongst the islands, we'll have a pretty hard time to get out of their clutches." "If this breeze keeps on," said Nealance, "they'll have a poor chance of cornering us anywhere, and I expect the captain will find a way of getting to windward of them before the sun is over the foreyard." Mr. Careero is the only one of our passengers who has appeared on deck this morning as yet, and he, like the captain, is intently watching the motions of the lorchas to the eastward and northward of us. There are about a dozen of them. Some are leading to the eastward and some to the westward, while others of them are wearing round and round, as if endeavouring to keep at a certain position according to some already devised arrangement. "Mr. Jule," calls out the captain from the quarter-deck. "Sir," replies Mr. Jule as he proceeds aft. "Your guns are all ready?" asks the captain. "Yes, sir," replies Mr. Jule. "Ball or grape?" asks the captain. "All round shot, sir," answers Mr. Jule. "Very good," says Captain Gullivar, "then we will have some long range practice with the big gun and the forecastle gun when we get a little nearer, for if these lorchas don't close their ranks we will pass right through them, and at the rate we are travelling, one shot is all we will get." "Mr. Jule," shouts the captain, when the chief officer had got as far as the midship gun, "don't uncover any of the guns yet. Keep them perfectly dry till we require them. I will give you warning enough when to be ready, and in the meantime you can pipe the hands to grog, for there will be no breakfast for any one till we are at the other side of the lorchas." From time immemorial or at any rate since the days that wine or spirits were introduced amongst the nations of this earth, a glass of real good liquor has always had a very wonderfully cheering and inspiriting effect on the genus homo at large, but how much more so on the mariners who have, far away from home and friends, toiled and fought to enrich and ennoble their fatherland, as well as to extend the benefits of its enlightenment to all the nations under the sun. The glass of cheering liquor, although costing but little as a money's worth, has often been of an incomparable value, not only in cheering the mariner on to highest deeds of daring do, or in cementing friendships, but it has also been the means, when hospitably and generously bestowed, of chasing away the bitterness from the heart of an enemy, and transforming him, the enemy, into a warm-hearted and ever-loving bosom friend. If you wish to raise a pleasant smile on board of any ship, be the crew ever so dissatisfied, just call out "Grog ho!" in a substantial, meaning tone of voice, then see with what an electric-like shock the faces of all around are now lit up with smiles, pleasant and deep, as they march aft to the saloon door to receive their heart-warming glass of good old Jamaica. The men, having had this cheering solace administered to them, are sent to stations to be in readiness for whatever may occur. The captain, Careero, Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I are all aft on the weather side of the quarter-deck, eagerly scanning the various movements of, what is now pretty certain, the enemy, in the shape of 11 lorchas, all told. "Hullo! Look there!" exclaims the captain. "Those fellows away to the eastward are tacking back." "So they are to the westward, sir," says Mr. Jule. "They're going to make for these 4 that have been wearing round and round ahead of us to keep in our track, and I was going to dash through to windward of them, had the others kept their reach," says Captain Gulliver. "Nealance," says the captain, "you have charge of the sails. Can you put your hand on that drag sail we use dragging down the rivers, and bring it here under 10 minutes?" "Yes, sir," replies Nealance, "in less time than that," as he proceeds to carry out the captain's order. "Look here, Mr. Jule," says the captain, "as soon as that sail is aft, put it over the stern, and we will hang the Eamont back as much as we can. Then, when all the lorchas get close together to pounce down on us, we will slip the port drag ropes of the sail, wear short round, and haul out to the northward." In less than the 10 minutes the Eamont is in rein, struggling to get away from the heavy drag that is holding her almost as if she were at anchor. "She is going rather fast yet," says the captain. "Lower away your mainsail and gaff topsail, as if they had carried away." The mainsail and gaff topsail come down with a run, and the Eamont is now motionless. The lorchas, thinking we are in a dilemma of some sort, make all sail they can, irrespective of any line, and come down on us almost in a compact body, the easternmost and the westernmost having by this time come close to those in the centre. Down they come like so many wild vultures after their prey, the headmost lorchas firing their bow guns as they advance, although none of their missiles come within the range of our vision. When they have got within half a mile of us, the captain gives voice again, saying, "Hard aport your helm, let go the drag lines, haul in your drag sail on the starboard and waist there, and be handy." These orders are almost as rapidly executed as they are spoken. Even the drag sail is got on board by the time the Eamont has got the wind on her starboard quarter. "Hoist away your mainsail and gaff topsail," shouts the captain, "and get your head sheets over." "Brace her sharp up, Mr. Jule," is the next order of the captain, and as soon as this order is executed, I take time to have a squint at the enemy. They are all in the act of tacking and standing on the same tack as us, but we have gained a decided advantage over them in the matter of position, for although they are still some half a mile to windward of us, we have only one of them bearing forward of our starboard beam, and if she is not one of the fleetest, she will soon be like the rest, a good deal more abaft the beam than she now is forward of it. The next 5 or 6 minutes are spent by us on board the Eamont in a kind of breathless suspense, watching and waiting to see whether our ruse has been effectual or not, which will depend on our being able to outdistance the 2 headmost lorchas. One of them is on the starboard bow, less than 4 points, and the other is nearly right abeam, the rest of the lorchas being pretty well on the starboard quarter, and apparently dropping into line astern of us. " We are making on them," says the captain, after this 5 or 6 minutes' silent survey. " Yes, sir," replies Mr. Jule from the binnacle, " we have made half a point on them by the bearing of the compass." " Nealance and Anderson," shouts the captain, " man your pivot gun, and pitch into that headmost lorcha." " Starboard a bit, Mr. Jule," I hear the captain say as I leave the quarter deck, and at the same time I hear a discharge of artillery, which on looking round I find has come from the headmost lorcha, who has kept away as if to cross our bow. We are not long in opening fire upon this lorcha, and make good practice, for the action of keeping the Eamont off the wind a little has brought the lorcha right on our beam, a point of great advantage to us. For about a quarter of an hour we keep up this running fight, and although we are evidently a little faster than the lorcha, we have not got sufficiently far ahead to be able to haul our wind and cross her bows. " Put a fathom of chain shot in that big gun, Nealance, and fire right into her mainsail," I heard the captain shout. Then taking up his trumpet, he calls out to me, " Try for her steering gear on top of her poop, Anderson." Both shots are soon on their path of destruction, and when the smoke clears away we have the gratification of seeing that the lorcha's mainsail has come to grief, and also that she is flying up in the wind, as if her rudder had lost somewhat of its controlling power. " Haul in your main sheet," shouts the captain, " keep her up to the wind, but mind, don't shake a cloth, let her have all she will." This is all performed faster than I can write it, and when I have time to look around, after trimming the head sheets, the lorcha is right in our wake and fast dropping astern. Some of the other lorchas have gone upon the other tack in order to intercept us if they can, as we make for the channel through the islands. We have run somewhat to the westward of its entrance while engaged in our running fight. " Cover up the guns and stand about," shouts the captain. In a moment we are also standing away in the same direction as the lorchas, but this time we have a clear weather gauge of them. After reaching on this tack for half an hour, we again tack to the northwestward, on which tack we let her go for about 20 minutes, then round she comes again, with her head to the eastward, and with a slightly flowing sheet she is given her head, then away she bounds through the channel like a veritable racehorse, and soon, very soon, the discomfited lorchas are hidden from our view. The guns are well secured for the deep water sea, the watch is set, and all hands proceed to enjoy a well-earned breakfast. CHAPTER XVIII. We sail for Nagasaki and land our passengers in the dark. The sun has little more than crossed the meridian when we emerge from the channel out into the open sea. A course is then set that will take us to the entrance of Nagasaki ; and as the wind is slightly free, a topmast and lower studding sail are clapped on to the Eamont to further increase her speed. The wind is from the northward, and our course is nearly east by north, so that every rag on the Eamont has a chance of pulling to its utmost. There is more sea on out there than there was inside of the islands, and although it is very grand and exhilarating to be dashing over the high crested waves at the rate of 15 knots an hour, still it is anything but a dry and comfortable position for those who have the watch on deck. You might almost say you were under water all the time of your watch on deck, for she went along so fast that she left no interval between the succeeding waves wherein you could draw your breath. The canvas was on her, and she had to bear it, but there was one good thing in our favour, everything about the gear and sails was of the very best, and there was not the slightest danger of capsizing her, for the iron kentledge in her bottom hold was secured as firmly as any rock. For nearly 3 days was the Eamont driven along in the foregoing style, without anything happening to interfere with our run across the Yellow Sea. Then, as we neared the coast of Japan, the wind gradually subsided till we were left with little more than a 5-knot breeze. At noon on the 3rd day out from Woosung, we were but 10 miles off the entrance to the harbour of Nagasaki, and as it was not deemed prudent to enter the harbour in the daylight, for certain reasons that appertained principally to our Japanese passengers and Mr. Careero, the Eamont was hove to with her head off shore to await the setting of the sun. As we lay dodging with our head off shore, the opportunity of having a few hours' gun drill is acted upon by our commander, so as to have all our fighting gear in proper order should the inhabitants prove hostile to our proceedings. The sun having gone to his rest in the west, as poets are so fond of saying, the Eamont was again turned, with her head in the direction of the harbour. We had need of all our canvas, for as the daylight vanished and the darkness took its place, the wind nearly died out altogether, so much so that it was nearly midnight when we were within the headlands that formed the entrance into this magnificent and most capacious harbour. Within the headlands there was not the faintest breath of wind, nothing but a dead calm stillness, and the surface of the waters forming this lake-like harbour shone so resplendently in the clear darkness of the moonless night, that the Eamont and her surroundings could be seen on either side reflected as in a looking-glass. The sails having thus lost their power of propulsion, the sweeps are run out of the gun ports, and while one watch takes in and furls all the sails, the other watch quietly pulls the Eamont along to the desired anchorage, pointed out by one of our Japanese passengers. We do not let the anchor go with a rush, as is usual, but quietly walk back the capstan till sufficient chain is out for the Eamont to ride in safety. The Eamont having been thus quietly brought to anchor, the crew are dismissed to their quarters, sufficient men being left on deck for harbour watch, as well as to man the gig if necessary. As soon as our duties permit, Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I are requested to join the captain in the saloon. Here we find Mr. Careero and the 2 Japs in consultation with the captain, the subject being their conveyance to the shore without attracting the observation of any of the inhabitants. "Look here, Nealance," says the captain, "I want you and Anderson to take the small dinghy and pull quietly to the shore, then land and take a look up and down near that house you will see standing by itself, to the right of the lower portion of the town. If there is no one about, come back and let us know, and we will be ready to accompany you back in the gig." "Very good, sir," replies Nealance, but before we go on deck he returns and asks, "Shall we go armed?" "Yes, of course," replies the captain, "but mind, no shooting unless for your own protection." With the aid of the gig's crew, who are waiting on deck, we soon have the light dinghy in the water, without making as much noise as would startle the gentlest of sleepers. We take a paddle each, and in silence paddle our way to the beach. It is only about 1/4 of a mile from the Eamont to the beach, and we do not require a great many strokes of our paddles before the keel of the dinghy is rubbing on the shingle. As soon as the dinghy is as far up the beach as she can be got with the aid of the paddles, we both take to the water, and seizing hold of the dinghy's gunwale, we pull her still higher up the beach, so that she may lie there in safety till we return. We then proceed in the direction of the house indicated by the captain, and walk round the walls by which it is enclosed. Then we walk about 100 yards to the right and left, and finding no obstruction or any signs of human or animal life, we return to our dinghy and find our way back on board the Eamont. When we arrive back on board and deliver our very satisfactory report, we receive instructions from the captain to place the gig in the water in the same noiseless manner as we had done with the dinghy. In a very few minutes the gig is at the accommodation ladder, in readiness for those who are bound for the shore. The oars are well muffled with flannel, and the men are cautioned about silently dipping their oars in the water. 2 or 3 portmanteaus are passed into the gig, as well as several small cases and dispatch boxes. Then Mr. Careero and the 2 Japanese take their places with Nealance and I in the stern sheets, and as soon as all are seated we cast off and proceed for the shore. This time we pull right in the direction of the farthest end of the house by the direction of one of the Japs, and both Nealance and I are rather taken aback when we find that he safely pilots the gig up some narrow channel to within a few yards of the back wall of the house. As there is nothing or no one to disturb us in our night's work, the boat is left in charge of the coxswain, after each one of us passengers, officers, and crew have possessed themselves of some portion of the baggage to carry up to the residence. We do not proceed to the front entrance of the mansion to find an entrance, one of the Japs having guided us to a side entrance in the eastern wall, of which he likewise possessed the key. As soon as we are all within the enclosure, the gate is securely fastened, and we are then led by the Japanese to the back entrance into this mansion, which is seemingly a well-known habitation to our passengers. When we enter the house, all the baggage is taken and stored into a room by itself. Then we are led into another room at the back of the house, the window of which looks out upon the waters, and therefore safe from the observation of any one in the city. A lamp is ready on the table, and as soon as I have found a match, one of the Japs requests me to light up our surroundings. While we have been busy lighting up this room and stowing away the baggage, one of our Japanese has been on a tour through the other parts of the building, and we are no little surprised to see him enter the room, bringing 2 more of his countrymen with him. They had evidently been sleeping on the premises, but we had done our work so silently as never to disturb them, and they seemed to be scarcely awake from their astonishment yet. Many salaams were gone through, and our good wishes are interpreted to them by Careero. One of them departs for a minute or 2, and returns with an elegant tray, on which are glasses and bottles, the distinctive marks on the bottles proclaiming them to be something other than Japanese production. The gig's crew are given $1 and a glass of 3-star brandy each, then dismissed to the boat. Nealance and I have perforce to drink to the health and safety of each of our passengers and their friends. Then, as a parting glass, we all hobnob with our glasses full of sparkling Moselle, and drink to the success of the great work at hand, the opening up of Japan to European trade and commerce. Salaams and good nights having been said and done in elegant style, Nealance and I take our departure, and proceed to the gig, escorted by the Japanese passenger, who seemed to know the most of the present surroundings. Arriving on board the Eamont, we narrate to the captain and Mr. Jule an account of our proceedings, especially the more than kind manner of the Japs towards us. Then, as soon as the gig is again in its place, we wish each other good night and retire to our cabins. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 7, Chapters 19 through 21. Chapter 19. The Japanese Attempt to Put Us Out of the Harbour. As I look on the Japanese of to-day, and the wonderful advance they have made in most everything appertaining to European manners, customs, trades, and professions, I can scarcely credit that they are the same race of people with whom we had to deal no farther back than 32 years ago. They have now a magnificent fleet of war vessels and a fast increasing mercantile marine, manned and sailed exclusively by people of their own nation. The reader who sees them as they are now will scarcely be able to accept as a fact my relation of the scene that met our gaze shortly after daylight on the first morning of our arrival in the harbour of Nagasaki. Mr. Jule, as was usual, had kept the morning watch, so that he could see to the proper carrying out of the morning's work, cleaning and polishing the decks, bulwarks, and guns, being always a duty of paramount importance, and always carried on under the direct personal supervision of either a first lieutenant or a chief officer, who is in love with his ship, and wishes to please his superior officers. Shortly after 6 o'clock in this morning watch, Mr. Jule sends a quartermaster to call Nealance and I, and requesting our presence on the deck. Anxious to know his reason for calling us, and whether any danger is at hand, we soon get inside of our clothing and reach the deck, where we find the captain, Mr. Jule, and, I suppose, the whole ship's company having a serious time of it, for one and all of them are nearly ready to burst in their endeavour to suppress their laughter, so as not to offend the susceptibilities of the Japanese, who are at present carrying out some important operation under our bows. As both Nealance and I look at the captain and Mr. Jule with questioning eyes, the captain says to us, "Go forward and look over the bows yourselves." We pass along forward to the bows, then take a look over, and, like the others, we cannot help smiling at the childlike ignorance that is being displayed before our amused gaze. The Eamont is riding with her port bower anchor and about 30 fathoms of cable chain, yet here, as we look over the bows of the Eamont, we see nearly 150 small boats pulling lustily away, all fastened to a rope which is attached to the bobstay of the Eamont, and their endeavour is, presumably, to tow us out to sea. When we have had a look at them, we walk aft and join the captain and Mr. Jule, who have now subsided into a quiet, smiling watchfulness of the proceedings of these somewhat peculiar people. "Boatswain," calls out Mr. Jule, "call your hands from forward and proceed with your cleaning." "Ay, ay, sir," replies the boatswain, and soon the fore end of the Eamont is entirely deserted, the men having been purposely placed as far from the bows as possible. "Do you think they will be able to move our anchor?" asks Mr. Jule of the captain. "I don't think so," replies the captain; "still you may let a quartermaster drop his lead over and watch." The lead is accordingly dropped over the side aft till it reaches the bottom, but it shows no sign that they are at all able, with the power they have at hand, to move the Eamont from her position. After watching them towing away for some considerable time, our captain begins to have some feeling akin to compassion on the people so uselessly and ignorantly employed. "Anderson," says the captain, addressing me, "step down to the after cabin and bring Ah Cheong and one of the schroffs on deck, and we will see if he can talk to them." In a few minutes I return to the deck, accompanied by Ah Cheong and a schroff, to whom the captain explains what he wishes them to do. We then proceed forward, and Ah Cheong beckons in a significant manner to an official of rank in one of the nearest boats, and intimates to him our desire to have a parley. This official, after taking counsel with several of his colleagues, comes close under the bow with his boat, then Ah Cheong, at the instigation of the captain, explains to him the utter futility of attempting to move the Eamont while she is held fast to the surface of the earth by so powerful a chain, as is pointed out to him by Ah Cheong, as it hangs from the hawse pipe downwards, but now that close to the vessel's planking that any one ignorant of shipping might easily be excused for not knowing that the vessel was being held in her position by that curious piece of wrought iron. As soon as Ah Ching has succeeded in making this official understand the nature of the case, the rowers in the boats are ordered to desist, and after another parley with his colleagues, the boats are called off and ordered away from the scene of their ludicrous operations. 5 boats remain near the Eamont after the order has been given to cast off, 4 of these boats being stationed at advantageous positions not far from the Eamont by this official who seems to be in charge of the undertaking. 1 boat was placed on each quarter and on each bow at a distance of 4 fathoms from the Eamont, then, after he had thus placed an effectual watch on our proceedings, this official of rank took his departure for the shore. The effect of this startling, though ludicrous incident having at length subsided, we are now able, with our telescopes, to survey the magnificent scene around us. The morning is beautiful, and the air is full of the balmy ozone that is found to prevail in the vicinity of the orange grove. We are encompassed by high hills on every side. The city itself, which we can plainly see at the head of this huge basin of lake-like water, is built in terraces, one above another, and reaches to some considerable extent up the hill on which it is so picturesquely situated. From what we can see of the city, we take it to be of some considerable size and importance. The houses seem fairly well and regularly built, and the roads as well as the streets seem to have been formed after some symmetrical plan, as they rose one above another, that would really have done honour to the architects of any of our show cities in Europe. The enormous basin of water which formed this landlocked harbour was not unlike a miniature Milford Haven or a Lawson, and it was capable of holding within its natural surroundings the combined fleets of many maritime nations. At the northern extremity of the harbour, and close in under the city at its western extremity, we can see, much to our surprise, a man-of-war looking vessel, somewhat similar to the dispatch boats of those days, which were often a cross between a gunboat and a sloop of war. She was bark-rigged, or rather a jackass bark, for her topmast and topgallant masts were all in one piece, and as she had a funnel, we were left to suppose that she had steam engines within her for her propulsion. She was flying the Japanese national ensign at her gaff end. The round globe in it was probably an emblem of the idea which was held so long in that country, that they were the only nation on this habitable globe. 1 or 2 junks are lying not far off from this man-of-war, and with ourselves, the imposing array of the mercantile fleet in the harbour of Nagasaki is complete. In little more than 1 generation, taking from infancy to manhood as our standard, the whole scene has changed, as if it were by the magician's wand, so rapid has been the progress of this wonderful nation. On the bosom of this gigantic harbour you will now find a multitude of steamers and other vessels, bearing the flags of all nations, carrying on a trade with this lately new-born nation that would do credit to any of our great trade emporiums in Europe, and place several of our once foremost nations and their commercial trading cities far, far away in the background of the world's general commercial work. "Not a bad-looking place," observes the captain to us, as we stand around him on the quarter-deck, admiring the scene. "The way the city is built on that hill to the left," says Mr. Jule, "reminds me very much of what I have read of the hanging gardens of Babylon. They just look like one terrace over another, and on that hill to the right the same formation has been carried out by the designers. That steamer inside there has very much the appearance of a man-of-war," says the captain, "and I am rather surprised they did not send her to tow us out of the harbour, instead of attempting it with these rowing boats." "She would be rather a tough nut for us to crack if she were to show fight," observes the captain, "and I suppose when our Japanese friend anchored us here, it was to keep us as far away from each other as possible." "8 bells, sir," reports the quartermaster to Mr. Jule. "Strike the bell and break your flags," says Mr. Jule to the quartermaster, and in a moment the Eamont is gaily decorated with bunting from stem to stern, in order to do honour to those in authority, as well as to propitiate them in our favour. "Now to breakfast, gentlemen," says the captain, "and we will discuss the best way of getting communication with the shore." Chapter 20. The Japanese officials in the boats come on board to luncheon. After assembling at the breakfast table, the first quarter of an hour passes off in the usual conversationless manner, each one being seemingly bent on satisfying the cravings of the inner man, previous to starting any topic that would necessitate the employment of his brain power. After the first and second courses have been disposed of, the captain at length begins the discussion of our present situation. "The Japs don't seem to want anything to do with us," says the captain, taking all three officers in at a glance. Mr. Jule, as chief officer, having the priority of reply, assents in an affirmative manner to this observation of the captain. "These Japs, again," says the captain, "from what we have seen of them this morning, don't seem to know much about ships, and it is possible they are as little acquainted with the many tactics that are employed in working the commercial world that lies outside of their dominion. My instructions from headquarters are to facilitate the endeavours of Careero and the Japanese who are in league with him to get an open trade with the country." "If they watch us," says Nealance, "as they are doing now, how are we to get on shore and do anything?" "We have not spent many hours here yet," replies the captain, "and it is for us to find out some method of satisfying them that we don't intend to interfere with the statute laws of the country." As I had taken no part in the conversation, except that of listener, leaving my superiors to reply, the captain turns his glance towards me and asks, "What do you think of the situation, Anderson?" "I should like to know," I reply, "where they got that 3-masted, bark-rigged steam gunboat from, if they are a new people, and have had no dealings with European nations." "You have not been reading history lately, Mr. Anderson," replies the captain, "or you would know that the Dutch have had some kind of a landing here for trading purposes, but they have never got beyond that. And I may as well tell you that the gunboat looking vessel in there is a present from them to the powers that be; but fortunately for us, and perhaps for the Dutchmen too, there are no people here capable of working her." This slice of information from the captain about the man of war brought forth a rather choking sensation of laughter from us, his officers, for we had no idea till then that he had been posted up with all the various wrinkles that were vitally necessary for the accomplishment of the purpose then in view. "No offence, gentlemen," says the captain, as we look rather apologetically after our burst of laughter at his admission about the gunboat, "but you know I cannot really tell you everything, for some of it may never come to pass." "Is Careero all right where he is?" asks Nealance. "The devil a fear of him," replies the captain. "He always turns up right side uppermost. He will swim where any of us would sink, but all the same, some of you three will have to meet him to night, if we don't hear from him during the day." "Can you swim, Anderson?" asks the captain. "Yes, sir," I reply. "Good swimmer?" again queries the captain. "I have often swum from Kowloon to Hong Kong, with my clothes towing from my neck, dressed on the beach, witnessed the drilling of the troops, and then swum back again," I reply. "You will do, and Nealance I know is like a fish in the water," is the comment of the captain, as we rise from the breakfast table. Then he adds, as we go up the companion, "Perhaps you will get a chance of a bath to night yet." After we had another studied gaze at our surroundings, the captain, finding we are severely left alone, instructs Mr. Jule to make a general quarter day of it, for the amusement of the Japanese who are so carefully watching us in their boats. The hands are piped to quarters, a certain amount of big gun drill is carried out, then we have some single stick practice, and wind up with some revolver firing at targets fixed on the taffrail. The Japanese in the boats look on at our practice with undisguised wonder and astonishment, but make no attempt to leave the position that had been allotted to them by the official who had placed them there in the morning. When our people have been dismissed from drill, the captain requests Ah Ching to come on deck. "Look'ee here, Ah Ching," says the captain, when that worthy had come within speaking distance, "I wantee some of these Japanese officers in the boats to come on board here and have a look-see. We'll give 'ee some chow, some winey, some beer, and have 'ee a litty talky." Ah Ching smiles an assenting reply to the captain, and proceeds to carry out the foregoing suggestions by getting into conversation with the officials in the boat on the starboard quarter, which is the one nearest to him. After 10 minutes of Ah Ching's persuasive eloquence, the officials in this boat get their men to haul in the anchor. Then, as soon as they have let go of the bottom, they pull round to each of the other boats and hold a short parley with them. This conference having been favourably decided, they come alongside our accommodation ladder, where Ah Ching and the captain are in waiting to receive them on board. The two officials, after instructing their boatmen to take up their former position at anchor, come up the ladder and are received on deck in a style befitting officials of the highest rank. A table is soon improvised by the stewards on the skylight, and an elaborate luncheon speedily finds its place on the snow-white tablecloth. Ah Ching proves himself an apt interpreter as well as a master of ceremonies, and in a very short time we have the whole of the officials from the 4 boats sitting at the table. The Japanese of to-day are to be seen in various cities of the world, generally attired in the prevailing fashions, which are for the time being the costume of the period. These officials were not so attired, but wore the clothing that had been in use amongst them for a period of time possibly extending back to their first progenitors. All of them were similarly attired in a grey cloth robe, not unlike the modern dressing gown of the aesthetic in our own land, only without its very much embroidering. Their heads were partially shaved in the front of the forehead, as if they wished to show some intellectuality by producing a kind of high and noble forehead, which even in our own land is considered somewhat of a recommendation to certain offices, as witness the many bald-headed deacons, churchwardens, and vestrymen. The hair on the back and sides of the head was allowed to grow to some length, the whole being gathered at the end into a kind of queue that laid over the shaved portion of the cranium. A strong belt or girdle round the waist confined the robe closely to the person, while suspended from this waist belt each official carried 2 swords, one on each side, which were made of splendid steel, equal in quality to the finest Damascus. Ah Ching having persuaded them to accept of our hospitality, we were soon all seated at the luncheon table. They ate sparingly of our food, whether from want of appetite or suspiciousness of its quality was difficult to determine, but there was little doubt of their appreciation of the liquids as they held up their empty wine glasses to be replenished with sparkling Moselle. A sort of desultory conversation was kept up during luncheon by the aid of Ah Ching, but all that we could make out of it was, that certain of their countrymen were very much against our being allowed to land on their territory. As to our present guests, before they left our hospitable table, they expressed, through Ah Ching, their great desire to see us established in their midst for ever. A good deal of time was spent over this luncheon, probably to good purpose, for before the officials again took their places in their boats, we had become sufficiently friendly to be allowed to handle their swords, as well as to test them with the peculiar test of cutting through a doubled up silk handkerchief. When the boats came alongside to receive these officials after luncheon, a large quantity of biscuits and beef was passed into each boat for the refection of the boatsmen, a benefaction which was very much appreciated by them, to judge by their manner of receiving it. Chapter 21. Nealance and I visit the shore after dark by swimming. Our official guests having taken up their various positions of observation around the Eamont, we likewise proceed about our various duties incident to life on board ship. Nothing transpires in the course of the afternoon to disturb our enforced calm tranquillity. From what Ah Cheong was able to discover of the intentions of these set to watch us, we were not to be permitted to land anywhere in the harbour till such time as the governor or chief officer of state had given his sanction, and even this great condescension was very doubtful of attainment. During the course of the afternoon, the captain invites Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I to a conference in the saloon, to discuss and arrange for some means of placing ourselves in communication with Mr. Careero. The captain having told us of his anxiety to know how Careero was getting on, Mr. Jule asked, "Don't you think we could land at Careero's without being seen from the town? And I dare say $1 or 2 to these officials in the boats would make them blind to what we are doing." "As far as landing is concerned," replies the captain, "we could very soon do that, as we have plenty of force to protect ourselves. But landing without their permission might bring on such a fanatical furor as to necessitate the giving up of this business altogether. As for dollars, they could have them and welcome, but I doubt very much if you could get any of them to accept a single coin from you. They are strictly forbidden to exchange money or have any dealings with us, so it would be a question of life and death to any one of them found in possession of a Mexican dollar." "As we cannot use the boats," strikes in Nealance, "the only other thing I can see is to use the water without the boats. As soon as it is dark enough, I don't mind trying to fetch Careero. It is not much of a swim. The getting into the house, if it happens to be watched, will be the worst part of the difficulty." "And as you might need some help," I suggest, "I go along with you." The captain seemed much pleased at our offer, and as no other method more feasible could be thought of, it was finally decided to adopt Mr. Nealance's plan of opening up communication with our friends. It was springtime, and although the water was not so genial perhaps as it was in summer, still it was not much colder than our own sea coast water in the bathing season. A light suit of clothing done up in a small parcel and covered with a piece of oiled silk from the medicine chest is soon ready for each of us. Then we wait and watch for the coming darkness and a favourable opportunity when the watchers in the boats may be off their guard. After 8 bells has been struck, and the usual stir of relieving the watch has again subsided, we take a searching look at the watchers in the boats, and finding that they have made themselves comfortable for the night by stretching themselves out in the bottoms of their boats, we proceed to carry out our expedition to the shore. A boat's ladder is lowered down from the taffrail to the water's edge. Then, as soon as we have stripped, we secure our light parcels on the back of our necks, bid good night to the captain and Mr. Jule, and quietly slip down the rope ladder, dropping into the water as noiseless as any denizens of the deep. We strike out slowly and cautiously till we get some little way from the ship, so as to float as deep as possible and not attract any attention from the guard boats. When we have got a safe distance from the Eamont and her guardians, we strike out boldly in the direction of the mansion, endeavouring, if possible, to follow the route the Japanese had taken on the previous night. We do not speak much to each other, but reserve our wind to aid our exertions in cutting our way through the water. We are not successful in finding the channel, for in about 20 minutes' time from leaving the ship, Nealance comes to a standstill, saying, "We are in shallow water." There was no doubt about that, for as I let my feet sink from their horizontal position on hearing him speak, they come to the ground with astonishing quickness, and I find there are scarcely 3 feet of water on this portion of the beach. "Don't rise up, Anderson, for a minute," says Nealance, "till we have a look at our surroundings, for I fancy I saw something like a man moving along the shore there." "A man? Where?" I ask. "There, don't you see him now?" says Nealance. "Yes, I can see him plain enough, confound him, and he is right in our path to the house," I reply. "Keep low, and we will soon see if he is on watch or not," says Nealance. For several minutes we remain in our crouching attitude in the water, watching the proceedings of this personage who has arrested our career so unexpectedly. "He seems as if he were stationed there for some purpose," says Nealance. "No doubt of it, he has not moved half a dozen paces from where we first spotted him," I remark. "What do you think? Shall we go back, or swim out a bit and land farther to the eastward?" asks Nealance. "We can't go back without a harder try, so let us start off, for I am getting slightly cramped in this position," I reply. "Off we go then," says Nealance, and we started swimming out into deep water again. Then, as soon as we had got out of our depth, we headed along shore to the eastward. We keep right on in this direction for nearly half an hour, or at any rate till we get a quarter of a mile to the right of the residence wherein our friends are located. We then draw in towards the shore, and seeing no signs of any one to interfere with us, we make our way out of the water as soon as we touch bottom. About 10 or 15 yards from the water's edge we perceive some few clusters of brushwood, and as soon as we gain their cover we proceed to attire ourselves in the garments we had brought with us. While proceeding with our open-air toilet, we keep a sharp look-out towards Careero's mansion, in order to discover if there are any persons on watch this side of it. As soon as our attire is completed, we proceed towards the house, keeping amongst the brushwood wherever possible, so as to hide our proceedings from any watchers that may be on the look-out. Evidently the watchers have been placed on that side of the mansion which lies next to the Eamont, for we arrive at the side gate without meeting with any hindrance. We have found the gate, which is securely fastened, and we have no key. How to get in without making a noise is the next question we have to solve, so after looking round and surveying the position from the side we were on, not deeming it prudent to show ourselves out from the shelter and cover of this side wall, we came to the conclusion that there was nothing for it but scaling the wall just where we were. "You are the lightest, Anderson," says Nealance, "so get on my shoulders and I will give you a hoist up." "What about yourself?" I ask. "I'll be all right here until you get some one to open the gate," replies Nealance. "At any rate, as soon as you are over, I will lie flat down out of sight, and if you find no one there, you will surely find some way of getting back." "All right, then, here goes," I say as I climb up onto Nealance's shoulders. When he has stretched himself to his full length, I fail to reach the top of the wall by 6 inches. "I want 6 inches more," I tell him, and ask, "Can you give me a jerk up?" "Look out then," he replies, "but don't miss your hold and come down on top of me, for it won't do to cripple either of us." "Is there any broken glass on it?" asks Nealance, before he proceeds with my jerk. "Glass? No, these people are not civilized enough for that yet," I reply. "Very good. Now then, look out," says Nealance, as he heaves himself up with a jerk that sends me more than the required inches above the wall top. I am able to make good my hold on the top of the wall, and after a few wriggles I succeed in working my body upwards, and after a short glance over the wall, to see where I will drop, I land myself at the other side, perfectly sound in wind and limb. I soon find the door by which we entered the mansion the previous night, and finding it open, I take the liberty of entering the vestibule, and there making a slight demonstration, which has the desired effect, for in a moment Mr. Careero and several Japanese appear upon the scene. "Where have you sprung from?" asks Careero in great astonishment. "From the Eamont. "And Nealance is at the gate waiting to come in," I reply. Careero explains to the Japs the position of Nealance, and in a very short space of time he is released from his anxious position and brought in to the mansion. We are conducted by Careero to his own room, where Nealance fully details the whole occurrences that have transpired on board the Eamont in the course of the day. "How have you two managed to get here, if they won't allow a boat to come on shore?" queries Careero. "We swam ashore, and then dressed on the beach about 1/4 of a mile from here," replies Nealance. "Rather risky, is it not?" says Careero, "for there are some Japs watching the Eamont between here and the settlement." "We did not come that side," replies Nealance, "for as soon as we saw the fellows on watch we made tracks to the eastward." "You were not afraid of sharks, seemingly?" says Careero. "I don't think there can be any here," replies Nealance. "They don't generally come into landlocked waters." "Do you intend swimming back again?" queries Careero. "Yes, sir," replies Nealance. "We promised to be back before 1 o'clock in the morning, and if we are not there, the captain will be coming on shore with an armed party to look for us." "You will have to go then," says Careero, "for we cannot risk having any disturbance as yet." "Help yourselves to something to drink, while I go and have a talk with the Japs," says Careero, as he leaves the room. "Seems as if there were some negotiations going on at which we are not to be present," says Nealance, as soon as we are left alone. "Rather," I ejaculate in reply, "and it seems to me there are a good many more Japs here to night than there were last night." "I hope we shall be allowed to land and have a look at their city before we leave," says Nealance. "So do I reply, and musingly add to that reply, "If you are game, I don't see why we could not act the Japanese for a night, and have a walk round their important township." "Agreed," says Nealance, adding, "I don't imagine Careero would leave us in the lurch, even if we did get into a hobble." "No, I am sure not, for I rather think we are useful to him, and he seems to be deeply interested in getting this country opened out," I reply. Our conversation comes to a close by the entrance of the gentleman we have been discussing, the very, very old adage about absent personages again proving true in this instance. "I hope you have enjoyed yourselves during my absence," says Careero, "but the fact of the matter is I have got some of the friendly Japs here to night, as well as some of those who are fanatically dead against us, and these I suppose will want their price. However, I have got permission for the captain to come on shore and visit me here to morrow, on the ground of my ill health. Don't laugh, for I have told them we have no other doctor but the captain. I have explained all in this letter," he goes on to say to us, "and I suppose you will be able to carry it off to the captain without letting the sharks get a hold of it. Have another drop of brandy to keep the cold out, and I will see you out of the gate." 3 half glasses of pale brandy are soon put out of sight, then, following our leader in a very short space of time, we find ourselves on the outer side of the walls that enclose this solitary mansion. Section 8. of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft by Lindsay Anderson. This recording is in the public domain. Section 8, Chapters 22 through 24. Chapter 22. We make a daylight visit to the shore. Good night, Nealance. Good night, Anderson. Try and keep my letter dry, and be careful how you get back on board. If you have any bother, come back here immediately, and I will stand the racket." So says Careero, as we shake his hand, and take our way back to the brushwood to undress, and prepare for our watery travel back to the Eamont. The first clump of bushes we come across are utilized as a dressing room for the purpose of disrobing ourselves. As soon as we have got our suit of clothes tied up in pieces of oilcloth, we leave the cover of the brushwood and betake ourselves to the water, like a pair of veritable water dogs. The pair of us being as much at home in the water as on land, we were not long in fetching the Eamont after we had got away from the beach. There were no sharks in the harbour that night, neither were there on watch any emissaries of the old aristocracy of this country, who were the enemies of progress, or else they could easily have made short work of us had they been so minded, or been imbued with the crafty intelligence that obtains amongst the monarchical aristocracy of Christian nations. Swimming noiselessly up to the rope ladder hanging over the taffrail of the Eamont, and then climbing up in the same noiseless manner, we are eagerly welcomed back by the captain and Mr. Jule, who have been waiting anxiously for our return. "Not a word," quietly ejaculates the captain, "till you have rubbed yourselves dry and got inside of another suit of clothes," forgetting for the moment that we were attired in Adam's suit. "Couldn't have a better suit on than we have for the night's work," says Nealance with a laugh, which is fully endorsed by the captain and Mr. Jule. Although the suit approved by Nealance is probably the best for an aquatic journey, neither of us were very loath to go to our cabins and put in practice the injunctions of the captain regarding our apparel. Before proceeding to his cabin, Nealance opens his oilsilk covered parcel and delivers to the captain Mr. Careero's important letter. Having got inside of another suit of clothing, we take our way to the saloon where the captain and Mr. Jule are waiting to hear an account of our night's work. Nealance relates to them all our proceedings, and then the captain tells us somewhat of the contents of the communication we had brought him from Mr. Careero, which amounts to little more than permission for him to proceed on shore in the character of a medico. Our conference is short, and the good night cup is swallowed, and we are all glad to retire to our cabins and court the repose that is necessary to restore the energies of our craniums to their proper equilibrium. After the usual morning's work of cleaning, polishing, and brightening comes to a close, the Eamont, as on the previous day, is gaily arrayed with bunting from stem to stern. The 4 Japanese boats are still lying at anchor on our quarters and bows, carefully watching all our proceedings. The one high official who seemed to be in authority over them on the previous day had shortly after sunrise come off and made a tour of inspection, as well as spent some little time in conversation with the officials in the boats. Ah Ching, at the request of the captain, tries his persuasive powers of oratory on this high official in order to induce him to come on board, but all his efforts are in vain. He is not to be seduced from his fealty to the party whose interests he is commissioned to look after. As soon as breakfast is over, one of our cutters is put in the water and brought to the gangway ladder. A picked crew of 10 of our best men, armed with revolvers, are chosen to man the cutter, Nealance taking the place of coxswain, and I the position of bowman. The captain, Ah Ching, and one of the schroffs have taken their places in the stern sheets. We shove off from the side of the Eamont and pull away in the direction of Mr. Careero's residence. The officials in the guard boats take no notice of us, and we reach the shore without interference on their part. But as soon as we get to the landing, we are confronted by several Japs, dressed and armed in a similar manner to the officials in the watching boats, who intimate to the captain through our interpreter, Ah Ching, that only 4 persons are to be allowed to land. "Very good," says the captain in reply to Ah Ching's interpreted communication. "Nealance, you remain in charge of the boat, and Anderson will come along with me, and Ah Ching and the schroff." Having some knowledge of the house and its surroundings, I accordingly lead the way, as soon as we have passed from the cutter to terra firma, and acting on the captain's instructions, instead of leading our party to the side gate, where I had previously found ingress, I take the way round to the front entrance. The residents in the mansion had no doubt been well aware of our approach, for when we arrive at the principal entrance we are met on the threshold by Careero, our 2 Japanese passengers, and several other distinguished and imposing looking Japanese. Salams and genuflections innumerable are performed as the captain is introduced all round, much the same performance having to be gone through over the introduction of Ah Ching, while a lesser degree of courtesy is extended towards the schroff and I, who bring up the rear. Entering the mansion, the captain and Ah Ching are conducted to the private apartments occupied by Careero, where his state of health is no doubt adequately diagnosed, while at the same time some more important matters are discussed. The schroff and I are left on duty in an anteroom adjoining, there to await the orders of our superiors. Careero's conference with the captain and Ah Ching having been concluded, they take their way to another apartment where the Japanese are assembled. A lengthy conference is carried on there, and my companion, the schroff, is called in, no doubt to act as secretary or otherwise. The sun has crossed the foreyard before the conference comes to a close, and we are ready to take our departure. Before taking our departure, the captain and Careero urgently endeavour to persuade some of the principal Japs to go off and lunch on board the Eamont, but to no purpose. Seemingly they all have a dread of being seen in our company outside the stone walls of the mansion. Unsuccessful in getting any of the Japs to accompany us on board, the captain takes his leave in much the same formal manner as when he entered the mansion, and then, accompanied by the schroff and I, takes his way to the boat, leaving Ah Ching to assist Careero in the work he has in hand. Chapter 23. The Captain suggests a visit to Nagasaki. We arrive back on board the Eamont without being interfered with in the slightest degree, so that the opposition to our landing and having free intercourse with the people cannot be of a very aggressive nature. When the captain reaches the deck, I hear him say to Mr. Jule, "Don't hoist the boat up, let her lie at the boom till after lunch." As soon as we are seated at the luncheon table, and the first pangs of the inward man satisfied, the captain proceeds to narrate for our delectation the substance of the forenoon's conference with the Japs and Careero. "As far as I can make out," says the captain, after his narration of the conference has come to a close, "we will simply have to make an effort ourselves by going on shore on some errand, and see whether they will allow us into their city or not, for these fellows might keep on talking for ever. Now," again says the captain, "I have told Careero that we are in need of fresh beef, and he and I have come to the conclusion that it will be a very good opportunity to go on shore and buy some beef, or failing that, a live bullock, which can soon be made into beef when we get him on board. What do you think of the plan?" asks the captain. "Very good indeed," is our assenting reply. "Well then," resumes the captain, "Mr. Nealance, you and Anderson will go on shore with the same armed boat's crew, and land at the main landing, which I will point out to you when we go on deck, and then you will take half the boat's crew up the town with you, leaving the coxswain in charge of the boat, to wait some distance off the landing till you return. When you have landed in the city, you must just look round till you come across a butcher's shop, or a live animal that will make beef. Don't do anything to hurt the feelings of the inhabitants, and pay well for anything you take. I will give you plenty of dollars, and if they won't take the money, lay it down close to where you have taken your goods from. If the natives object to our proceedings, we are to take what we can lay our hands on, whether or not, I presume?" says Nealance with a laugh as he winks at me. "That will depend upon the amount of force they bring to bear upon you to enforce their objections," says the captain, adding, "I will leave you to judge of that for yourselves. But I may as well tell you, you are not to quarrel with them willingly, but rather to sheer off if there should be any organized force brought to bear against you by any official looking personages like those fellows in the boats." "How are we going to explain to them what we require?" asked Nealance. "The schroff will go with you, and although he don't understand much of their language, still his Chinee may be nearer the mark of their understanding than your English," replies the captain. "You see," again says the captain, "those Japs that Careero is in tow with keep on telling him that we will not be allowed to enter the city for the purpose of trading, and also that the people are dead against us, and will neither take our money nor will they supply us with anything. So, to test the truth of their allegations, you are going to try and purchase some article we are very much in need of, as I take it none of you are too fond of salt provisions." "All right, sir," says Nealance. "I think we will manage to palaver them into supplying us with the necessary article if we have plenty of dollars, for I have never seen the genus homo yet whose eyes would not glisten or his mouth water over a pile of Mexicans, especially in Eastern lands." "That is no doubt all very well with Indians and Chinamen," says the captain, "but these people seem to be a different race altogether from any we have had dealings with before. So be very wary and polite, for their swords are sharp, and as each man carries 2 of these weapons, he is like a double-armed man. But whether they are clever in the use of their weapons or not, I don't know yet." The captain, having thus carefully put us on our guard regarding our duty to the inhabitants, ordered the schroff to take with him 100 of the newest and brightest Mexican dollars he had in his possession, and accompany us into the boat. As soon as Nealance and I have got our fighting harness on, and supplied ourselves with a goodly amount of revolver ammunition, we take our way on deck, and instruct the boatswain to pipe the cutter to the gangway, with the same armed boat's crew to man her as were in her during our forenoon visit to the shore. While the boat is being got ready, the captain comes on deck and points out the particular place where we are to land, which is near the eastern end of the bight, which forms a kind of inner harbour at the northern end of this large and capacious roadstead or inner gulf. "Be wary" is the last injunction we receive from the captain as we go over the side and take our places in the boat, where the cashier or schroff is already seated, looking as miserable as if he were going to an execution. Nealance and I, as well as our boat's crew, are still in the rosy realms of bright and hopeful youth, and as far as our faces can be read, as a token of what may be passing within, you would imagine we were bound away on some pleasant picnicking expedition, instead of being about to land as unwelcome intruders amongst a people who had succeeded, I may say since the world began, in keeping themselves secluded from the whole world around them, always excepting the 1 or 2 favoured Hollanders, who, however, had never got any farther than a mere look at the city, not having been endowed with the persevering and encroaching intelligence that generally accompanies the landing of a British subject on any portion of the terra firma that constitutes the world. Had any of our countrymen been on such a friendly footing with the Japs as to be able to get them to accept of a present of a yacht, that country would have been as much anglicized at the time I am writing of as it is now, for they have proved themselves a very apt nation in the adoption of all the benefits that accrue from advanced civilization. Whether they are a happier people for discarding the ignorance and innocence which obtained amongst them when we forced ourselves upon them, is a question they can best answer for themselves. But there is this to be said for them, as a nation they have rapidly, and for the most part willingly, adopted the manners and customs of the dominant races, and thus, unlike other aboriginal races, they have not been improved from off the face of the earth, to make way for those whom our philosophers term the fittest, and who alone have the right to survive. Only a few days ago, in this year 1891 of the Christian era, I was taking a ramble round the docks of this the greatest maritime city in the world, when, to my great wonderment, I came across a large number of Japanese seamen, who had just been landed from one of the many steamers that regularly ply between that fast advancing nation and this country. Officers and men were all dressed in the most approved style of naval uniform, similar to that which is worn in our own Royal Navy, with very slight exception, and which would be quite unnoticeable to the eyes of any landsman. Their dress and appearance, and possibly their intelligence, gave them the look of man-of-warsmen, but it seemed to me, as I stood and watched them for a few minutes, that there was a great want of the stamina and robustness that usually distinguishes our own naval men, and the thought readily suggested itself to me that possibly the Japanese authorities sent all their most diminutive people to sea, and kept those of larger stature, such as I had often seen in the days I am writing of, to protect as soldiers their now much more important nation. Chapter 24. We visit Nagasaki town. "Be wary" is the last injunction that proceeds from the lips of our commander, as we shove off from the side of the Eamont, and take our way for the first time towards the principal landing place in the harbour of Nagasaki. 10 minutes smart pulling, and our cutter is run alongside the bottom step of the landing in the most approved style that obtains amongst well-trained coxswains. The landing is a fairly well-built structure of hard stone, having some 12 or 14 steps, somewhere about 15 feet lengthways by 9 inches in depth, and 1 foot in breadth, leading up to a gate-like archway through which we have to pass in order to enter the city. When we arrive at this landing, we find it well guarded with stout-looking, formidable Japs, arrayed in a similar garb to that of the officials who had been so carefully watching us from their guard boats since our arrival in the harbour. Those officials on duty at the landing were armed with 2 swords in like manner to those already mentioned, and here, as also in the guard boats, firearms of any sort were either still unknown to them or under prohibition, for none were visible to our keen and searching glance. We do not linger to gaze upon these sturdy-looking warriors, but taking in the situation at a glance, Nealance and I, followed up by 4 of our men, jump from the cutter to the landing and take our way up the steps, the boat at the same time pushing off from the landing and taking up a position some few yards off. Nealance and I, taking the lead, walk up the steps followed by our men, passing through the ranks of these soldiers, if such they were, in a most solemn and determined manner. I think we are rather surprised when we meet with no hindrance to our proceedings, but are only looked at by these guardians of the landing in a curiously blended inspection of sternness and stoical indifference. We raise our caps to 2 of the officials at the archway, who are by their appearance and richness of attire of some higher rank than the others, but they take no notice of our salute, and only give us a stare of austere indifference. Their looks don't hurt us much, and we are not prevented from proceeding on our errand by the austerity of their manner in receiving strangers. Up through the city lanes and streets we take our way. No one interferes with us, neither do any of the inhabitants take much more interest in us than a momentary stare of very slightest wonderment. Their habitations are for the most part built of stone, and as the window glass is seemingly unknown to them, or perhaps highly taxed as it once was in our own land, we are able to see the interior of their dwellings almost whether we will or not. After wandering through the streets for some time, we come across a shop where we see cigars exposed for sale, and attempt to make a purchase. We had left the schroff behind in the boat with the bag of dollars, till such time as we could spot what we were in search of. Therefore we had some difficulty in getting this Japanese cigar merchant to understand us. I have often observed that our British seamen, when on any foreign station throughout the civilized world, or the uncivilized, have but one appellation for any of the genus homo whom they may come in contact with, so, my dear reader, you will not be astonished when I tell you that Mr. Nealance began his first conversation in Japan by addressing this shopman by the universal title of Johnny. "Johnny," says Mr. Nealance, addressing this Japanese shopman, and at the same time holding up before his gaze a couple of shining Mexican dollars, "me wantchee cigaree for smokee," and as he finishes his request he points to the article required. The Japanese shopman shakes his head in the negative, and waves the open palm of his hand across his chest in that peculiar style mankind in general adopt when they wish to be rid of any one, or to close any conversation. Nealance won't understand him, however, and therefore doubles the amount of dollars, but all to no purpose. He still shakes his head and hands as if he would like to be rid of us. Passing on to a street higher up, we come across another dealer in the fragrant weed, with whom we endeavour to make a trade. "You try him this time, Anderson," says Nealance. "Johnny," says I in my suavest tone of voice, while at the same time I also hold up a couple of Mexican dollars, "wantchee smokee." Then I imitate with my hand and mouth the motion we perform as we inhale the inspiration of the fragrant weed. This shopman has an eye to business, and is seemingly inclined to trade. He takes the dollars out of my hand to look at them, and as he does so, I lift the box of cigars from the stand in the glassless window. While this Japanese shopman is satisfying himself as to the genuineness of the Mexican dollars, Nealance takes up another box and lays down $2 also, which are taken up by the shopman. As he is in the act of placing his $4 into his purse, two Japanese official-looking personages are noticed coming along the street, both armed in the usual two-sworded manner. As soon as this shopman spies these officials of the two swords coming in our direction, he pushes the $4 back into my hand, and motions for us to take our departure from his door. He will not allow us to return the cigars, and as he is seemingly in great trepidation at the advent on the scene of these two officials, we take our departure along the street, much to his evident relief. These two officials pass us by with the same indifferent stare as all the others have done, and we see them stand and question the shopman anent his dealings with us. There is no chance of us getting back to remunerate the shopman, for they take their stand close to his premises, and we are perforce compelled to walk away in some other direction. As we walk along the streets, we come to what seems a hall or public building, with many openings in its walls in the shape of windows, and like all the other buildings, an entire absence of glass, or any kind of screen. Our visit being one of exploration, we do not hesitate to avail ourselves of a look within the interior of this public building, from out of and into which we observe numerous inhabitants of both sexes coming and going, and all alike arrayed in the scantiest of attire. Looking through the screenless windows into the interior of this building, we find, to our amazement, that it is the public bathing place of the inhabitants. And here, before our very eyes, we see men and women in their nudest innocence, disporting themselves in this miniature lake of water, with all the joyousness born of paradisiacal innocence. The bathers took but little notice of us, and were in no way abashed at our wondering stare of absorbment. The scene had come across our vision so unexpectedly, and was withal so much different from our close separation of the sexes under such circumstances, that we may be excused for the rapt absorbment of our first gaze. When we came to our senses after our astonished gaze on such a primeval scene, we turn away blushing, as if we had been caught stealing a glimpse at the veritable Three Graces, when adorning themselves to join in the escort of the mythical Bacchus. "Did you ever see anything like that?" queries Nealance. "Never," I replied. "I have read of some such scenes in books, but in all my wanderings this is the first time I have seen such an exquisite scene of primitive innocence." "Some of the women are as fair as our own countrywomen," says Nealance, "and none of them are really darker than the maidens of Italy or Andalusia." "What a scene for a painter to put upon his canvas," I remark, "especially to lay before that portion of our civilized Europe who cynically believe and hold forth to their fellows that the finality of innocence came to an end in the Garden of Eden." We do not proceed any further into the city, but take our way leisurely back in the direction of the landing place, all the time keeping a sharp look out for anything in the shape of butcher meat. When we get about half way back to the landing, we are rewarded by the sight of a nice young bullock standing in the courtyard of what might be a dairy, so much has it the resemblance of one of those milk caravansaries that are to be found in our own large cities. We walk up the courtyard and have a good survey of the bullock, and find he is just the very animal we have been looking for all the afternoon. We halloo a great deal, and make as much noise as we decently can, in order to bring some one out of the mansion, in the courtyard of which we have found our animal, but all to no purpose. No one ventures forth that we can bargain with for the purchase of the animal, so Nealance turns to me and says, "Anderson, if you will take a couple of hands down to the boat, and bring that schroff and the money up here, I will watch here and see that no one removes the bullock till you come back." "All right," I reply, as I set off with my men to the landing place. We have no difficulty in finding it, for here, at any rate, the streets and lanes are mostly in straight lines and parallels. The guards take no heed of me as I walk to the bottom of the steps, and after getting into the boat, induce the schroff, by means of some forcible eloquence, to adjourn to the shore and bring the bag of dollars with him. However unwilling the schroff may have been to pass through the lines of guards at the landing place, I had no sooner got him through the archway and rejoined my two men, than all the ancient bravery of his race returned to him, and he was now quite capable of encountering the direst enemy of the human race. When we got back to the courtyard where I had left Nealance, we found him and his two men still watching by the animal. "Have you seen any one yet?" I asked of Nealance. "Not a living creature," is the reply of Nealance. Then he says to the schroff, "Here, Mr. Schroff, see if you can't talkie some Japanese in that dory, so can bring men out sell bullock." The schroff walks up to the door and makes some talk in Japanese, mixed with pidgin English and Chinee, but his efforts, like ours, are in vain. No one comes forth to sell the bullock, or in any manner interest themselves in our proceedings. "How much do you think the animal is worth, Anderson?" asked Nealance. $5, $10, or $15 over in China," I reply, "but what is it worth here in this new country, where they will not take money, nor buy, nor sell, I don't know." "Well, we are going to take him on board, at any rate, to make him into fresh beef, and if I leave $25 in the yard for him, he will be well paid for." So said Mr. Nealance, and of course I entirely concurred with this arrangement. "Cast him adrift from the wall, and lead him away to the boat," says Nealance to our men, while at the same time he places the sum of $25 in bright New Mexicans on the ground close to where the bullock was tied to the wall. As soon as we proceed to lead our captive away out of the yard, the first approach to human life in the mansion makes its appearance in the doorway, in the shape of a young and lovely maiden, fair to look upon as a summer's dream, and possibly verging on the teen that poets have so often dubbed as sweet. She was dressed in the mantle our first mother wore in the Garden of Eden, if we are to believe the many artists who have delineated on their canvas, through all the ages, the slender raiment that was necessary for the female adornment in those antediluvian days. This young lady of Japan looked on at our proceedings without showing by her countenance the least sign of astonishment, and as Nealance and I turned out of the courtyard in rear of our men, we raised our hats and salaamed in our most gracious style, but this fair maid of Japan made no responsive obeisance to our polite attentions. Down through the streets of Nagasaki we proceed with our bullock in tow. Most of the inhabitants, as we passed along, took just sufficient time for a look, then passed on as unconcerned as possible. And so, without any hindrance, we arrived at the landing place, where we walked the bullock down the steps and into the water. When the boat came alongside, the bullock was made fast to the stern ring-bolt, then we all took our places in the boat and put off for the Eamont, the soldiers on guard looking on all the time, but saying nothing, only just leaving us very, very severely alone. A quarter of an hour brings us back on board the Eamont. The bullock is hoisted on board, and in half an hour's time, legs and shoulders of prime fresh beef are seen hanging to the rack of the galley. The boat is hoisted in, and as it is close on dinner time when we get back, the captain reserves the relation of our adventures till we are seated at the dinner table. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 9, Chapters 25 through 27. Chapter 25. Another Visit After Dark to Careeros. "Now then, gentlemen," says the captain, addressing Nealance and I at the dinner table, after the second course had been disposed of, "let us hear an account of your afternoon proceedings." I allow Nealance the right of precedence, and accordingly he fires away in his most logical and graphic style. Coming to the episode of the cigars, Mr. Jule remarks, "It's a grand country this, and a fine place for bargains, especially when they won't take your money from you." "Well, you can have a trip on shore to morrow, to accustom the inhabitants to our visits," says the captain to Mr. Jule, "and while you are there you can bring back the $25 left on the ground for the bullock, if you can find them." "I am afraid there will be little chance of the dollars," I remark, "for I expect that fair young damsel was not long in picking them up when our backs were fairly turned." "Not a doubt of it," says the captain, "and I'll warrant in less than 3 months they will be as keen after the dollars as any Chinaman." When Nealance comes to describe the scene we beheld at the place we took to be the public baths, the captain looks at Mr. Jule to see if he is taking in our tale, then with an incredulous wink at Nealance and I, he says, "There, that will do now, Nealance. I know you can stretch a bit on occasions, but I did not think you could imagine either Mr. Jule or your commander as going to take that in." Nealance and I stick to the truth of our assertions, which has the effect of making the captain ask of us if the Mikado had not been treating us to some delusive wine. "Now, Anderson," says the captain, addressing me, "is not Nealance trying to draw on our imagination when he tells us of men and women, fair as Italians or Spaniards, all swimming about in a bath together?" "No, sir," I reply, "it is bona fide truth, and you can easily prove it by going and seeing for yourself. The people don't seem to care anything about you looking at them, for they took no notice of us, and then, besides that, you can't help seeing them in their houses in the same fashionable attire, unless you keep your eyes shut as you go along." "How is that?" queries the captain. "They have not learned what Eve discovered when she ate the forbidden fruit. Therefore they have no need of window glass or screens to hide themselves," replies Nealance. "I suppose we must believe you," says the captain, "but, Mr. Jule, you and I will have to get on shore and have a glimpse of this primeval innocence before the light of civilization comes to them, and they get their eyes opened to the knowledge that came to the human race by eating of the tree of knowledge." "I should like very much to see their ways of living," says Mr. Jule, "for they seem different from any of the new peoples I have come across. If we could only talk to them, we might find out that they were more civilized, in a better sense, than we are, having only the knowledge of the good that was in the tree." "Only got half of it, you mean?" laughingly suggests the captain. "Well, they will soon get the other half now, if this treaty they are making with the outside world comes to be an accomplished fact." "Is the dingey ready, Mr. Jule?" asks the captain. "Can have her at the gangway in 5 minutes," replies Mr. Jule. "Let her be brought there as quietly as possible," says the captain, "and Nealance and Anderson will pull me ashore to Careero's." Mr. Jule takes his departure to the deck, and Nealance and I proceed to our cabin to make ready for the shore. When we reach the deck, the dinghy is at the ladder, and we step down and take the places of the two men who have brought her there. As soon as the captain has taken his place in the stern sheets, we shove off, and pull easily away in the direction of Careero's, watching the while for any action that might be taken by any of the boats that are so carefully watching the Eamont. The same indifference to our proceedings is observed by the officials in the boats, as was shown to us by all the officials we met during our visit to the city in the afternoon. We are left severely alone, and so arrive at the Careero mansion without any interference from watchers on the sea or on the land. We secure the dinghy to some brushwood, and then follow the captain, at his request, to the mansion. We are received at the vestibule by Careero and several Japs, who have evidently been on the look out for our coming. After many salaams, we all take our way to the inner room, and Nealance has again to describe the proceedings of our afternoon's visit to the shore, which is duly interpreted to the Japs by Ah Cheong and Careero. "I thought as much," I hear Careero say to the captain. "The men who have a stake in the country are about equally divided for throwing it open. In fact, the throwing open party are in the majority, I believe, and of course all the officials take their cue from the party they expect to predominate. I suppose there is no reason why I should not make a visit to the city, and see for myself some of the wondrous institutions of this new country," says the captain, by way of a feeler to Careero. "None that I am aware of," replies Careero, "and I would willingly go with you, only I have so much to do, teaching the obstinate party, or at any rate the members who influence that section of the inhabitants who are brought here, about all the great advantages that will come to them in opening up their country to outside trade, especially the British." "Have you ever been in the city, Careero?" asks the captain. "I have been farther than the city," laughingly replies Careero, "but I was so like a Jap at the time, no one took the slightest notice of me, except my own especial friends. I suppose you are all ready for sea?" asks Careero of the captain. "At any moment you like," replies the captain. "How long will it take you to run over to Shanghai or Ningpo, and be back here again, stopping possibly a couple of days at either place?" asks Careero. 10 days," replies the captain, after thinking the subject over for 5 minutes. "Very good," says Careero. "Now I will have a talk with the Japs, and I will be able to tell you when you will sail." Careero, Ah Cheong, and the Japs now resolve themselves into a committee of discussion, in a language that is quite unintelligible to us sea rovers, although, by the frequent looks that are extended towards the captain, Nealance, and I, we are seemingly forming a part of their interesting disquisition. Not being able to assist in the deliberations through our ignorance of their language, we console ourselves for this grievous loss of utility by endeavouring to kill the time in the agreeable enjoyment of special Havanas and sparkling Moselle, which the captain orders for our special behoof. Like all deliberations, this also gradually drew to an end, and, as the speakers finished what they had to say, they, like other great and mighty speakers, felt a dryness in their throats that drew them towards our side table, as a needle is drawn towards the attracting magnet. As soon as the discussion is closed, Careero takes his place beside the captain, and I hear him say, "Well, captain, I think you had better leave to morrow night, after dark, as you will have to take 2 Japs back with you who don't wish to be seen leaving the country." "All right," replies the captain, "dark or daylight is all the same to us. When will the Japs be ready to be smuggled on board?" asks the captain. 9 or 10 o'clock to morrow night," replies Careero. "Then we will say good night, and be off to our quarters to put in some sleep for the coming night," says the captain as we rise from the table. Careero comes to the door with us after we have salaamed to the Japs, and before he says good night, he says to the captain, "Are you still of the same mind about going on shore?" "Oh yes," replies the captain, "I must really go and have a look at this earthly paradise these two officers of mine have been telling me about." "Well, captain," says Careero, "don't ridicule them too much to let them see it, and beware of the ladies with black teeth, for these are already appropriated for life, and a Japanese sword is a sharp weapon. Good night, captain. Good night, all. Mind how you get back, and have a boat here at 8 to-morrow night, please." With this parting admonition we take our departure for the boat, and Careero retires within the mansion to rejoin his diplomatic coadjutors. Chapter 26. A second visit to Nagasaki, where we find another bullock. The captain, Nealance, and I found our way to the dinghy with very little trouble, and as the night was moonless and dark, we succeeded in reaching the Eamont without being disturbed by any night watchers. Mr. Jule received us at the gangway, and one of our sentries quietly moved the dinghy astern for the night. After the captain had issued his instructions for the coming day to Mr. Jule, he wished us all good night and retired to his cabin. Then, as soon as we had related to our brother officer the proceedings that had transpired on shore, we also took our way to our cabins and retired to rest. At breakfast the following morning, the captain intimates to Mr. Jule and me his desire for us to accompany him on his visit to the shore. Therefore, as soon as our morning meal is dispatched, Mr. Jule passes over his executive duties into the hands of Mr. Nealance, and then proceeds to array himself in suitable shore-going attire. The same cutter and crew as yesterday is brought to the gangway, into which the captain, Mr. Jule, and I take our places, and pulling with a real admiral-like stroke, take our way towards the principal landing place of the port. The landing is guarded as on the previous day, but no attempt is made to stop us as we leave the boat and pass through the lines of guards, followed by 4 of the boat's crew. We raise our hats to the officers of the guard in the archway in the usual saluting style as we pass them, but receive no response of acknowledgment farther than a fixed, stoical kind of stare. The courteous manners of Western civilization had seemingly not yet been imported into this far eastern land. With my experience of the previous day still fresh in my mind, I was of course appointed leader of our party by Captain Gulliver, and told by him to take a similar route to that of yesterday, in order to see if there were another bullock to be had, or give Mr. Jule a chance to pick up the dollars we left in the courtyard as the price of our animal. We found the courtyard in due course as we proceeded through the city, but there were neither bullocks nor dollars to be seen anywhere about. "Never mind now," says the captain to me when I return to the gate of the courtyard and report my fruitless quest, "but look out for this place as we come down to the boat, for we have perhaps called at the wrong time of day." We accordingly wend our way farther into the city, and experience the same kind of stoical, nonchalant treatment as on the previous day. No one interferes with us, and we are allowed to look and gaze, if so inclined, on all the peculiarities of life as it is to be found in this hitherto unknown land. We do not endeavour to make any purchases, for we have a disagreeable feeling that we are being carefully watched by the two-sorted officials, although they contrive to keep at a respectable distance. We have a look at the baths in order to appease the incredulity of the captain and Mr. Jule, who turn away with the blushing faces of Western innocence. At the door of a Buddhist-like temple we remain for a few minutes, but the priests in their yellow robes look upon us with such forbidding aspect that we are fain to take our departure from the precincts of their sacred edifice. Here and there, as we passed through the streets, we could observe numbers of the fair sex whose teeth were stained to a beautiful brownish black, and as most of these ladies had grown out of their teens, we took this to be the symbol of wedlock that obtained in this country. I had taken little notice of this peculiarity on the previous day, for I had seen so many females in India whose teeth were stained a reddish brown, consequent on chewing a betel nut, that it seemed a matter of course that these ladies should likewise be fond of that dainty pastime. The remarks of Mr. Careero anent the ladies with black teeth had stimulated me to take a somewhat closer look at this peculiarity in feminine adornment, and I could easily discern that this beautiful brown-black stain was produced by something superior to betel nut, or the mastication of any root I had ever seen in use amongst the natives of India. There was no danger of mistaking another man's wife here, or even a lady who was engaged, as we were given to understand that the process of teeth japanning commenced as soon as they were engaged to the man of their choice. This custom of japanning the betrothed one's teeth might well have been copied by many nations of the West, for no doubt it would be the means of saving many a heartbreak, as well as preventing many scandals, which have of necessity broken up the homes and families of many who, in a time of passionate forgetfulness, have forgotten, for the moment, to whom they really belonged, and to whom this conspicuous sign or symbol might have been soul's salvation. A walk through the streets of 2 hours' duration is as much as the captain can stand, so we retrace our steps towards the landing, on being refused admission to the temple. As we pass the courtyard where we took the bullock from on the preceding day, we are rather agreeably surprised to find a somewhat similar animal secured to the wall, in the like manner as on the previous afternoon. "How many dollars have you got, Mr. Jule?" are the first words of the captain as soon as he spies the bullock. "12," replies Mr. Jule. "And you, Anderson?" asks the captain of me. "10, sir," I reply. "All right, then," says the captain, "here are another 10 from me, that makes 32. Now, Anderson, let us see how you buy cattle in this country." I accordingly call up 2 of our men and desire them to cast the animal adrift. Then I lay down the $32, and give a shout through the aperture in the wall of the house to apprise those within of our impudent robbery. The bullock is taken down to the boat in charge of our men, but although the captain, Mr. Jule, and I remain at the entrance of the courtyard some 15 or 20 minutes, no one comes from within to lift the money, or make any sign that they are cognizant of what is taking place. We are therefore reluctantly compelled to take our way down to the boat, somewhat dissatisfied with the non-completion of the Arcadian picture that had been vouchsafed for the gaze of Nealance and I on the preceding day. Walking briskly down to the landing, we come up with our men at the archway in time to pass them and the bullock through the 2 lines of guardians, who watch our proceedings with stoical indifference. As soon as we get our captive secured to the stern ring-bolt, we push off from the landing, and in a few brisk strokes of the oars we are once more alongside the Eamont. The bullock is hoisted on board, the boat is passed out to the boom end, the hands are piped to dinner, and we of the after-guard proceed to divest ourselves of our shore-going apparel before sitting down to lunch. While lunch is being prepared, the captain calls 2 of the schroffs on deck, and intimates to them his desire for the company of the officials in the watching boats at luncheon. The schroffs accordingly enter into conversation with the officials in the boats, and tell them of the captain's polite request, whereupon one of the boats lifts her moorings and makes the round of the other boats, holding a short parley with each, which ends in their acceptance of the captain's invitation. One by one the boats come alongside and deposit the officials on board, then take up their places as before, to maintain their careful watch. "Is there anything necessary on hand this afternoon, Mr. Jule?" asks the captain. "No, sir," replies the chief officer, "we are ready for sea at a moment's notice." "Very well," says the captain, "then let the hands have this afternoon below, as soon as they have turned that bullock into beef, for we shall want them the most part of the night." "Ay, ay, sir," replies Mr. Jule, as he proceeds forward to acquaint the boatswain with the captain's instructions. We spend fully 2 hours over this exciting lunch, and before the Japs return to their boats, we have cordially fraternized as well as sworn lifelong brotherhood, if not in very intelligible language, at any rate it has been well emphasized by signs and hobnobbings that ought to bring it home to the very densest of human Arcadians. As each boat comes alongside at the close of the repast to receive the officials, a goodly quantity of provisions is deposited in each, for the behoof of the boat's crew of rowers; a bottle or two of the aqua vitae of Holland being added thereto to give zest to their appetites. An armed watch is then set on board the Eamont, so that those who are in need of repose, to prepare for the night's work, may retire to their cabins and court the fair restorer of the mind and brain, sweet and balmy sleep. Chapter 27. Making Wu Ah Ching Pay Up. 3 bells, sir, I hear the quartermaster say at my door, on which I jump up and make known to him that I am again in the realms of wakeful consciousness. We do not take the proverbial half hour to dress for dinner in these days, although our dinners are well worth the preparation of a table d'hôte toilette. We lived in such exciting times then, every day of our lives bringing some new and sharp surprises, that it was necessary for us to keep up the sharpest disciplinary vigilance of mind and body, in order to keep pace with our surroundings and never be seen to lag. In less than 10 minutes, Mr. Jule, Nealance and I are on deck, our toilettes complete for dinner, or for service, whichever it might be. We are soon joined by the captain, who instructs Nealance to select a boat's crew for the evening's enterprise, and then consults with Mr. Jule the best way of slipping out of the harbour without drawing the attention of the watching boats, so that they may imagine in the morning that we have been spirited away by some unknown development. The coming night's work having been carefully planned out, we then sit down to dinner to fortify the inward man, which is sometimes a very necessary proceeding, the neglect of which has often entailed the non-success of many well-planned enterprises. "Nealance," says the captain, when the third course has made its appearance, "do you think you and Anderson can bring these Japs off in the dinghy?" "Yes, sir," replies Nealance, "if they don't have too much luggage." "Bring them without their luggage," says the captain, "or at any rate with as little as they can do with, for a matter of 10 or 11 days." "Is Ah Ching coming back?" asks Nealance. "No fear," replies the captain with a smile, "not for a year or two." Then he asks, looking at Nealance and I, "But what do you want to know for? Has he not redeemed his promise for getting him out of Shanghai?" "Never a bit, sir," replies Nealance, speaking for us both. "Well, in that case, you had better fix him to night," says the captain, "if you can." "We'll fix him right enough," says Nealance, "now that we have got your permission." The night is dark and gloomy, the wind is moderate and in the most favourable direction that could be desired for the success of the evening's enterprise. Punctually at 8 p.m. Nealance and I arrive at the residence of Mr. Careero in the dinghy. "Quite up to time," says Careero, as he comes to the door to receive us, "and we are all ready for you." "One moment, please," says Nealance to Careero, "I would like a word with you in private." "This way then, please," says Careero, as he leads us towards an anteroom. As soon as we are safe within the room, and clear of Ah Ching's intrusion, Nealance explains, for the benefit of Careero, our intention regarding Wu Ah Ching, in order to get him to prove his gratitude in some more solid manner than empty forms and phrases of eternal friendship. Careero is scarcely able to restrain his laughter as Nealance propounds his scheme, but being of a liberal turn of mind himself, as was well known not only to us but to many of our countrymen who were then located in the Far East, in quest of that article which is found so necessary to make up the happiness of human life — money. "I suppose you will want my assistance?" queries Careero. "If you please," answers Nealance, "you can help us by only appearing helpless in the matter." "Very good," says Careero. "Now I will send for him, and I dare say you will get from his fears what you would never get out of him through any feeling of gratitude, for he dearly loves the dollars." In the course of a few minutes Ah Ching is ushered into the room, and when he recognizes who we are that are waiting specially for him, he comes forward in his usual bland and childlike manner to greet us. Nealance, whom I allow to take the lead, receives the advances of Ah Ching in his most dignified and solemn style, which has the effect of bringing our Chinese friend to a halt, as it were, and causes him to look with an expression of inquiry into the faces of Careero and myself, as if in search of an answer to the peculiar form of his reception by Nealance. He has scarcely time for more than a look at our solemn visages, when Nealance opens the ball by saying, "I have the captain's instructions to bring you back on board of the Eamont, Ah Ching, so the sooner you pack up your traps and come along, the sooner we will be able to leave the harbour." "Me go backee Shanghai?" says Ah Ching in evident consternation, his countenance having at the same time changed from its usual yellow to a pale and almost death-like hue. "I no wantchee go back. Me stoppee here with Messee Careero," and he looks at Careero as if he wished him to back up his assertion, but no reassuring glance is seen on the calm, stolid face of Careero. "It is of no use appealing to Careero," says Nealance. "He cannot help you, and let me tell you, if you are not ready in half an hour, I will bring the men up from the boat and carry you down. I have the captain's instructions to fetch you, and you know our style of doing business well enough." "What for captain wantchee me go back?" queries Ah Ching in almost tearful tone. "The captain very much afraid," replies Nealance. "He get plenty trouble with the Tootai of Shanghai for taking you away, so he wantchee takee you back to the Tootai, suppose have too much bother." "Messee Careero, you can no helpee me?" queries Ah Ching with his most appealing glance and very despairing tone. "I can't do anything," replies Careero, then in an aside to Ah Ching he whispers in his ear, "Try some dollars, perhaps the captain like dollars all same you." Ah Ching's face clears a little at this, but not much. The loss of his dollars is seemingly a very sore point with him. However, he bows to the inevitable after a minute of deep thought, and then asks Nealance, "Suppose I give captain some dollars, he no wantee takee me back?" "Perhaps not. Suppose you give plenty to make good cumsha for the Tootai," replies Nealance. "How muchee you thinkee captain would like?" asks Ah Ching. "I dare say the matter of $5,000, replies Nealance, "would settle the whole affair." "$5,000!" ejaculates Ah Ching in heartrending tones. "Me no got $5,000, all one piece." Nealance shrugs his shoulders and smiles incredulously as he says, "Oh, come now, Ah Ching, we all know a little better than that, and if your head is not worth more than $5,000 to you, it is worth a good deal more than that to the Tootai, so make up your mind at once, for there is no time to lose." "Anderson," says Nealance when he finishes the last argument, "go down and call the men up from the boat." No," shouts Ah Ching, as he clutches hold of my arm, "I givee the dollars, you letee me speakee Messee Careero one little minute." "All right," says Nealance, "only be sharp." Ah Ching and Careero hold a whispered conversation in the farthest corner of the room, for some 5 or 10 minutes, and as far as we can make out by their facial expressions and gestures, Ah Ching is endeavouring to inveigle Careero into paying the money for his release. Careero proves more obdurate than Ah Ching has bargained for, and he reluctantly comes back to Nealance to see if he cannot again palaver him over with some slippery promise. Ah Ching's face has again changed its expression, and he now puts on an appearance of sweet and innocent blandness, as he asks Nealance, "Captain takee bill on chop at Shanghai?" "No bill," replies Nealance, "hard dollars, so be quick, for we know well enough you have plenty of them." Nealance now takes his watch from his pocket, and laying it on the table, says to Ah Ching, "You see the time there, 8:25. If the dollars are not here in 5 minutes, Anderson calls them up to do their duty." Seeing no hope of any help coming from Careero, Ah Ching leaves the room in a very dejected manner, and soon after returns with one of the many boxes of specie which we had landed for him since our arrival. Cast down and woebegone can scarcely denote the abject condition of our rich, miserly, and somewhat slippery acquaintance; so much so, that I can scarcely restrain myself from bursting out into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. "How much is in the box?" asks Nealance. $5,000, whines Ah Ching with quivering lips. "We must get the lid off, and have a look at them," says Nealance, although he knows well enough by the look of the box that it is all right. The lid is soon taken off, and the different piles counted. Then Nealance, assuming a gracious and benevolent manner, looks first at me, then at Ah Ching, and says, "Well, Ah Ching, as you have been pretty generous, considering what kind of a man you are, you shall have half the box back again, and I will try and make it all right with the captain." Ah Ching does not look so much relieved at this offer of Nealance as one would have supposed, for he shakes his head and says, "Me no carry, suppose you makee all right with the Tootai at Shanghai." "All right," says Nealance, as he empties the box of half its contents onto the table, and turning to me says, "Carry that lot down to the boat, Anderson. There is enough there for you and me and Mr. Jule." I acquiesce in the arrangements made by Nealance on our behalf, and carry the box down to the boat. Then, having safely deposited it in the stern sheets, I betake myself back to the mansion. Meeting Ah Ching in the vestibule, I am pleased to see that he is now in the best of humour, and apparently in a more friendly mood than he has been since leaving Shanghai. The revulsion of feeling, from that of great dread at the idea of being taken to Shanghai, to the now satisfactory assurance of perfect safety, had indeed provided a wonderful necromancer, for his generosity now was seemingly unbounded. Nothing would please him but that I should accept 500 of the dollars returned him, as a proof of his great regard for me. I had perforce to accept of them, or else explain the whole of our proceedings, so out of this curious dilemma I chose the course most approved of by the world in general. He had been no less generous with Nealance, who had felt himself in a fix, whether to accept of his now generous offer or not, till Careero put his word in by saying, "Take it, Mr. Nealance, he will never miss it, and by the time you come back he will have got over it." This little business with Ah Ching having been thus satisfactorily concluded, the real business of the night was forthwith proceeded with. Nealance and I conveyed the luggage of the Japanese down to the dinghy, and stowed it away so as to make carrying room for our 2 passengers. Then we returned for the dispatch bags, and took our leave of Careero, Ah Ching, and the other inmates of the mansion. The 2 Japs who were to accompany us, having likewise got through their parting salams, take their departure with us, and in a quarter of an hour we have landed them on board the Eamont, without being observed by any of their countrymen, who have been keeping such a strict watch on our proceedings. Section 10. of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft, by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Section 10, chapters 28 through 30. Chapter 28. From Nagasaki to Woosung. More Pirates. The Japs and their baggage having been got on board, the dinghy is quietly passed along and hoisted on board in a very noiseless manner. All hands are called on deck in the same silent mode, and the work of unmooring the ship is carefully proceeded with. We do not lift our anchor, but having unshackled the cable at the 45, the chain is noiselessly walked back on the capstan till the rope that is attached to the unshackled end is in the hawse-pipe. A buoy rope is then attached to the end link, just long enough to keep the buoy about 1 fathom under the surface of the water when the end of the cable is at the bottom. The buoy is lowered into the water, and then the end of the cable is lowered to the bottom just as the Eamont begins to forge ahead, under the pressure of a small awning which had purposely been left hanging up to dry. With our night glasses we in vain search for any signs of life or movement in the watching boats, but as far as we can make out, they are all evidently fast asleep. The end of the line attached to the cable slips out of the hawse-pipe with prearranged noiselessness, the end being lowered into the water by means of a piece of marline. Slowly and silently we take our way out of the harbour in order to surprise the inhabitants, who had made such a desperate effort to force us out of the place on the first morning of our appearance there. A quarter of a mile away from the anchorage we have left, and the topsail is set. Then, as we gradually increase our distance from the port, sail after sail is spread upon the Eamont, till she is once more clad in her usual full, plain sail. By midnight we are clear of the harbour, and gradually drawing out from the land into the strength of the monsoon. The watches are set, and those whose turn it is to seek repose retire below, and leave the Eamont in the care of Mr. Nealance and his watch. When duty again calls me to the deck, I find the Eamont in her usual wet and treacherous mood, that is, if one had a care to keep himself dry and comfortable. We are now in the full strength of the monsoon, the wind is a point abaft the beam, and we have as much of it as she can sit in the water with, carrying all plain sail, as well as topmast and lower studding sails. She is dancing over the white crested waves like a very thing of life and beauty, but you have to watch the ever spattering showers of spray, for the Eamont is no respecter of places or persons, and keeps on slinging the water about in every conceivable direction, the quarter-deck receiving as goodly a share as the forecastle or the waist. Passing lightly over the small annoyance of an occasional ducking from the silvery spray, there is nothing in this life more enjoyable or exhilarating to the senses than to have the pleasure of bounding over and through the ever glistening waves on board a fast and well-found craft that is propelled by sails alone. For in a craft propelled by mechanical agency none of these feelings can be engendered. We carry this breeze for nearly 48 hours, then as we near the coast of China, the breeze gradually abates, till our speed is reduced from 14 and 15 knots an hour to that of 8, 9, or 10 at the most, and the latter only when it hauled somewhat more towards the beam. We take a more southerly channel than usual when we approach towards Woosung, in order to avoid, if possible, coming into conflict with any of the piratical junks who infest the environs of the Saddle Islands. Our precautions are, however, of little avail, for some of the piratical fraternity have, for some reason or other, seen fit to change their cruising ground, and when we are within a possible 6 hours of completing our passage, we are met by 3 large and powerful looking junks, evidently, from their movements, bent upon our capture or destruction. It is early in the forenoon of the 4th day since leaving Japan that we descry on our weather bow these 3 hostile junks. When we first observe them, they're heading in a northwest direction, close hauled on the starboard tack, and seemingly working their way to the northward. The breeze has freshened considerably as the day advanced, and at the time when we sight the junks we are going along at the rate of 12 knots an hour. We, of course, keep on our course, not knowing the character of the junks when they first come into the range of our vision. But in less than a quarter of an hour we are soon made aware of their hostile intentions by seeing them put their helms up and wear round till they bring the wind on their port quarters, then running on a course at a right angle to that which we are steadily pursuing. All hands are piped to quarters on board the Eamont. The guns, which have been carefully sponged and reloaded the previous afternoon, are cast loose and prepared for action. The magazine is opened, and the small arms are stacked in the racks for instant use, while at the same time each man is supplied with a good amount of rifle and revolver ammunition. A short and stirring address is made by the captain to the assembled ship's company, who are afterwards regaled with a glass of their favourite beverage and dismissed to their stations. "Mr. Nealance," calls out the captain, after he has watched the manoeuvring of the junks for some little time, "get that dragsail laid across the taffrail as soon as you can, and have it ready to drop over." "Aye, aye, sir," replies Nealance, as he dives below, with half a dozen of his men, to fetch that most important piece of canvas on deck. In 5 minutes' time Nealance has got the dragsail in readiness, and only awaits the orders of the captain to let it fall into the water and bring the Eamont to a standstill. I am on the forecastle head, standing by my long 18-pound carronade, waiting in readiness for the order to fire. But the captain makes no sign, although we are fast approaching the hostile junks. The junks are carrying on all the canvas they can press, and are keeping at right angles to our course, as if they were afraid we might slip past them. "Reserve your fire," the captain shouts, "till the junks are on the port bow, then slap it into them fast and hot." Mr. Jule and I train our guns to port, and the men at the port broadside guns stand with trigger line in hand, waiting for the coming moment. "Let go your dragsail," I heard the captain shout to Nealance, when the 3 junks are almost within 200 yards of us. "Brace sharp up and flatten and all," is the next order, which is executed ere the sound has died out of his voice. "Cut away your dragsail," shouts the captain, "both sides of it, and let it go." "Keep her close to the wind, my man," says the captain to the man at the wheel, "but clean full, don't shake her." "Fire away now, my lads, let them have it hot and strong," shouts the captain in loud stentorian tones. The whole 3 junks are on our port bow, they having carried on, calculating on the rate of speed we were travelling at, and of course not knowing or imagining that the Eamont had almost stood still for nearly 10 minutes. Fire away we did, and with tolerably good result, if one could take the yells and screams of rage that came from the baffled enemy, who had never been able to get a shot to bear upon us, so eager had they been to get to close quarters, and throw some of their suffocating stink pots on board. Not only the screams of rage and pain, but in the dismasting of 2 of the junks there was good evidence that our shot had not been wasted, although 3 shots from each gun were all that we had time for, so fast was the Eamont careering away to the northwest under the altered conditions. "Well done, my lads," I hear the captain shout from the quarter deck. "Now cease firing, run in your guns, and make all secure again," he continues, when the Eamont has passed out of the range of her antagonists. As soon as the guns are secured, Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I lead all hands aft to the mainmast, and we give 3 times 3 as lusty cheers for the captain as ever rang across the ocean, for to him and his dragsail manoeuvre our success in the encounter was mainly due. "Beautifully done, wasn't it, Bill?" I hear the men saying one to the other. "How pretty he walked the Eamont into windward of 'em," says another, and many more were the eulogistic expressions that fell from the lips of our crew ere the sun set on that eventful day. "Pipe the hands to grog, Mr. Jule," says the captain, "and then set the watch, for I think we will fetch Woosung now without any more bother." The captain's health is drunk, and the men are dismissed to their quarters. The Eamont is again kept on her course for her destination, and the yards well trimmed to the breeze. The junks are nearly out of sight astern, making the best of their temerity, and no doubt storing up much vengeance in their hearts to spend upon us the next time we foregather on the ocean. Our Japanese passengers are very profuse in their acknowledgment of our prowess, for possibly they had never seen such a sight before, and it would be grand news for them to relate amongst their friends when they returned. At 5 o'clock that afternoon we crossed the bar at Woosung, and ere the sun has sunk behind the western hills, the Eamont is once more at anchor under the powerful battery of her receiving ship. The sails are furled, the booms swung out, and the boarding nettings triced up, the better to keep off the many thieves and others who infest the different ports of the Celestial Empire. The captain's gig is put into the water, and he takes his departure for the receiving ship, after which Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I, with our 2 Japs, sit down and enjoy once more a comfortable dinner. For when the Eamont was driving through the foam-crested waters, it took all your time to hold on to the dish in hand without paying too much attention to those adjuncts of civilized life, forks, knives, and spoons. Chapter 29. To Ningpo through the Battle of Shanghai. "What do you think of our skirmish to-day?" asks Mr. Jule of Nealance and me as we sit at dinner. "Splendid," says Nealance. "That water sail just took in all their calculations. They were right across our bow before they knew where they were, and then, as the fools wore round to bring them in line with us, they gave us a nice chance to rake them fore and aft." "Ours was a splendid bit of seamanship," I remark, "and theirs was a huge blunder. But I wonder the captain did not stop and sink them, especially after 2 of them were dismasted." "Against orders," says Mr. Jule, "we are only allowed to protect ourselves, and we are not supposed to do the work of the Royal and Imperial Navies." "Time is another thing the captain has to consider," remarks Nealance, "as well as what might happen to us should a stray shot knock some of our spars away. There would be no quarter for any of us should we get disabled and fall into their clutches, so it is just as well to keep them out of range." "We destroyed those other junks on our way up to Nichuang," I remark, in support of my suggestion for the destruction of the junks. "True enough," says Nealance, "but I don't think we would have boarded them had the captain not been sure that they were deserted. He may have had permission to tackle them, or he may have expected a richer prize than they turned out to be." "Wheels within wheels," I remark, at which we all burst out laughing, much to the amusement of the Japs who are dining with us, and taking lessons in the etiquette of the Western dinner table. "By the by," says Mr. Jule, "neither of you have told me how you managed to get Ah Cheong to disgorge." "Simple enough," replies Nealance. "I threatened to bring him on board to the captain, so that he should be delivered up to the Tootai of Shanghai, to clear us from having any hand in assisting him to escape." "Was he much frightened?" asked Mr. Jule. "Rather," replies Nealance, "especially when I told him what an awful pity it would be to see that noble looking head of his stuck up in a box on the city walls. I think the picture I drew in imagination about his head being cut off to decorate the city walls made him think his head of more value to his body than the possession of a few paltry dollars." "That was the lecture I gave him," again says Nealance, "when you went down to the boat with the box half full of dollars, Anderson, and that brought us in another 1,000, when he came to understand the great dangers we had saved him from." "You are a cool hand, Nealance," says Mr. Jule, "at getting round a Chinaman." "I don't know so much about that," remarks Nealance. "I have generally come off second best when I have been doing a trade with them, and this lift from Ah Cheong will not make up for the half I have lost in dealing with his countrymen." "What do you say about it, Anderson?" asks Nealance. "Like yourself," I reply. "I have been bit several times with them, for they are very 'cute at a bargain. On the other hand, I have met some of them who were as honourable as any white man. But then they were Chinamen who had left the Celestial Empire and been brought up under the influence of Western barbarians, and generally prided themselves on their European style of mannerism." "It is not much loss to Ah Cheong," remarks Nealance, "and he will have it out of the first barbarian he comes across, or out of those simple Japanese, as he teaches them how to finance and trade on the new model." We are on the point of rising from the table, when our actions are accelerated by hearing the quartermaster on watch call down the companion, "The captain will be at the gangway in a minute, Mr. Jule." As we had not expected him back till the morning, we hurriedly make our way on deck, and are only just in time to meet the captain as he lands on the deck. "Had your dinners, gentlemen?" asks the captain. "Yes, sir," replies Mr. Jule. "And the men have finished their suppers too, I suppose?" queries the captain of Mr. Jule. "Yes, sir," replies our chief officer. "Hoist the gig up and heave short, while I go and have a snack," and away goes the captain to the saloon, leaving us all wondering what next we are to be up to, for we had all been so sure of getting to Shanghai on the morrow before the middle of the day. Nealance attends to the hoisting in of the captain's gig, and Mr. Jule and I look after the heaving in of the cable. "Paul the capstan," says Mr. Jule when sufficient cable has been hove in. Then he wends his way aft to report to the captain, who has made his appearance on the quarter deck, having finished his snack of inward nourishment. Nealance and I are now beckoned aft to the quarter deck, where the captain informs us that the rebels are threatening the city of Ningpo, and orders have come down from Shanghai for us to go and assist any of the citizens who are wishful to leave the beleaguered city. "Now we will get under way," says the captain, after he has given us the foregoing information, "and if we have anything of a clear night at all, we should get to Shanghai by daylight." The work of getting under way goes rapidly on, and in a quarter of an hour's time we are carefully taking our way over the bar again. The night is dark but clear, and on the whole it is a good night for making out any distant objects, therefore the captain elects to proceed by way of the inner route, as it, being so much the shortest, will save a good many hours' sailing. Getting safely over the bar, a course is shaped to take us inside of Tuangso Island. The Eamont is allowed to go at an easy pace, so that we can pick our way in safety, and hands with sharp set eyes are planted on the lookout to watch for dangers seen or unseen, and more especially for junks that might attempt to bar our way. 2 officers remain on watch at a time during the night, and the utmost vigilance is practised, so that we may thread our way through this most intricate passage without coming to grief. Nothing of any moment happens during the course of the night, more than the trimming of the yards and the altering of the course, as we wend our way through and between Woosung and Chinhae. When the night gives place to welcome day, the entrance to Chinhae can be plainly seen, some 12 or 14 miles away, bearing about 2 points on our starboard bow. The Eamont, under the orders of the captain, is kept dead away for the entrance. All her flying kites are set, and every yard, brace, and sheet is trimmed down to catch and make the most of the favourable and refreshing breeze. An early breakfast is dispatched fore and aft, then all hands are piped to stations as we approach the entrance to Ningpo River. Guns are run in and carefully examined to see that all are in fighting order. Ammunition is distributed, and the small arms stacked in readiness around the mainmasts. More than usual care is taken to have everything in readiness, the captain having been warned that the rebels might try and oppose our passage up the river. As we draw in towards Chinhae, the sound of cannonading can be distinctly heard, and as we get nearer, the crack, crack of musketry skirmishing can likewise be made out. Before we enter the narrows, Nealance and I, by order of the captain, pass round the deck and place a rifle for each man within easy reach of his arm, while at the same time he attends to the working of his gun. That a battle is going on in the vicinity of Chinhae is only but too evident, for as we approach the city, volley firing and cannonading sound in our ears with a very real distinctness. "Anderson," says the captain to me, "you are well acquainted with the river, are you not?" "Tolerably well, sir," I reply. "You had better remain aft here, then," says the captain, "and attend to the steering. Nealance, you can give an eye to that forward gun, should we get into action." "Aye, aye, sir," replies Nealance. "I don't think there is much danger of that gun being well served, for that fellow Bouden, that is captain of it, is every inch a gunner." "Are you acquainted with any of the army standards, Anderson?" queries the captain of me. "Yes, sir," I reply, "I know the Imperial well enough, but I am not sure about the rebels." "Keep a lookout, then, for the Imperials, and we will keep towards their side of the river, if possible," says the captain. As we get within gunshot of the city, we run the largest British ensign we have on board up at the main topmast head, and another, somewhat less in size, is floated from the main gaff end. The breeze has freshened with the rising sun, and we have now, as we pass the city of Shanghai, a slashing 12-knot breeze, somewhere about 4 points on the port quarter. The river is narrow here, and both sides can be seen with ease without the aid of glasses. On the left bank of the river I can make out the long, narrow, yellow standard of the Imperialists, with its long, winding dragon. Therefore we haul the Eamont over towards that side of the river. As the flood tide is with us, we fly past the town of Shanghai like a flash of lightning. Then, as we enter the narrow portion of the river, we are treated with a fusillade from the right bank, the sound of which is deafening, but its effect on our progress is invisible. Their shot falls far short of us, and the 1 or 2 heavy guns they have in position must have been sighted for a shot at some celestial object, for the balls go whistling over our mastheads and find their way into the camp of the Imperialists. Our starboard guns are discharged right into the rebel camp, for such we take them to be, that have dared to fire upon the British ensign, but with what result we cannot make out, as the Eamont flies past at such rapid pace that new batteries and platoons of fighting men keep opening into view at every moment. We have a still narrower portion of the river to run the gauntlet of, so for the most part we reserve our fire till we come to this particular place. Then, as we get into this channel, we give it to them on the right bank of the river, hot and strong. Here the rebels are attempting to force the passage of the river by means of rafts, boats, and all manner of things floatable. The scene through which we now pass defies description, and the rebels are so intent on forcing their way across that we only receive from them the passing consideration of the balls that are fired into the Imperial camp. The butchery that was going on around us as we passed through this narrowest portion of the river was something awful. Here were a few rebels on a catamaran of hasty and indifferent construction, another few of them in sampans and another water vehicles, and all attempting to gain a footing on the left bank of the river. Spears and knives seemed to be the principal weapons in use amongst the rebels, only a few of the officers having anything in the shape of firearms. The Imperialists were mowing them down with a galling musketry fire at less than 100 paces, while at the same time, down at the water's edge, and even in the water itself, desperate hand-to-hand encounters were plainly visible to us as we raced through the channel. Drowning men were stabbing drowning men in their ferocious endeavours to annihilate each other, and it is beside the mark when I say that they were the most ferocious specimens of the human form divine it had ever been my lot to witness engaged in sanguinary warfare. It has often been remarked in my hearing, by some of those engaged on the Imperial side, that this day's battle was one of the bloodiest in the annals of the Taiping Rebellion. We pass unscathed through this mad scene of butchery, except for a few spent shot that have landed against our sides and bulwarks, and left their mark behind. Then, as we steadily pursue our way up the river towards Ningpo, the cannonading and noise of battle gradually decrease, till distance shuts out the very sound and sight of the battle, and the upper reaches look so pleasurable and inviting in their garb of fragrant foliage, that one could almost imagine the last hour that has passed to be but a phantasm emanating out of a fever-maddened brain. "Did you ever see such infernal devils?" says the captain to me as we glide past the infuriated savages, and witness them plunging their daggers up to the hilt in their antagonists' throats, their chests, or their sides, anywhere at all where they can strike home, with their right hand, while with their left hand they either clutch their enemy and endeavour to force him under the water, or else endeavour to ward off the fatal stab from their own body. "No quarter given or taken there, sir," I reply. "Very little of that," says the captain with a grim smile, "for prisoners are considered a nuisance, and are generally got rid of in a summary manner." "I hope the Imperialists will gain the day," I remark. "How so?" queries the captain. "Well, if the rebels succeed in capturing Chinhae, they will be able to block the entrance, and we will have a tight job of it to get out again," I reply. "Can't help it," says the captain, "we will have to get out of it somehow, and my orders are to return immediately, or at least as soon as we have succeeded in getting those people out of the city that we have come to assist." "Has there been any other craft sent round here?" I ask. "Yes," replies the captain, "I expect to see the Zephyr coming down every minute, and you may be sure there will be a lot of lorchas making as many dollars as they can, assisting the inhabitants to clear out, but very likely they are waiting the result of this morning's battle." "I think we are pretty well out of the mêlée now," says the captain, about half an hour after we have passed through the opposing armies. "Tell Mr. Jule I wish to see him." "Mr. Jule," says the captain, "you can pipe to grog, and then let the men retire from stations, but keep them handy in case of any surprise." "Very good, sir," replies the chief officer. Then, ere he proceeds to carry out the captain's orders, he cannot forbear saying, "An awful waste of human life down there, sir," pointing over the stern of the Eamont. "Yes, Mr. Jule," says the captain with a smile, "much like what we read about of the old bare-legged savages in ancient Britain in the good old days." The men are piped to grog, and released from the tension that holds one in a kind of fixture when at stations. The welcome time of relaxation is further enhanced by the permission to enjoy the solace of that ever-fragrant and mind-clearing weed, tobacco. Chapter 30. Rescuing Fugitive Celestials from Ningpo. We arrive off the city of Ningpo somewhere about 2 in the afternoon, and we are scarcely come to an anchor before we are surrounded with sampans, which are all crammed with men, women, and children, who are wildly clamouring for permission to come on board. We run the boarding nettings up, and are also careful to leave no ropes over the side, whereby any of them can come up the side, till such time as we have made some arrangements for the accommodation of such a vast number of people. The Zephyr is lying not far off, and she is apparently crowded with people, as are also a goodly number of lorchas that are lying between us and the city walls. Captain Hauser of the Zephyr pays us a visit as soon as we have come to anchor, and a consultation is held between him and our captain as to the advisability of our sailing in convoy, an arrangement that meets with the cordial approval of our commander. The two captains having settled upon their plan of action, our captain instructs Nealance and me to get ready to accompany him on shore. A cutter is placed in the water and manned with an armed crew of our hardiest men. Nealance and I take our places in the stern sheets, where we are soon joined by our captain and Captain Hawser. Then, putting off from the Eamont, we pull quickly for the shore, as near to the main entrance gate as we can conveniently land. Half the boat's crew remain in charge of the boat, and the other half follow us into the city, to make as respectable a show of force as we can under the circumstances. One of our schroffs has likewise accompanied us, and as he knows the city better than any of us, he pilots us through the many intricate streets till we arrive at the Tootais, or governor of the city for the time being. The city looks depopulated of all its trading community, and there are none of its usual bustling and thriving-looking mercantile people to be seen. The city walls are crowded with imperialist troops of some kind or another, and the gates are well guarded by a curious motley crowd of nondescript Celestials in the garb of fighting men. Some are armed with old muskets, a few have Minié rifles, a few more are in possession of gingals, lashed on to bamboos, and requiring the aid of half a dozen men to work them. But the most part of them are only armed with the ugly knives, daggers, and short swords that are so common in the Far East. The two captains are granted an interview with the Tootai, the schroff accompanying them as interpreter, Nealance and I remaining in the vestibule of the Tootai's mansion with our men to guard against any surprise. The interview lasts about half an hour, then we are rejoined by the captain and the schroffs, and betake ourselves back to the boat. On the way down to the boat, Captain Gullivar explains to Nealance and I the result of the interview, as well as the necessity there is for holding any intercourse with the Tootai at all, when the people have left the city, and are clamouring to get on board the Eamont for protection. The fact of the matter is, the captain says to Nealance and I, the Tootai had refused to allow Quang Li, one of the head chops in the city, and I dare say the richest, to leave the city, and I had instructions to threaten him with the bombardment of his city walls, either by us or the British fleet, if he did not restore him to liberty, and allow him to proceed to Shanghai, either in the Eamont or in any of his own lorchas." "How is it settled?" asked Nealance. "If he is not alongside the Eamont by 5 o'clock, we will waken them up and make a hole in their walls for the rebels to get in," replies the captain; "but I rather think he will be off by that time, for the Tootai seems a bit of a muff, and I should not be surprised to hear of him running out of one end of the city as the rebels come in at the other." Leaving the landing, we pull off to the Zephyr in order to put her commander on board, and as time is pressing we hurry back to the Eamont to arrange about taking as many of the fugitive inhabitants on board as possible. The Zephyr we could see was crowded with them fore and aft, but whether she had any under deck we could not make out. We have some difficulty in making our way to the latter through the numerous sampans that are waiting permission to land the fugitives on board. When we have got on board, the boat is hoisted in out of the way, then the captain holds a parley with us officers about the number we are to allow on board, it being simply an impossibility to provide room for half the number who are clamouring alongside. A strong guard is stationed at the gangway, the hatches are taken off, and a roughly constructed passage way made down on to the platform or floor of the hold. Everything being in order, a sampan is allowed alongside to deposit its passengers, one at a time, upon the accommodation ladder. Mr. Jule takes his station at the bottom of the ladder, and receives or rejects the intending fugitive, according to the amount of silver he is able to produce, either in bars or Mexican dollars. A good many are rejected in the first half hour, but as our accommodation gets smaller, and the price of admission, if I may so term it, gets much larger, very few of them are found to reject the terms of the chief officer. The captain, who has been watching the filling up of the hold and other available spaces, at length orders a stop to the proceedings. The ladder is hoisted up, and the boarding nettings triced down to the rail, so as not to allow of any more coming on board. We have scarcely moving room as it is, and we will have some trouble in working ship when we start on our return to Shanghai. The clamouring of the fugitives in the sampans, whom we are unable to accommodate, is something terrible to look at. Despair seems to have taken hold on many of them, and they can scarcely be restrained from attempting to climb up the sides on the poles and oars belonging to the boats. Some hold out bags of dollars, and others attempt to induce the captain to relent by offering bars of pure white silver. Poor, frightened, spiritless beings, they cannot be made to see that it is impossible for us to pack any more into the space we have at command, without endangering the lives of those we have already taken on board. The captain stations the schroffs at each side to communicate to the hapless wretches the reason of our inability to succour any more, and at the same time to advise them to seek for shelter on board the junks or lorchas, but they seem to have as great a dread of the lorchas as of the expected rebels. In the midst of this clamour, Quang Li and his family arrive alongside, and are speedily brought on board. A signal is made to the Zephyr, and then we begin to heave away on the capstan, the captain's intention being to endeavour to pass out of the river under cloud of the darkness of this moonless night, as already arranged between him and the captain of the Zephyr. The tide is just on the turn from flood to ebb, and if the wind only holds so that we can lead down the river without much tacking, we may get past Chinhae before we meet the next turn of the tide. When discussing the matter with us, his officers, the captain, after telling us of the arrangement made with the captain of the Zephyr, remarks, "It is a big risk, but there is no help for it. We must keep a bright lookout, so that we don't take the ground anywhere near the opposing armies, if they are still in the same position. Anyhow, I believe myself both sides will be that much cut up with their day's work that they will be too lazy to get up and look at us, so that if we can only keep afloat, and this good working breeze hangs on, we will be well out of it before midnight." "What do you think, gentlemen?" asks the captain, when he has finished his explanation. "It is the best plan, I think," replies Mr. Jule. "First class," says Nealance, in reply to which I add ditto. "Pipe the hands to grog, Mr. Jule," says the captain. "As for us, we will take a snack when we can get it, for we will all have to remain on deck till we have passed the Rubicon, which for us is to-night the town or village of Chinhae." While the Zephyr, which is going to take the lead, is getting under way, we get as many of our fugitive Celestials put below in the hold as we consider necessary for the working of the vessel, till we get out of the river. Then we station sufficient of our men on guard at the hatchways to keep them in order. Everything being now somewhat ship-shape and the Zephyr under way, our anchor is tripped, and we sail on in the wake of our consort, followed by the unavailing clamouring shouts of those who are left behind. The night is all that could be desired for our purpose, for it is opaquely dark. That is, it is very dark for landsmen, but to a trained seaman it is what is termed a good night for distinguishing objects that have no apparent background, such as the sails of a ship or a balloon. Therefore we are able to distinguish our consort's every movement, by keeping our glasses bearing upon her snow-white sails. By 10 o'clock we have fetched down close to the narrow channel where the fighting was so brisk in the forenoon, having only had to make 2 short tacks. No lights are allowed on either vessel, excepting the one covered light in the binnacle. Keenest eyesight is the best light for such a night, and for such an enterprise. Before entering the narrows, we see the Zephyr make a short tack to windward, in order that she may not be hampered with a shy wind in the most critical part of the passage. So, therefore, as soon as we attain the same position, we also make aboard to windward, to keep the Eamont well in hand as we glide silently through the narrows. As soon as we see the Zephyr away on the original tack, we prepare to follow suit, and very soon the Eamont is following on the heels of her consort, at a pace that would gladden a yachtsman's heart, and in such a noiseless manner that the rustling of a silk handkerchief might be easily heard. Wind and tide in our favour, we rush through this narrow channel with accelerated speed, and it would take a smart marksman indeed to hit us, unless by the merest haphazard chance. We observe several watch-fires on both banks of the river, but we are unable to distinguish anything in the shape of the human form divine, either on sentry or watching by the bivouac fire. Safely through the narrows, without arousing the attention of either army to our proceedings, we sail rapidly on till we again see our consort heave in stays about a mile above Chinhae. We again follow suit, and fetch over to the weather shore, this time for our last tack to windward; for when we are once more round on the original tack, we are able to give her a point, and keep out of range of any guns that may be in position at Chinhae, whether in the hands of friends or foes. The town, as we pass it, is buried in darkness. There is not the faintest show of a light to be distinguished. After passing Chinhae, we are dismissed from stations, the watch is set, and the high-strung tension of silent expectation, which we have been under for the last 6 hours, drops away from our brain with evident relief to our minds and bodies. The wind is in such a direction as to enable us to lay a straight course for Woosung Bar. It is not fresh, but quite enough to force the Eamont through the water at the rate of 10 and 11 knots an hour, although on a taut bowline. We are sheltered somewhat by the numerous islands lying to windward of our tack, which keeps the water as smooth almost as a sheet of glass. The Zephyr has somehow the heels of us, for do what we can, we are never able to come up with her, and before daylight beams upon the water, we are very near losing sight of her altogether. Our Eamont was no doubt as finely lined and modelled as the Zephyr, but being of somewhat stronger build, it was in real heavy weather that she brought out her sailing powers to most advantage. The Eamont was built in the Isle of Wight by those celebrated yacht builders, Messrs. White, who are still carrying on the business, and with great success. No expense had been spared in her construction, therefore as good a craft as teak wood and mahogany could be formed and modelled into by the most excellent designers had been turned out from the yard of that long-standing yacht-building firm, whose name is known the world over for the speed and excellence of the many yachts and other vessels that have been constructed by them. The Zephyr had been built in Baltimore, USA, and had been originally intended for a slaver. She was built of American oak and elm, and beautiful in construction; but her timbers being of a somewhat more supple kind of wood than the mahogany frames of the Eamont, she was able to walk away from us when the weather approached anywhere towards the moderate, and the sea was smooth. As soon, however, as the wind increased to a gale, with a corresponding rising of the sea, then would the Eamont show her staying powers, and I have seen her under such circumstances sail right dead to windward of the Zephyr, and leave her out of sight astern in a matter of 12 hours. When daylight at length makes its appearance on the surrounding scene, the Zephyr is seen to be nearly 8 miles ahead of us, close hauled like ourselves, and carrying on every stitch of canvas that can be brought to bear upon her. End of Section 10. Section 11 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft, by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 11, Chapters 31 through 33. Chapter 31, Shanghai Again, and Bob Allen. Mr. Jule and I have the morning watch, the rather intricate navigation of this inner passage necessitating the presence on deck of 2 officers in each watch. As soon as we have distinctly made out the distance between us and the Zephyr, I am sent below to inform the captain of the present position of the 2 vessels. 8 miles ahead, did you say, Anderson? Queries the captain, when I make my report to him. About that, sir, or more, I reply. That will never do, you know, exclaims the captain. Just tell Mr. Jule to put every stitch of our canvas in soak. Let the other work stand over for a bit, and be sharp about getting the canvas soaked. Aye, aye, sir, I reply, as I take my way up to the quarter-deck, and make my report to the chief officer. The force pump is manned, and the hose led up to the main cross-trees. Then a perfect deluge of water is showered upon the gaff topsail and mainsail. A couple of gantlines are rove through tall blocks, made fast on the top-gallant yard, and bucket after bucket of water finds its way aloft, wherewith to deluge the canvas on the forepart of the vessel. The captain makes his appearance on the quarter-deck to take a look at the Zephyr, and see if he cannot do something to improve our speed. "We are too much by the head," says the captain to Mr. Jule. "Send 2 or 3 hands down below to move our passengers as far aft as they can be got." The deck passengers are likewise conducted aft, and made to squat down on the quarter-deck on the weather side, so as to be clear of the falling water. The water is kept in a continual pour upon the sails, and after an hour has passed under this new order of things, we note with satisfaction that we are gradually and surely decreasing the distance between us and our consort. We cross the bar within a quarter of an hour of the Zephyr, and are little more than half a mile astern of her when we arrive off the receiving ship. The Zephyr keeps on up the river without stopping, but we, having left our 2 Japanese passengers on board the receiving ship, lie to and send a boat to bring them on board. Half an hour is nearly lost over this proceeding, so as soon as we have filled away again, the water is again brought into requisition as a means of accelerating our speed, until we get within a mile or 2 of Shanghai. We are not long in arriving after the Zephyr, considering the start she had of us, and the long wait we had at the receiving ship, for they have scarcely finished furling their sails when we drop our anchor a little way astern of them. Both vessels are immediately surrounded with a clamouring crowd of sampans, which have been waiting to disembark our fugitive Celestials from Ningpo. Sampans and lighters of every description are freely allowed to come alongside, for we are glad to be eased of the responsibility of looking after the heterogeneous mass of human beings we have brought round from the beleaguered city. 2 hours are nearly consumed over their disembarkation, then all hands are turned to wash and cleanse the hold, and remove all the stains and filth that are the usual concomitants of this style of passengers. Before the sun goes down, the Eamont is once more like herself, and having been well disinfected, we are able to breathe with confidence the air that now pervades her interior, both forward and aft. Boarding nettings are triced up as is usual in port, the booms are swung out, and after Mr. Jule is satisfied with the general appearance of the Eamont, within and without, one watch is allowed on shore on leave, and a sufficiency of bright Mexican dollars allowed them wherewith to enjoy themselves in the manner most fitting to themselves. The captain and the Japs went on shore almost as soon as we came to anchor, and as he left word that he would stay on shore for the night, Mr. Jule, Nealance, and I adjourned to dinner when the hands have been dismissed and an armed watch set. During the evening we are visited by some of the officers of the Zephyr, and a pleasant evening soon passes away as we recount our various adventures. One of these officers hailed from the land of Caix, so that we had many pleasant reminiscences to talk over as we smoked and paraded the quarter-deck. Curiously enough, the exigencies of the service precluded me from again meeting this brither Scot in the far east. Yet so small a place is this world after all, that I had the pleasure one day, only a few years ago, of knocking up against this countryman of mine, when in command of a large new steamer going out to India. On the 3rd day after our arrival in Shanghai, the captain, who has been staying on shore the most of the time, sends off word to Mr. Jule to get the Eamont ready for sea the following day at noon. In a manner, as far as the vessel and her equipment is concerned, we are always ready for sea. Our magazine is always kept well stocked with fighting material, and it is generally the larder only that requires replenishing when the order comes to proceed to sea. Mackenzie's store receives a visit that afternoon, as also various Chinese chops that deal in eatables, and Mr. Robert Allen's boarding house is not forgotten, for we also call upon him and prevail upon him not to detain any of our now well-trained crew. Bob is all smiles and gaiety when we make our descent upon his quarters at the other side of the river, and nothing will please him but standing drinks all round. Nealance and I spend an hour or two listening to Bob as he recounts to us many of his adventures on the river in pursuit of his necessary, though perhaps nefarious trade. In those days there were so many inducements to young seamen of a roving disposition to quit their half-starved deep-water vessels and try their luck on the lorchas that traded up the river, that captains of vessels were of necessity forced to recognize and be civil to Bob Allen, or else go to sea with a half-manned vessel. Bob may have been the genius that introduced Shanghaiings, still there is this to be said for him, he was liberal in his treatment of his boarders, both in their food and money matters, and he was no less honourable in his transactions with captains, who acted in a like honourable manner towards himself. and if once he promised to find a crew for any vessel, you may be sure that a crew would arrive on board that vessel at the stated time, from whence brought was best known to Bob and the men themselves. "I suppose you will be coming back here again?" asks Bob of Nealance and me when we rise to take our leave. "Oh yes," replies Nealance, "we'll be back in 2 or 3 weeks." "Come over and have a look at us when you come back," says Bob, "for I have got a big order for arms to run up the river, and as I cannot go myself, there would be a good chance for you two to make a pile of dollars." "Our time in port has been so short lately," I remark, "that there is no time to make a run even if we had leave." "Look here," says Bob, "you two fellows, and 1 or 2 yokels with little or no gumption that I can pick up, could run a lorcha up and down in 3 days easily, and then look at the pile of dollars or bar silver to be had for such a little job." "We may have a fortnight or 3 weeks when we come back," says Nealance. "I suppose it will all depend on whether we finish this Japanese business this trip or not." "Well, good night both," says Bob, "and think over my offer." "All right," says Nealance, "and don't forget to have all our liberty men off by 8 to-morrow morning." "Never fear," says Bob, "but what they'll be there; for your fellows are as good as gold to me, seeing they spend most of their money here." "Good night, Bob," we finally say as we take our leave, but Bob has taken such an interest in Nealance and me that he walks down to the boat with us, talking all the way about this venture of his, running up the river with a supply of arms and ammunition, most probably for the rebel army, as the Typhoons were termed, but to many of us out there then it was very difficult to define which was the rebel army and which was the army of law and order. We managed to get away from Bob eventually without committing ourselves to any distinct arrangement, although he tries his most persuasive powers to get some sort of binding promise from us that we would share in his speculation on our return. We make our way back on board the Eamont, and after a smoke and a chat with Mr. Jule, to whom we recount all our doings while we have been on shore, we are glad to turn into our cabins and seek the solacing rest that is necessary to prepare us for the work of the coming day. Chapter 32. Shanghai to Nagasaki with Dispatches. Our liberty men punctually arrive on board at their stated time, as also all our fresh supplies of larder stores and other necessities. The work of preparing for sea goes forward, and at 10 o'clock in the forenoon I am dispatched with the captain's gig for the purpose of bringing off the dispatches and mails, as also the captain himself and our passengers, as soon as they have completed their business on shore. Seamen, as a rule, were always a source of anxiety to a commander in those days. Therefore, the captain's first question to me when I meet him on shore is just what I expected. "Are all hands on board, Mr. Anderson?" queries the captain. "Yes, sir," I reply with a smile, as I see his face relieved of its anxious expression. "I'm glad of that," says the captain, "for I hear numerous complaints of desertions, and was rather afraid Bob Allen might have tried to seduce some of our fellows and sell them to a higher bidder. Such fabulous sums are being offered for runs to England, and any amount of men to man the lorchas, besides the promises of plenty of loot." "They have turned up all right enough this time," I say; "but if Bob had not been convinced by Nealance and me that we were coming straight back, I doubt very much if we would not have been minus a few of them this morning. As it is, Bob is quite content to leave them with us, so long as they spend the greater part of their dollars in his house." "I see," says the captain with a smile. "If I had not allowed them a good share of liberty and plenty of dollars, Bob would have found a way of getting money out of them in some other manner." "That's it, sir," I reply; "but as the men seem pleased enough with the conditions, and always turn up at the proper time to relieve one another, we are better off than always having a new crowd to lick into shape." "Oh yes," says the captain, "I am perfectly satisfied with the liberty granted by Mr. Jule, and although our crew is comprised of a curious mixture of the devil-may-care sailor of all nations, they are on the whole not a bad lot, now we have got them into some kind of order." "May I ask where we are bound this time, sir?" I say of the captain. "Nagasaki, of course," replies the captain, "and this time we have the completed treaty, so that we will be able to go where we like this time, as well as buy and sell anything we have a mind to. We have also got the American treaty dispatches, which are to be delivered to the commodore in command of the paddle wheel sloop of war Mississippi." "Bring a couple of hands to the consulate with you," says the captain, "and we will go and see if they have got the dispatches ready." Followed by our 2 men, we take our way to the British consulate, where, after waiting some little time, we are given the dispatch boxes and various other parcels to carry down to the boat, I myself accompanying such valuable articles to the boat, and remaining there till joined by the commander. The captain and the 2 Japs follow closely on our heels, then we shove off and are soon landed on board the Eamont. "Heave short, Mr. Jule," says the captain, after he has saluted his officers, "while I go and get on my sea-going togs." Round goes the capstan, and home comes the topsail sheets at the same time. Topgallant sheets next find their way home on the topsail yard. The yards are braced by, and as the captain appears on the quarter deck in his hard a-weather suit, he signals with his hand to Mr. Jule to heave up. So again round goes the capstan, which has been stopped at a short stay peak, and as the anchor leaves its bed in the bottom of the river, the Eamont gracefully swings round under the influence of her backed headsails, till she is round with her head down the river, then all sail is rapidly spread upon her. We exchange signals with the Zephyr on passing, and lower our ensign to one Chinese gunboat that is lying here for the protection of the commercial interests of this fast increasing trading community. This Chinese gunboat was a sight to behold, and as for her utility, the many encounters we had with the piratical lorchas, not far from Woosung, demonstrated the uselessness of attempting to suppress the everyday piracies that were then the rule, by such an obsolete old paddle-wheel steamboat that had been running on some American river till she had become almost worthless and unseaworthy. Any of our schooners could have easily destroyed her, and I doubt very much if the pirates whom she sometimes captured were not frightened into submission by imbibing the idea that there was something of the supernatural about her, as they witnessed her bearing down upon them, and at the same time emitting from her bowels vast volumes of smoke and flame, like a very demon of the sea, and a sight they had not yet got to know much about. A smart breeze all the way down the river brings us to an anchor before sunset in our usual anchoring ground, under the guns of our receiving ship at Woosung. The sails are furled and everything made safe for the night, then we proceed to dinner, where we are joined by the captain of the receiving ship, who again informs our captain that he had better be upon his guard, for he has heard that some of the lorchas are bent on our extermination. This warning makes no sensible effect on our spirits, nor does it affect our appetites, to judge by the amount of good food and wine that is stowed away beneath our vests. And although the main topic of conversation that evening was reminiscences of various sea fights, I don't suppose any of us slept one whit less soundly than at any other time. At daylight the following morning the cutter is put in the water, and various trips take place between us and the receiving ship, as we transport to the Eamont the various cases that go to make up our cargo. Having got all our merchandise on board by 10 o'clock, we weigh our anchor and proceed to sea. Trusting to the long-tried prowess of our commander and our own dogged, never-say-die disposition, we are not troubled with any qualms as to the result should we meet any of the lorchas spoken of by the captain of the receiving ship. Although the year has advanced a bit since we sailed for Niewchwang, the monsoon has abated but little, and we find quite a sufficiency of wind for a good whole-sail breeze. We take a different track this time, in order to avoid having any collision with the piratical lorchas, not from any fear of them, however, but only because we are carrying very important dispatches, which are expected to be delivered without delay, and the chance of losing a spar by a chance shot from a lorcha is, of all things, to be avoided on this important passage. After crossing the bar, the Eamont is headed so as to pass south of the Saddle Islands, a decision the captain had come to on the assumption that if the lorchas had got any information they would be on the watch for us to the northward, they no doubt imagining that we would take that weatherly route in order to keep as much to windward as we could before starting to cross the monsoon. The assumption the captain based his decision on proved to be perfectly correct, for when we are halfway between the bar and the South Saddle Islands, we descry away on our port quarter a small fleet of lorchas, making all the sail they can in a vain endeavour to get between us and the channel ahead. Steadily we pursue our course, neither altering tack nor sheet, not even applying the water help to our canvas, so sure are we that we can outstrip the lorchas with ease, although some of them are getting up their curious-shaped topsails in their futile attempt to cut us off. The chase is kept up till we close in on the island, but they never get within the range of our long guns, and as we sweep round the island into the channel, we shut our baffled pursuers from our gaze altogether. The channel is clear and seemingly deserted, for we neither see lorchas on the water, nor anything human on the land. Swiftly and smoothly we glide through the channel, the waters of which are as smooth as a sheet of ice, but as soon as we reach the eastern end, the Eamont once more begins to show her agility in leaping the troubled waters of the monsoon-disturbed sea, and as is her usual style in heavy weather, when she cannot get over the waves she makes a graceful obeisance to Neptune, and glides, or rather rushes, under the crested wave to gain its other side, while at the same time she rather unmercifully causes huge volumes of the salt sea spray to be showered upon her decks and all around, much to the inconvenience of those who are only comfortable when perfectly dry and warm. We in the Eamont are accustomed to wetting, and take but little heed of it, no more than having a good shake at ourselves, somewhat after the fashion of a retriever or Newfoundland dog when he comes out of the water. When the course is set for Nagasaki, a good pull is taken on all the weather braces, and a topmast studding sail is set, the wind not allowing of any more flying kites at present. The sea watch is then set, and we again return to our normal state of regular routine, that obtains with us when at sea, which, in weather such as we now experience, consists in solely attending to the trimming of the sails, and making the most of any favourable opportunity for pushing ahead that may present itself. When the wind has a tendency to lull, we immediately lace the bonnets on to the sails, in order to intercept every portion of wind force, and use it to our advantage. Should the wind increase to any great extent, the bonnets are taken off for the time, and the watch on deck are set to stand by all halyards, tacks, and sheets; for although all our sails and gear are of the stoutest and best that are manufactured, we neglect no precaution that prudence may suggest to save our spars. 3 days of a fresh, though somewhat unsteady monsoon, brings us again within sight of the high land at the western extremity of Japan. We make the land shortly after the sun has crossed the meridian, and as the wind has taken off a good deal as we approach the coast, darkness sets in ere we enter the gulf which forms the harbour of Nagasaki. Chapter 33. Arrive at Nagasaki and are caught in a trap. Entering the Gulf under cover of the night, we carefully pilot our way towards the inner harbour, and endeavour to reach the anchorage without attracting the attention of any of the inhabitants, in order to surprise them with our reappearance. Before we arrive at the anchorage, we are enveloped in a heavy squall of wind and rain, which effectually hides our arrival from any peering eyes that may be on the watch, while at the same time the noise of the wind and the pouring of the heavy rain effectually drown any more than usual noise we make as we round to, not far from the main landing, and let go our anchor. Finding one anchor insufficient to bring her up with such short scope, the second and the best bower anchor is also let go. This second anchor succeeds in bringing the Eamont up, causing her to swing round with her head to the windward, and it is only then that we feel the full force of the squall, which is fast increasing into a heavy gale. Luckily, most of our sails were furled as we leisurely groped our way up the Gulf previous to the advent of the squall, so that we are soon riding as snug as we can under the circumstances. "This is no ordinary squall," I hear the captain saying to Mr. Jule, "as it first appeared, but a downright hard blow we are going to have." "How is the glass, sir?" queries Mr. Jule. "Trending downwards, if anything," replies the captain, and then adds, "We will keep sea watch to night, so that we can give her cable at any time. It is good holding ground, I believe, so all we require is to let her have plenty scope of cable, and she will ride like a duck." All that night and the following day the gale keeps on with but little alteration in force or direction, until it is near the time of sunset, when a slight diminution in the force of the wind is distinctly felt, and when the sun has actually disappeared from our portion of the heavens, the wind, although still blowing fresh, has lost all its fierceness, and now quietly subsides into a steady, moderate gale. We have had no communication with the shore yet, for all our energies have been exerted in attending to the Eamont throughout the gale; and however important our dispatches may be, the safety of the vessel is of paramount consequence to our commander, although he is no doubt exceedingly anxious to land and communicate with Careero. When we regain the quarter deck after dinner, the weather seems inclined to improve still more, and the captain, noting this, suggests to Mr. Nealance and me the necessity of attempting to land our dispatches. Having expressed our willingness to make the attempt, the captain instructs Mr. Jule to get his gig put in the water and manned, then he requests Nealance and me to attend him in his private cabin. "Now, gentlemen," says the captain to us when we have entered his cabin, "I am going to entrust you with some papers of great importance, which you will deliver to Mr. Careero, and to him only. If you find it impossible to reach him to-night, I expect you to return with the papers, and not run any unnecessary risk that might lead to their loss." "Very good, sir," replies Nealance, speaking for us both. "As you cannot land at Careero's house," says the captain, "the only other place is the main landing where we landed when we visited the city. Now, are you quite sure you know the bearings of Careero's house from there, and that you can find your way there after you have landed?" "Yes, I think so," replies Nealance. "All we have to do when we get through the gateway is to bear to the right and keep to the eastward on the outskirts of the Dutch settlement till we reach open ground, then the rest of the way is quite plain." "That is the very plan," smilingly assents the captain. "But look here, it is just possible that some emissaries of the party that are against the treaty may be on the watch to prevent you reaching Careero's. In that case you will return on board, and we will think out some other plan of reaching him." "We might have waited till to-morrow," continues the captain, "only we are so much behind time already, and it might prejudice the treaty considerably were it delayed any longer." "Will either of the two Japs accompany us?" asks Nealance. "No, I am afraid not," replies the captain. "You see it is this way with them. They don't wish to be seen in the business by any of the priestly party till they have succeeded in a final settlement of the negotiations, and it is also possible that, if they were to land with you, they might be seized and carried off into the interior by some of their opponents." "Secure that packet inside your vest," says the captain, holding a large blue envelope towards Nealance; then turning towards me with another similar packet, he says, "And here is one for you also, Anderson." "Now away you go, and good luck to you," says the captain, when we have closely buttoned our jackets, and are ready to depart, then adds as we leave his cabin, "Don't forget your revolvers, and you had better let the boat's crew carry side arms as well." Leaving the captain in his cabin, we proceed to our cabins and don our harness, carefully filling our cartridge pouch with ammunition and reloading our revolvers. When we reach the deck we find that Mr. Jule has got the gig ready, and that he has put an armed crew into her. Therefore, as soon as we arrive at the gangway, we say good night to Mr. Jule, and then find our way down into the boat. "Shove off!" shouts Nealance as soon as we have taken our seats, and in a trice we are bounding away towards the landing as fast as 6 powerful oarsmen can propel, in our captain's favourite whaleboat fashioned gig. We have 8 men in the gig with us, so when we land at the steps 4 of the crew follow us on to the landing, and the other 4 push off from the steps a little way and bring the boat to an anchor. After Mr. Nealance has satisfied himself regarding the safety of our boat, we take our way in double file up the steps towards the archway through which we have to pass to gain the city or any portion of its environments. As usual, we find a goodly number of soldiers, or what appear to be military, standing on both sides of the gateway. They make no attempt to stop us as we march on our way, but after taking a severe scrutinizing look at us, the officer in command of this guard tells off some 6 of his men to follow on with us, not for our protection, if the look on his face can be taken as an indication of his purpose, but for the purpose of preventing our entrance into the city. We have no desire to enter the city, our way lies in an opposite direction, but we have a great and overwhelming desire to be rid of our self-appointed escort. "This will never do," says Nealance to me, when we are well assured the guard intend to stick to us. "No, that it won't," I reply, "but how are we to get rid of them?" I also ask of my comrade. "We will have to do them the first dark road we come to," replies Nealance. The streets or roads we were then walking along were lit up with a kind of Chinese lantern, which, although not giving much light, except in their immediate vicinity, served the purpose of defining the length of the streets, but were useless, as we found to our cost, in pointing out to the stranger for his guidance any of the crossings from which he might care to take a departure or shape a course. We purposely avoid taking the road that leads to Careero's until we can get rid of our enforced escort. Street after street we traverse, but find no way to evade our company, and at length, quite unexpectedly, we find ourselves back at the boat landing. We come to a halt to consider our position and what next to do, our escort at the same time taking the opportunity of reporting to their officers our, possibly to them, peculiar proceedings. "What do you say, Anderson," queries Nealance, "if we strike out boldly along the road to Careero's?" "Best thing we can do," I reply, "if we mean to get there, and if they follow us to the open, we may be able to get rid of them amongst the brushwood without too much noise, if they persist in escorting us thus far." "Shoot them, do you mean?" asks Nealance. "Not unless they will consent to be bound and gagged," I reply. "What will you gag them with?" asks Nealance. "Whatever comes to hand, their own sashes, sword belts and cloaks, but we will have to disarm them first, and I am not sure if they will know enough about a revolver to be frightened at it, so that we may have our work set, if gunpowder be prohibited," I reply. "Come along then," says Nealance, and we take our way this time along the road that leads round the outskirts of the monopolist settlement, closely accompanied by our Japanese escort. It is a very great truth indeed, and oft times it is exemplified in the affairs of human life, that the best laid schemes that emanate from the human brain go as often wrong as the small and petty schemes of the most insignificant object endowed with animal life. Just so was it with us that night, for a single turning to the left, which was gently forced upon us by our escort, seemingly to protect us from the danger of falling into the water, the noise of which, breaking on the beach, we could distinctly hear. But we soon found, to our dismay, that our safety had in no wise disturbed them, for all their doings were only part of a preconcerted plan. The road they have edged us into is like the streets in the settlement. It is well hung with paper lanterns, and looks of an interminable length, as we look to the eastward between the glimmering lights, and we console ourselves with the possibility that this long straight road may lead to the very outskirts of the place. With every confidence that we have found the right track, we put on a spurt to accelerate our march, and if so be, leave our escort behind. Our spurt, alas, for us comes to a very abrupt termination, for without the slightest sign of any interruption, or even a crossing, traversing this lengthy-looking road, first Nealance and then I, followed by 2 of our men, who have not time to halt when we vanish, are all precipitated into a pit that is full of all the most filthy slime and garbage which could possibly be imagined. We cannot speak, being partially choked, and it is lucky for us that 2 of our men have escaped our peril, and are able to assist us in clambering out of this horrible pit. When we manage to regain the road, we find our escort has departed, and we are not allowed the satisfaction of even having a shot at them, so suddenly have they disappeared from our view. We waste no time standing near the scene of our discomfiture, but as soon as we have all scrambled out, we take to our heels and rush for the landing. Then, when we get there, we spring past the guards and dive right into the water, to clear ourselves of the abominable filth, the odour of which has for the time stopped our utterances, as well as disconcerted any immediate action on our part. Our 2 men, who escaped falling into the mess, hail the boat, which is speedily brought to the landing, and after we have succeeded in cleansing ourselves, we take our places in the boat, and push off from the wharf to consider on our next move. I suppose it won't do to take summary vengeance on these fellows, although I would like to, says Nealance, for we might get shooting the wrong parties, and then I suppose it would be good-bye to the treaty, the blame being put on us. I suppose so, I remark, although it does seem hard to come away without doing something. How is that paper in your breast? Asks Nealance, as he draws out his own from beneath his vest. Damp, I reply, but not torn, only wants drying, like me, to be all right. Mine seems all right, says Nealance, and as the sea has gone down a bit, I move that we pull right round to Careero's house and chance landing on the beach, for I never like to say that I am beaten. Agreed, say I, another ducking more or less won't make much difference. Give way then, my lads, says Nealance, and then adds, to cheer us up a bit, the sooner we get there, the sooner we will be within the reach of something to cheer our inward man. End of Part 11. Section 12 of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft by Lindsay Anderson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 12, Chapters 34 and 35. Chapter 34. Land in a Gale at Careero's. Pulling out from the wharf in the direction of the Eamont till we are well to windward of the projecting extremity of this the eastern portion of the inner harbour, we then bear off along the beach till we are abreast of Careero's mansion. As there is still a good bit of sea rolling on to the beach, Nealance unships the rudder and fixes a spare oar to the head of the stern post, the better to steer the boat through the surf before we make the rush for the beach. All being in readiness for beaching, and every precaution taken to prevent our broaching to, as also directions given to the boat's crew as to their jumping out as soon as we took the ground, and dragging the boat well up the beach out of the surf. We then get the boat round right before the sea, and when Nealance, who is watching the waves as they pass, gives the cheerful order of "Give way, my lads, give way, with a will," the boat starts off on top of the crested wave at a pace that almost takes our breath away. We do not fetch the beach on the first wave, nor on the second, but as the third wave comes along, and we feel ourselves rising out of the hollow between the second and third, an extra spurt is put on by the men at the oars, and before we have time to look round again, we are landed on the beach in a heavy shower of glistening spray. Springing out of the boat is but the work of a moment, then each of us, clutching hold of the gunwale, await the advent of the next wave, and as soon as we feel the boat begin to lift, we make a rush, and before we come to a halt, we land the boat well beyond the reach of any danger from the surf. After this exciting practice in boating, we take a few minutes' pause to collect ourselves and restore our equilibrium, then we make the best of our way towards Careero's. 2 men are left in charge of the boat, the other 6 accompanying us, not so much for protection as for some much needed and well earned refreshment. There is no one astir or on the watch in the environs of Careero's house, therefore we do not trouble the side door, but boldly march up to the front door and make known our presence by a knock that we ourselves can very audibly hear resounding through the interior of the dwelling. We do not have long to wait on the outside, for almost as soon as if some one had been waiting behind the door for our coming, the door is thrown open, and we are gladly welcomed into the house by Careero, Ah Cheong, and several of their Japanese confederates. "How do you do, Nealance? How do you do, Anderson?" says Careero, as he shakes our hands, and Ah Cheong looks as if he would like to perform the accolade. "Come inside to my room and give us all the news," says Careero, after the first burst of greeting is over. "Just a moment, please," says Nealance, addressing Careero. "I have got some men outside who are in need of some refreshment, for we have had rather a rough time of it getting here." "Bring them in, by all means," says Careero, "and we will see what we can do for them." Our men are brought within and ushered into an anteroom, where an ample supply of refreshments is quickly placed before them by order of Careero, and no doubt they do good justice to the viands, and don't forget to relieve their mates, who have been left in charge of the gig, so that they too may have a share in the good things that are going. Nealance and I, having thus seen to the comfort of our men, follow Mr. Careero to his own apartments, where we also are regaled in a very sumptuous manner, while at the same time we relate to him all that has transpired with us since leaving the Eamont. When we tell him of the trap we were led into, and the direful result attending our fall therein, his indignation was highly inflamed, and he sent for Ah Cheong and the Japanese who were in the house, and commanded them to take a strict note of the proceedings, so that those on guard at the landing when we landed there might be brought to a strict account for their nefarious conduct when the proper time came. The Japanese express much sympathy for us in their own peculiar fashion, and through Careero and Ah Cheong as interpreters, they promise that we shall have the fullest satisfaction and good solatium in kind as soon as the treaty has been promulgated and they are free to act. We, of course, express ourselves highly satisfied at this arrangement, and intimate to them, or rather to Careero, that we are quite prepared to do and suffer a great deal more in their service, a sentiment which seems to please them immoderately. "You will excuse me for half an hour," says Careero to Nealance and I, when our grievances have been arranged for, "while I retire with my friends and see what these dispatches are that you have brought for us." Careero and his confederates depart to another room, and Nealance and I are left with an ample sufficiency of good things wherewith to while away the half hour. The wine, cigars, and other good things have such a cheering effect upon us that we are totally oblivious of the fact that we have been twice ducked in the water since we left the Eamont. But then we were so accustomed to the water when at sea that it took little or no effect upon us. "The captain will be wondering what has become of us," I remark, when our friends retire from the room. "I dare say he will," replies Nealance, "but I don't think we could have been back yet, had we been able to get here by the road." "Pity we had not brought a rocket or some blue lights with us," I remark, "then we could have signalled them that we had got here all right." "Yes, we might have done that," assents Nealance, "and the next time we are on an expedition like this, we must arrange some kind of signal, if only for the benefit of the captain and Mr. Jule themselves, for if either of them were to go on shore in search of us, and fall into such a like trap as we did to-night, it would require a good-sized derrick and tackle to get them out again." "I should not like to be the one the captain fell upon," I say with a smile, "for I doubt if such a one would ever see daylight again. And Mr. Jule himself is no light weight, although he might be able to climb a little better than the captain." Although we laugh at the thought of our superiors coming to grief in search of us, I can see that Nealance, who has sailed with them a much longer time than I, feels a little restless on the subject, and as if he would like to be moving. "I wish Careero would wind up his confab," ejaculates Nealance, "and let us be off. If it were not for thinking the captain may be sending after us, I could make myself comfortable enough here for an hour or two yet. And then the sea will have gone down considerably as well. But there, we cannot help it, it is a case of Kismet, or que sera, sera. So let us make the best of our surroundings, and drive dull care away." And as he concludes, he pours out 2 more glasses of Careero's sparkling Moselle, in which we pledge our host in his absence, then light another of his Havanas to while away the time with. We do not forget to take a look into the anteroom, where our men are being regaled, and as we find them acting with prudence in regard to the drinkables, we leave them to enjoy themselves. Careero and his coadjutors put in an appearance at last, and we can see by their beaming countenances that our dispatches have given them much pleasure. "Here is a note for Captain Gulliver," says Careero, "and I may as well tell you that you will be permitted to land, and go where you like in the course of a few days, and I have told the captain he can land with his 2 passengers when and where he likes to-morrow." Then he adds, "I suppose you are eager to be off, and it is no use me asking you to stay till morning, therefore we will have the parting glass with our Japanese friends to initiate them into one of the important functions of Western hospitality which they have yet to learn." Careero thus concludes with a beaming smile on the Japanese then present, who receive his complimentary notice, when it is explained to them by Ah Cheong, with a bland and smiling decorum. Good nights are said all round as we part from our host at the door, then we follow our men to the boat, and as the sea has subsided considerably, we are able to launch our boat with little difficulty, and soon thereafter we arrive on board the Eamont, just in time to allay the anxiety of our commander, and save Mr. Jule from an excursion to the shore. Chapter 35. Japan opened at last. We relate our adventures of the night to the captain and Mr. Jule, and are complimented on the successful carrying out of our mission, the captain vowing deepest vengeance on the Japanese guards when the proper time came; and had it not been for the delicate position of the present state of the negotiations, I have no doubt we should have been ordered on shore to capture some of the guards and give them a taste of British justice. As it was then past midnight, it was thought better to sleep upon it, rather than destroy the chance of successfully carrying out the treaty, which was now so near its consummation. Our captain, as a rule, was a man of prompt action, and his forbearance to-night was no doubt a sore pill for him to swallow. That he felt the indignity that had been put upon us by the Japanese guards is very certain, and he bitterly felt the trammels that tied his hands and prevented us exacting our due reparation for their nefarious conduct. Perhaps it was just as well for the trading world at large, and Japan also, that our commander was this time guided in his actions by the overwhelming importance of Careero's negotiations. For had we gone on shore that night and made retaliation on the Japanese, as it was usually our custom to do in China, there would possibly have been an uprising of the Japs who were in opposition to the treaty, and the opening up of that country to trade and commerce would no doubt have been postponed for a considerable period. Calmer judgment prevailed, and the captain came to the conclusion that we should bide our time, so having come to this forbearing elucidation after much anxious thought, we seek the aid of our couches, in the hopes that balmy sleep may rub the rough edges from off our at present excited mood. The following morning dawns upon us in perfect contrast to that of the preceding day, for instead of the rain and blustering wind of the previous day, we have the prospect of a day that reminds one of the bright and balmy days that are only to be found in tropical latitudes. As on our last visit to this place, we are again carefully watched, 4 boats having been placed on guard in the same position as they occupied on the former occasion. We take little heed of them, and the usual routine of morning duty is proceeded with. At 8 bells we dress ship, and otherwise make the Eamont look as importantly conspicuous as the occasion requires. After breakfast, the gig is brought to the gangway, manned with 8 of our most resolute seamen, who are fully equipped for fighting, should that necessity arise. The captain having determined to put up with no more insults, should the guards at the landing interfere with us, but to exact a just reparation on the spot. Nealance and I, in our full war costume, accompany the captain on his visit to the shore. When we arrive at the landing, 4 men are left in charge of the boat, and the other 4 follow on with us into the city. We pass through the lines of guards, taking no heed of them or their sulky looks. We do not salute them as we always did on our previous visits, but pass silently on, at the same time keeping a sharp and watchful eye upon their every movement. No attempt on the part of the guards is made to follow us. Therefore, as soon as we pass through the archway, we take the high road that leads round the outskirts of the settlement, and make the best of our way towards Careero's. When we arrive there, we find the whole place in a kind of jubilation. Many more Japanese inhabitants are now assembled here than on any former occasion of our visits. Some of them are decked out in raiments of magnificent and gorgeous style, as if they were men of high and mighty lineage, which no doubt they were, as it was well known then that many of the most intelligent natives of the old regime were in favour of the treaty, although the matter of their former circumstances and connections forbade them taking any open part in its furtherance. We are graciously received by all the assembled company, and as soon as the captain is made aware of the circumstance that our 2 Japs on board the Eamont can land at the main landing without let or hindrance, I am dispatched to bring them on shore and see to their safe conduct as far as Careero's. Carrying a note written in Japanese characters for the edification of our 2 Japs, I return with our men to the boat and proceed on board the Eamont. The 2 Japs are radiant with smiles when they have digested the contents of the note, and it does not take them very long to decorate and array their persons in raiment suitable for the occasion. While I am waiting the decorating of the 2 Japs, Mr. Jule calls my attention to a vessel, apparently a large steamer, that is entering the harbour from the sea. Nearer and nearer approaches this steamer, and before I leave the Eamont for the shore, we are able to make out the incoming vessel to be a paddle-wheeled steamer, bark-rigged, and flying the United States ensign. Knowing we have some important dispatches for the United States Commodore, which are in the dispatch box taken to Careero's this morning, I make no delay in proceeding to the shore as soon as I have got my 2 Japanese seated in the boat. My 2 Japs are severely scrutinized as we pass the guards at the landing, but they march boldly past, taking little heed of their countrymen or their antagonistic looks. Arriving at Careero's mansion, the 2 Japanese receive a perfect ovation from their assembled countrymen, and I can see the accolade being performed in such like manner as obtains with our continental brethren when meeting after long absence or after the performance of some more than ordinary heroic action. The first salutation having subsided, I am enabled to report to the captain the arrival at the harbour of the American war vessel. The captain acquaints Careero, who brings forth a long blue envelope with the large seal of the United States in wax, which contains the final instructions to the Commodore, as well as the completed treaty of commerce, and I am thereupon requested to proceed on board the sloop of war and deliver into the hands of the senior commanding officer these most important documents. Again I take my way to the landing, followed by my 4 men, and in the shortest of time possible I am received on board the United States sloop of war Mississippi, and deliver up to her commanding officer the important paper I have been entrusted to deliver into his hands. When he has taken possession of the document, he turns to one of his officers and says, "Take care of this officer, Lieutenant Grace, till I read these dispatches." Lieutenant Grace salutes his commander, and replies in the usual nasal style, which, though not at all ungracious, is still a peculiarity that has not been copied by any other of the Anglo-Saxon races. "Will you kindly accompany me to the wardroom, Mr. Anderson?" says Lieutenant Grace, after we have introduced ourselves to each other. "With pleasure," I reply, as I follow him below. When we reach the wardroom, I am introduced to all the officers present, and after pledging them in a glass of wine that is old enough to have been the property of some more ancient nation, I am requested to relate what I have learned about the Japanese during our intercourse with them. Like our captain and Mr. Jule, they scarcely credit my relation of the first visit Nealance and I made to the city, and although they receive it as true for the sake of politeness, I can see that they think I am having a joke with them. "Well, gentlemen," I say at the end of my narration, "you will soon see for yourselves, for the dispatches I have brought on board are to sanction the opening of this portion of the country." "Smart looking craft, that schooner of yours," says one of the officers. "Yes, she is smart," I reply slowly, "and I have no doubt we could sail round you when at your fullest speed." "Say now, officer," says one of the other officers, "how many knots can you knock out of her?" 15 and 16, I reply, "if we have wind enough. May I ask," I say, "how much you steam at your best?" 7 or 8, replies one of them, "but we can sail faster under canvas with the wheels off." I am taken round the main deck by Lieutenant Grace, and shown all her fighting equipment, as well as into the engine room, and by the time I have had a good look through the U.S. sloop of war Mississippi, the Commodore has finished the reading of his dispatches, and with many thanks for my attention in waiting for his convenience, I am commissioned to carry a letter back to Careero's mansion. The rest of the day is spent by Nealance and me in attendance on our commander. We are not invited to the consultations that are being held, but our captain gives us what little information he is able to make out, through Careero or Ah Cheong. Careero, Ah Cheong, and several of the Japanese make a visit on board U.S. sloop of war Mississippi during the afternoon, and hold a lengthy consultation with her commander, the consequence of which is that early in the following day a large company of the American officers, headed by their commander, with a numerous body of their men, amongst whom a brass band is very conspicuous, take their way to the shore; and as the band strikes up "Hail Columbia," the stars and stripes are hoisted up on a pole attached to a building placed at the disposal of the Americans. The same day at Careero's we display the British ensign, and for lack of music wherewith to salute the flag, we fall back on the time-honoured 3 times 3 and 1 over, and then moisten our parched throats by drinking to the success of the Japanese nation, which has this day opened its territory to a free communion with the civilized world. We remain a week longer in Nagasaki, and share in all the festivities of that auspicious occasion. We see much that astonishes us when we get nearer the people, and on the whole we come to the conclusion that the share we have had in throwing this nation open to trade and commerce should take a little of the stigma from off the doings of the opium clippers. End of Section 12. End of Among Typhoons and Pirate Craft by Lindsay Anderson.